The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., present. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Here.
Senator Viale, present. Mr. Chair, you have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondence dated August 18th, 2021. Honorable Kurt A. Viale, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Senator Viale, this letter serves to inform you that due to a personal matter, I will be tardy from today's Committee on Finance hearing. Respectfully submitted, Janelle K. Sarow.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please mark Senator Sarow as tardy.
Mr. Chair, you have 4 present, 2 absent, 1 tardy.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You may proceed and read the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Finance Fiscal Year 2022 Budget Hearing for Wednesday, August 18th, 2021 at 9 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lawetz Legislative Chambers, Christiansted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2022 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. At 9 a.m., Election Systems of the Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers, Carolyn Fox, Supervisor of Elections. At 12:30 p.m., Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. Invited testifiers, Wayne Biggs Jr., Chief Executive Officer. And at 3 p.m., the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Invited testifiers, Robert Graham, Executive Director. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Before we begin today's budget hearing, I want to welcome all individuals who are visiting the island with the arrival of the first cruise ship back to St. Croix in a year and 4 months. I hope that today is a safe visit for those individuals and also a safe encounter with all the individuals that will be partaking with interacting with those cruise ship passengers. So tourism is back on St. Croix first cruise ship. I think we're supposed to get some 20-something cruise ships to St. Croix if everything goes well. So congratulations, Director Dow, on the return of cruise ships to the island of St. Croix. Ms. Fox, I'm going to give you an opportunity to put your name and title on the record. I'm not seeing anybody else with you. And I'm seeing Mr. Raymond Williams. Okay, so unmute your device, Ms. Fox, and go ahead and put your name and title on the record.
Caroline Fox, the Supervisor of Elections. Good morning.
So we got a little feedback from you. Ms. Fox, anybody else on the board will be with you today? I mean, for the election.
Chairman Williams.
Okay, Mr. Williams, put your name and title on the record, please.
Good morning, Senator Raymond J. Williams.
Okay. You guys are not in the same room, right?
No, we're not. Seem like it's coming from
Okay, let's take a 1 minute recess. We're hearing a lot of feedback. Okay, wait, let's try it again. Ms. Fox, speak. Go ahead and talk.
Ms. Fox?
Mr. Williams, go ahead and speak.
Raymond Williams.
Okay, it's working well now. So, Ms. Fox, you may proceed with your testimony directly after you. We'll have Mr. Williams put his testimony on the record, and then we'll go to a round of questioning. You may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Kurt VLA, distinguished members of the Committee on Finance, other members of the 34th Legislature, members of the press, the viewing and listening audience. I am Caroline Fox, Supervisor of Elections, a certified elections registration administrator. Present with me today is the Board of Elections Chairman, Raymond Williams, also a certified elections registration administrator. It is an honor to appear before you today to present the election systems of the Virgin Islands fiscal year 2022 proposed budget, which includes the Board of Elections and the Office of the Supervisor. Democracy is not just an election, it is our daily life. And that's a quote by Thais Ing Wen. The election system of the Virgin Islands was created through Act 936 on February 20th, 1963 by the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. The authority of the election system of the Virgin Islands is derived from Title 18 of the Virgin Islands Code. The Board of Elections is the policymaking body of the election system, whose objective is to increase coordination with national and local laws through election reform. The Board of Elections consists of 14 members elected from the respective districts for a 4-year term. In the St. Thomas St. Dan district, 2 members must be a resident of St. John. The Board of Election members are Chairman Raymond Williams, Vice Chairwoman Atanya Springett, Secretary Lillian Belado de O'Neill, members Glenn Webster, Lisa Harris Moorhead, Barbara Jackson McIntosh, Arturo Watlington Jr. Esquire, Angelique Leardam, Lydia Hendricks, Alicia Wells, Frederick Espinosa, Harriet Mercer, Shakima Jones, and Ipani Joseph. The Office of the Supervisor of Elections is charged with the day-to-day administration of the election system of the Virgin Islands. One of our main responsibilities is assuring that Virgin Islanders' voices are heard clearly through the election process. These responsibilities include conducting voter registration, training election officials, administering campaign finance, managing the territory-wide voter registry, preparation for the execution of all elections, logic and accuracy testing of voting equipment, canvassing of the election returns, recounts, and conducting the traditional post-audits of each election. Our mission is to conduct reliable elections and accurately maintain voter registration records for the Virgin Islands citizens. I would like to recognize and thank the 11 seasoned, steadfast, qualified, and exquisite staff who has a combined total of over 144 years of service. Also, the temporary clerical assistants we had on board. I would also like to again publicly recognize our 2 employees of the year for their superb performance during the 2020 historic national pandemic election cycle. Mr. Terrell Alexandre, the St. Croix Deputy Supervisor, and Ms. Kiva May Douglas, the St. Thomas St. John Deputy Supervisor. You have Appendix A, which is a copy of our present organizational chart. Office of the Supervisor proposed 2022 budget. Today, I am here before this body to make a compelling request for our support of a budget proposal. We have not received any substantial increase in our general election fund budget since 2013. In the 2020 budget cycle, we received additional funding to only address the retroactive salaries for the staff step increases. The proposed budget for fiscal year 2022 is $2,732,725. An estimate of 50% of the budget is spent on salaries and fringe benefits, 43% on other services and charges, which includes professional services, rental of land and building, capital outlays, communication and security, to name a few. Supplies is about 3% and utilities 4%. For the 2022 budget, the proposal is as follows. Personnel services, including fringe benefits, $1,366,362.50. Supplies, $81,981.75. Professional services, $1,175,071.75. And utilities, $109,309. The requested budget is an increase of $7,725 from the FY 2021 budget. The increased funding requests are for the following. A, we had a general schedule mandate staff salary increase, which included fringe benefits effective October 2020. The proposed increase in the FY 22 budget includes the 6% salary increases for the management team. D, the St. Croix office lease at the new location. E, we have legal fees to pay attorneys hired by the Office of the Supervisor or the Board of Elections. F, increase in utility costs due to more square footage of leased building and the normal yearly cost increases. G, replacement vehicle in the St. Thomas St. John district. The Trailblazer has major engine and mechanical issues. H, increase in professional services due to contract costs to the recent purchase of additional voting equipment. I, additional furniture, automation, and other enhanced equipment for the election offices territory-wide. Upgrading of the St. Thomas and St. John telephone system, which includes removal, rewiring, telephone equipment, and installation. K, rental space, cost of insurance and equipment, professional contracts yearly increase. Lastly, this increase will address any extenuating circumstances or emergencies. As of August 1st, 2021, the Office of the Supervisor has expended $1,314,561 for 91% of its budget. Board of Elections proposed 2022 budget. Chairman Williams would address the Board of Elections budget. The Board of Elections has also not received any increase in its budget since 2012. The Board of Elections fiscal year 2022 requested budget is $344,660. This is an increase of $204,660. For FY22, the budget proposal is as follows. Personnel services, $120,000. Supplies, $50,000. Other services, $174,660, which includes stipends, travel, a retreat workshop, and professional election training for board members. During an election year, there is an increase in the number of board meetings, voting machines demonstration, and educational outreach. As of August 1st, 2021, the Board of Elections has expended $126,000 of its budget, which is 90%. The goal of the Board of Elections is to make sure we maximize the number of citizens who can participate in that most fundamental and important responsibility, that of exercising their right to vote. Registered voters. The total numbers of registered electors by district are St. Croix, 25,980, St. Thomas, 25,803, St. John, 2,257, for a total registered voter of 54,040. And you have voter registration and statistical reports at Appendix B, showing the different vendors, age, etc. for the voter statistics. We are happy to report not a single case of COVID linked directly to the election, no official tested positive after voting, no our daily operations. We continue to strictly adhere to and enforce the COVID protocols, since the staff has daily interaction with the public in order to register them. We have been operating on a staggered shift since April of 2021. Cyber security continues to be a threat to elections on the mainland and its territories. Thus, we continue to perform monthly cyber hygiene scanning of our systems through CISA, which is a Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, the Department of Homeland Security, and local entities such as Vitima's Fusion Center. We continue to encourage all citizens to register to vote, participate in the process by casting their votes in any of the 3 election processes, and provide us feedback. It is everyone's civic duty to get involved and stay involved to ensure democracy lives on. We faced a few challenges during the 2020 elections, which we have begun to address during our after-action reviews with the staff, board members, judges, poll workers, and other concerned citizens. 2 polling places in each district experienced long lines. Immediate action to correct was taken. However, some voters left without casting their ballot. Additional voting machines were dispatched where possible. Our goal moving forward is to improve this by opening additional voting centers, pushing early voting, utilizing larger spaces to conduct the elections, requesting the legislature change the law to no reason absentee voting, increasing the number of voting machines and election officials or poll workers. Another challenge was utilizing the Sprung Shelter Unit at the Charlotte Amalia High School for early voting. We worried about power outages, etc. Installing a generator would have been a costly endeavor for temporary installation and use. We had to share space at the Sprung Shelter Unit because the kitchen staff had to prepare and provide meals for the No VI Child Goes Hungry feeding initiative for the school children on the weekdays. For the primary election, we had to coordinate with the Department of Education, Information and Technology personnel, Department of Health to inspect all layouts and purchase required internet lines from VIA. We had to utilize the gymnasium instead of the prong shelter unit for the general election, which had electrical outlet limitations, only one working. We had to utilize many extension cords, not the preferred method of operations for safety reasons. Continuous and contact coordination was required daily to ensure a timely, transparent, secure, and smooth election process. The end results, a successful voting experience. On election night, during the auditing of the released unofficial territorial election summary results report, we noticed an accounting error. After the reading of the St. Thomas St. John early voting results, the at-poll results were read in the specific district and the results were inadvertently combined with the St. Thomas St. John district early voting results when submitted to the St. Croix district for the final merger as per established protocol. As a result, both candidates were contacted and notified of the situation and the corrective action prior to a press release being sent. An after-action review was conducted with supportive documentation, which was the unofficial election results, and the results were corrected. Steps were put in place to prevent this reoccurrence. Most notably, both districts' board members will review all election results reports prior to being released to the media as per established policy. The conducting of audit reviews is typical in the election business to ensure accuracy of the unofficial and official results. All vendor payments are up to date. We would like to thank all the agencies that supported us during the election cycle. The Department of Property and Procurement, the Department of Finance, Virgin Islands Police Department, the Department of Education, Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, the security companies, the catering companies, the University of the Virgin Islands, the Strategy Group, other media, WTJX for live streaming of the casting of lots and canvassing of the absentee ballot counting, etc., just to name a few of our many partners that support us during an election cycle. The success of the 2020 election was mainly in part due to the funding from the CARES Act grant in the amount of $600,000. Since we received no general funds from the government of the Virgin Islands, the 33rd legislature appropriated the funds to conduct both the primary and the general elections. However, due to the decrease in revenues, since we are all operating under a state of emergency in the stay-at-home phase, we did not receive any local funding. The Office of Management and Budget and the legislature recommended we utilize the federal grant funds received to conduct the primary and the general elections. If the pandemic is still present for the 2022 election cycle, the regular election budget of $350,000 for the general elections will not meet our mandated requirements and needs. We need an increase in the amount of funding because 2022 is a gubernatorial election year. Funding will be required to purchase personal protective equipment and supplies, hiring of additional poll workers, providing internet services at the voting centers, insurance, rental fees, routine sanitizing of the facilities, equipment, and the personnel, to name a few areas. We project 200,000 for the primary, 420,000 for the general, and 380,000 for the runoff election. Reminder, our election funding must be appropriated in this fiscal year, FY 2022, although the general and runoff elections will take place in FY 2023. During a gubernatorial year, we usually see more candidates vying for numerous elected positions. Next, accomplishments. I would now like to share our fiscal year 2021 accomplishments. A, employees' long overdue step increases were finally paid in 2020 and 2021. Staff step increases authorized by Act number 8365 and Executive Order 508-2020 was completed in July. This act affected the non-union classified employees, which includes the election assistants. B, all staff performance appraisal evaluations are current. C, we retrofit our offices to operate in a national pandemic, installing of plexiglass for all staff workspace in 3 election offices. D, we implemented new measures to mitigate disruption of the nomination petitions and papers processes during the pandemic. This included the electronic acceptance of the nomination petition and papers. The entire process was not electronic. Nomination petitions and paper packages were also allowed to be picked up and returned via email. E, we moved into the state-of-the-art elections office in the main Sunny Isles Shopping Center in October. F, safe and successful 2020 primary and general election in the midst of a pandemic territory-wide with only the federal HAVA grants, CARES Act funding. G, conducted election audits after the primary and general election, which validated that the official results were 100% accurate. H, early voting continues to grow as an election option. We have outgrown our St. Thomas office space and will be seeking alternate spaces for the 2022 elections. I, we embarked on a major marketing strategy to provide testimonials, public service announcements in all languages. This year, we added a few unique ones, which included Arabic and Creole voters from our community, incorporating our citizens from all walks of life, ethnicity from each island. The goal of this marketing strategy was to increase voters' participation, showcase some of our voters, and provide transparency. We received positive compliments and many showed appreciation for this endeavor. J, because of the pandemic, a change in the absentee ballot law was requested by the Board of Elections. Act number 8294 passed by the 33rd Legislature. We saw one of the largest absentee ballot requests because of the passage of this law. K, purchase and rental of personal protective equipment for use in offices territory-wide and the polling place for each segment of the elections. The personal protective equipment was reliable, service timely, and user-friendly for all voters. L, we began the process of phasing out precinct-based polling places and moving towards voting centers. A vote center means a polling place at which any registered elector in the district may vote, regardless of the precinct polling place in which the elector resides. Vote centers are the better choice. They are designed to improve the voter experience. Polling places were a mainstay of voting for many years, but the use of them has dropped dramatically. Voters are gravitating towards convenience and are also choosing to vote by mail ballot. In many instances, they are dropping the absentee ballot off or mailing it in rather than voting in person. Vote centers adapt these changes and offer many more conveniences. Vote centers will be strategically located throughout the district. M, we purchased additional voting equipment with the federal HAVA funds, 14 DS200s, which are the voting tabulators, and 75 express vote machines. N, we purchased 8 upgraded computers for the St. Thomas St. John election offices with the CARES Act funding. O, we purchased 14 Surface Pro for the board members and 10 Dell laptops, 5 for each district, for off-site early voting with the CARES Act funding. P, upgrading of the electronic poll books from the 2010 to the 2020 version, which is called the Next Gen Express Poll. The Express Poll gives poll workers a simple to operate device that reduces check-in and verification waiting time for voters, increases the accuracy of ballots issued, and improves the election day experience for all. The Express Poll application runs on a tablet, which gives poll workers an intuitive, easy to understand user interface that is similar to the digital devices they use every day. These devices will be utilized in the 2020 primary election. Training and implementation is proposed for December 2021. The equipment was received on August 3rd. The next step, Election Systems and Software, who is the vendor, will be on site to inspect, accept, and train on the equipment. Q, we hired a program coordinator on contract to provide oversight, prepare the required monthly, quarterly, and annual reports on the 3 HAVA grants for both the local and federal government. Later in 2020, both HAVA cybersecurity grants were combined into one with an expiration date of December 20th, 2024. R, successfully closed out the CARES Act grant on June 30th, 2021. All required reports were submitted timely, all federal funds were accounted for, and 100% of the funds were expended. We received the federal closeout report on August 9th. S, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, conducted a tabletop exercise on the title The Vote 2021 during the period of July 13th through the 15th of 2021. The deputy supervisors, board member Barbara Jackson McIntosh, and I participated. This exercise discussed the preparedness of state and local election officials to identify, respond to, and manage cybersecurity and physical incidents, which include information sharing. T, Bureau of Information Technology, BIT, cybersecurity online training was completed by all staff members. U, the biannual election administration and voting survey, which is called EVES, was completed after the 2020 general election in May of this year. This electronic detailed survey is the most comprehensive nationwide data on election administration from nearly 6,500 local election jurisdictions across all 50 states, the District of Columbia, and the U.S. territories. Data is collected on a wide variety of election administration topics, including voting registration, military and overseas voting, domestic civilian by mail voting, polling operations, provisional ballots, voter participation, and election technology. This survey is submitted to Congress and released to the public on June 30th each election year. Our goals: A, election reform and revisions of Virgin Islands Code, Title 18, with input from the public and other organizations. We have been working closely with Senator Kenneth Gittens and his staff on the recommended changes. Our last meeting and submittal were in June. This work continues. B, create new election laws based on current trends and future technology. 1, no excuse absentee ballot requests based on an increased number of voters who participated in this process during the pandemic. We think this new law will increase voter participation. 2, online registration. The pandemic clearly showed why this option is required. We cannot estimate how many citizens did not register to vote during our office closure during the stay-at-home phase. This process will require funding to purchase the required software and/or additional automation equipment. C, to consistently provide timely, accurate, and transparent election data reporting. D, replacement of the St. Thomas Trailblazer to ensure reliable and safe transportation for the staff. E, to train staff, board members, election technicians, and poll workers on the next-gen e-poll books by December 2021. And you have a copy of the next-gen e-poll brochure, was provided. F, cybersecurity training for staff, board members, and election officials is continuous from the Bureau of Information Technology and Election Center. G, new and refresher elections and administrative training for elections staff. H, research the type of equipment required to obtain the ability to print voter registration identification cards out of the election offices during off-site voter registration drives and voting machines demonstration. I, began the planning for 2022 election cycle since May 2021. The draft 2022 election events calendar was shared with the Board of Elections in July. My recommended timeline for the board approval of the 2022 election events calendar is November. Then it will be available for release to the public by December. This gives prospective aspirants enough planning time because the election cycle kicks off in April of 2022. The staff is fully engaged, providing recommendations, creative ideas, and feedback for planning an exciting, deployable, and extensive early voting period, absentee ballot processing, and election day operations. Challenges. A, information technology challenges. We have to depend on the Bureau of Information Technology for assistance, and they too are short-staffed and cannot always respond in a timely manner, especially in the St. Thomas St. John district. B, organizational restructuring. The upgrading of position description to include current duties, responsibilities, and to incorporate other duties that needs to be delineated in our organization. Since the creation of this entity, the positions have not changed. Human resource and financial type duties are not supported by the present structure. These duties are performed by the management team. C, inactive voters cause us not to present the true picture in our statistical reporting. Most citizens are registering to vote just to receive a voter registration card to use as an identification card only. D, staff to perform the additional duties of fiscal and human resource. E, funding to hire legal counsel or attorney on special retainer. In summary, we are all aware of the breaking news over the last few months on the numerous states that have passed voting laws since the 2020 election. It is important to protect the integrity of our elections. However, we must be careful not to undermine free and fair access to the ballot in the name of preventing phantom voter fraud. Voter fraud is unacceptable, but we must find solutions that address actual problems instead of imposing policies that make it harder for eligible Americans to participate in our democracy. In the US mainland, many citizens at all levels have repeatedly and falsely claimed the 2016, the 2018, and the 2020 elections were marred by large numbers of people voting illegally. However, extensive research and investigation have revealed that fraud is very rare. Voter impersonation is virtually non-existent, and many instances of alleged fraud are, in fact, mistakes by voters or administrators. The same is true for the absentee ballots, instituted by Virgin Islands law and utilized for numerous years, which are secure and essential to holding a safe election amid the coronavirus pandemic. We continue to be vigilant against the numerous technology threats. I humbly ask that this body grant us the fiscal 2022 budget request in order for the election system of the Virgin Islands to continue to keep this agency relevant and aligned with other election systems nationally, moving forward into the next century. I would conclude with this quote: "If we do not vote, we are ignoring history and giving away the future." Andrea Chutney. Mr. Chairman, I thank you, members of the Committee on Finance and other members of the 34th Legislature, for inviting me to present our proposed fiscal year 2022 budget. I am prepared to respond to any questions you may have. I will be followed by Chairman Williams to present the Board of Elections budget. Your voice is your vote, and your vote is your voice. I thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fox. Chairman Williams, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Senators. I want to first start out by apologizing for my late submission this morning of my testimony. I was and still am ill, suffering with an acute pancreatitis attack, but my public service duty and responsibility outweighs that scenario. I want to say good morning to the Honorable Chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, Senator Kurt Violet, members of the committee, and other senators present. I also extend greetings to persons listening and viewing. I want to extend my appreciation to the members of the Board of Election that have offered their time and service to our community in order to ensure that we continue to host and enjoy free and transparent elections. To the staff of the election system, I say thank you again and again for the work you do. The election system has made it look so easy that our community has trusted and generally continues to trust the work we do in the furtherance of the process. I appear here today, along with our Supervisor of Elections, Ms. Carolyn Fox, to defend our FY22 budget request, amongst other salient items for discussion. As I stated last year at our presentation, and oftentimes in the past presentations, we cannot operate in our role as an august and deliberative body with $140,000. We were able to realize savings in FY21 budget as a result of one of our two administrative assistants' resignation and the other assistant's promotion to the position of deputy supervisor. It is unrealistic to continue to ask the election system to do more with less, but have grand expectations. We were able to operate and accomplish many of our obligations with the blessings of the CARE Act funding allotment from Congress that was received as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic during the last election cycle. For FY22, we are requesting the sum of $344,660, as was broken down in the supervisor's narrative. We ask that we receive the same respect and treatment as an elected body, similar to the legislature and the Board of Education. We recognize that via the budget process, the Office of Management and Budget provides a recommendation for the board, but we would sincerely ask that our request be taken into greater consideration as we are the stewards of this elected body. The board is awaiting the direction of the legislature on the path forward for the hosting of the special elections for the Constitutional Convention. The question on the ballot at the last election was favorably answered, and the voice of the electorate should not be ignored. It was our hope that a plan and funding would have been in place to host this special election prior to this summer, thereby giving the election system time to plan, coordinate, and execute the election. Please consider that not only is the clock running, but we are almost at the verge of a full-term election come next year. Any more time lost will only further delay the will of the electorate in determining our destiny as a people. We also request your full consideration of the implementation of the amendments made to Title 18 of the VI Code that terminated at the end of last election cycle. Unlike the that is being taken on a national level of driving voting opportunities further away from the electorate and making accessibility much more difficult, the Board of Election wants to continue to offer more opportunities to our electorate by allowing for no excuse absentee balloting, extending our early voting period and hours, and providing for more voter centers in both districts. These are some of the tenets of true democracy. We hope to continue to demonstrate the same. The term of the Supervisor of Elections will expire at the end of this month, and the board has asked the current supervisor to continue on a month-by-month basis, allowing us to advertise, review, and make a selection for the position. The process requires that anyone wishing to apply utilize the process afforded by the policies of the Personnel Committee of the board. This by no means suggests that the current supervisor would be overlooked nor automatically reinstated without prior vetting. We also want to congratulate Mr. Terrell Alexandra for his promotion to the position of Deputy Supervisor in the St. Croix District. Mr. Alexandra served in the capacity of Administrative Assistant to the then St. Croix District Board and did so admirably. The board has decided to fill the administrative assistant's vacancies for both districts on a temporary employment basis moving forward. I want the record to reflect that the single board of election has worked well since its establishment, and unlike our past performance of distrust, acrimony, and confusion, we are working in the best interests of the electorate. Mr. Chair, this concludes my prepared statement on behalf of the Board of Election. I stand ready or sit ready to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Chairman Williams. And at this point, I'd like to recognize the presence of Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Before I go to the first senator, which will be Senator James, let me just state that Supervisor Fox, thank you for that testimony on point, as always. I would be the first to say, add my voice in saying that you got my vote in terms of a renewed contract. You have done an excellent job thus far. And the board have done a good job too, along with the employees. And I want to thank all of you for assuring that our elections are transparent and there is integrity in those elections. And I appreciate that. Let me ask you, Supervisor Fox, you spoke to the Harvard funds that purchased additional voting equipment, tabulators, etc. How much funds were spent on those equipments? What was the price tag?
We spent close to 200,000 on equipment.
Okay, very well. And before I go to Senator James, lastly, let me ask you, because you spoke to the numbers when it comes to our elections, etc. I know for at least 3 decades, for nearly 3 decades, the National Voters Registration Act has required that registration of voters for federal elections, such as that for the Delegated Congress, should be available at bureaus of motor vehicles. And for years, I know that have been spoken to, and I'm not seeing it in your goals and or other accomplishments, etc. What's going on with that? Have you all spoken about that? Have you thought about that, and why haven't we gone that way, especially with the numbers? You know, I believe once that's done at the motor vehicle, you know, you won't have that issue with individuals saying illegal voting, people who are not citizens, etc. And you'll have that as a backup to show, you know, whatever. So what's your take on that?
Yes, Senator Blyden, this is Ms. Fox. We did have that as a goal, 2014, 2015. I did even visit Virginia Bureau of Motor Vehicles to find out how the process works. The board continues to talk about it. We are looking into it now with the new system, but it's some automation requirements that we are addressing and changing of the law, because again, that law only applies to the US 50 states, if you look at it carefully. So we are looking at it, how we could send a reform law to the legislature, but the board will have to address that.
Okay, very well, Chairman Williams. You wanted to add to that, or are you good?
Yes, several things. In addition to what the supervisor just added, we have the benefit of one of our members as a director of motor vehicles. So we continue to try to look at it carefully. It's not a simple process. Adopting the process of doing that registration would require not only the DMV to implement other more stringent concerns, but I think with the advent of COVID and a lot of what we've been seeing in terms of getting people registered, driver's license and vehicle registrations done, it probably isn't the best fit immediately, but we will continue to work through that process. Definitely. It makes our job a lot easier as well.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And please remember to state your name before you speak for the stenographer. Senator James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. I'm happy to know
Good.
that we will be moving forward with online registration. And in the testimony, you made mention that you're requiring funding to purchase the required software and additional automation equipment. So this will be through the website. So I'm assuming that Crucian Point LLC webmaster is the one who will be carrying out this task?
Well, Caroline Fox, Supervisor, Senator James, again, we can't go and commit anyone prior to going through the process, but we are looking at what we would need, looking at what other states have before we put it out to bid, and then we'll see who is applicable to do what we need. That has been a goal from the time I came on board in 2013, but again, we're looking at what we prioritize as our goals going forward.
Okay, it's in the initial phases. I thought it was something that's already in motion. Okay, so if that's the case, are we studying a specific jurisdiction? Are we mirroring what some other jurisdiction is doing, or is it something we're starting from scratch?
No, Senator, we network with other election officials. So I'm looking at what other states are doing, comparing middle, large, and middle size, so we could see what's best fit for us. So I'm looking at what other states have out there. So we could recommend to the legislature to change the law, because before we implement it, it has to be in the law. Right now, the law states the manual registration card. So we have to get that updated.
Well, I'm happy to know that we're moving forward with advancing in this digital age. And it was mentioned that there's funding to hire legal counsel attorney on special retainer. If you can also explain to me how much will be paid toward this individual and what will be their duties as far as the Board of Elections.
Caroline Fox, Supervisor. Again, it's not there yet. We projected each budget cycle. We're looking at maybe 70,000, where we looked at the last time we discussed it with the board. Again, and most folks are aware, we do have some legal challenges during the election time. The last 2 years, we have been fortunate. We didn't have any, but we have to be prepared. So this is just in case of. So we ask for the funding that in case we have a legal suit going forward in the future, we have funding to support that position.
All right, thank you for placing that on the record. And I'm happy to know that in the testimony you made mention to the lessons learned from the 2020 pandemic. And I see here that you're not just talking about the issues, you're basically saying that you need specific funds to assist with this endeavor as far as the lessons learned. So my question is, I'm assuming that there will be money left over from the CARES Act grant for the 2020 election, or we would have to request another set of funds from the U.S. mail, and how is that going to make sure that we can afford the projections that you have here in your testimony?
2 minutes.
Caroline Fox, the CARES Act grant funding expired, it's finished. We completed that report as of August 9th. Usually the federal government may give us funding next year if COVID is still going on, we hopefully, but we'll have to get funding from the local legislature if not to do any of that work.
Understood.
Senator James, if I may, I attended recently International Association of Government Officials Conference, and we, as one of the breakout sessions, we discussed that same objective of the federal government appropriating dollars, and it is more than likely that dollars will be appropriated because the VI has done a Herculean job in expending all of its dollars in many states. A lot of the states have to return their funding, but I think there's great potential for us getting new dollars through that same process for the upcoming election cycle. But that doesn't negate that the local government has to fund our elections.
And I'm just making sure that we're on the same page. It was made mention that the Board of Election is projecting $200,000 for the 2022 primary, $420,000 for the 2022 general, and $380,000 for the runoff. That's $1 million. That's what you're referring to, right?
No, that is the supervisor's projection for what we anticipate it may cost. Okay. I'm speaking specifically to federal dollars.
So if that's the case, can you give me an idea of what we're projecting for the first question that I asked?
No, for the federal dollars?
Yes, federal dollars.
No, I can't, because we don't have any clue what the formula is going to be like.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I must say, early voting played a major role in the 2020 election. I want to say congratulations to the hardworking staff at the Board of Elections. And hopefully this time around, voters will not be left without casting their ballots. And I just want to know, my last question, when it comes to the additional voting centers in both districts, are we already identifying several additional voting centers? And would it come with an additional cost? Are we using government facilities?
Time.
So, want me to go on?
Raymond Williams. We'd asked the supervisor and the staff back in January to initiate the planning process for the upcoming 2020 election cycle. Number one, yes, we prefer to use government facilities if they're available. I like the supervisor explained. If we can't find sufficient spaces, government facilities due to school closures, etc., we'll have to reach out to private locations to make that happen. So yes, the process has begun.
Well, thank you. My time was called, but I think we're going to be just fine with the early voting, with the changes to the absentee ballot, and then the online registration. I can see the 2022 elections going fine. So thank you for those answers, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Supervisor Fox, do you have a copy of the postal report?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's go to the postal report because I'm a little, I have some questions because these numbers seems way off. And I know you spoke to the raises, etc., for the supervisors and the employees from 2020, the retro from 2020, but these numbers seems excessive. For instance, under personal services for fiscal year 2022, the projected request is 912,225 from 544 in 20, and so far as of the end of May, you are 378,000. So that number have actually more than doubled. Are those numbers accurate? Or to include fringe benefits also, those numbers are off the charts. From 201,000 in fringe benefits in 2020 to 444,000 in 2022. Can you explain that to me as to that large variance?
Caroline Fox, Supervisor of Election. Yes, Senator Blyden. As I stated in my testimony, we had a mandated salary increase and we did step salary increases as of July. I reached out to the post editor and told them that the figures for the salary of the personnel was incorrect because based on what information, again, he said he has as OMB current. Currently, our salaries for staff is $677,314.57. And so we did an increase in July, so that's not impacted yet. Your report that you got was back in May. So we did step salary increases, and in my salary increases, I also put in management increases. That would not be forecast. So when we got this information, we didn't know how much the GS pay plan would have been. So I projected, maybe a little on the high side, but I projected what I think it may include and also to include all the other personnel requirements that we discussed in my testimony. But the salaries for the staff is incorrect. And again, you are up to May. We are now in August.
Okay, what about what's included on the other services and charge? Because those numbers also are pretty extensive. What's included in other services and charge?
Other services and charge, Senator Caroline Fox, includes the contracts or leases, etc. And as I stated in my testimony, we acquired additional equipment. We moved to a new building. So WAPA is going to go up because we have more square footage. The equipment that we got on hand now going to go into the contract, the professional contract, and that cost increases. So that's what like I said, projected. This is my projected amount. But I have all this information based on other services. It's professional for all the contracts that we have. Prices increase for leases, etc. So that's included in other services.
And 2 minutes.
And you have a breakdown of that you have a breakdown of that you can give to us? That'll be appreciated. Thank you so much for that.
Yes, I have a breakdown projected, like I said, projected an estimate, and I have a
Understood.
projected of what we actually would need, including the personnel that we talked about in my presentation.
Understood, and thank you for that. And you still do not have any outstanding vendor payments?
No, we don't, Senator.
Okay, and your leases are annually? Renewed
My
annually?
leases are up to date. Most are expiring in 2022, and the next one is 2020, way out there.
Okay, let me ask you when it comes to your federal grant, because I know you did not receive any federal grant, but did you receive any COVID funds for the Board of Elections?
We received the CARES Act funding, which covered COVID, which was 600,000.
Okay, and your vehicle.
So that's what we utilize.
Okay, and your vehicles, I know in your testimony you mentioned that you are new vehicles. The maintenance gas amount that you have in the portal report, it didn't seem to be actual cost, because if you look at it, the older vehicles maintenance and gas was less than a newer vehicle, then it should be the other way around. You know, so I was just inquiring about that.
Oh, no, Senator, the newer vehicles are vans, the Caroline Fox Supervisor of Election. The newer vehicles are vans. Vans take more fuel. Election year is 2022, so therefore we'll be doing more outreach, more driving, more requirements for the vehicles. The Supervisor of Elections vehicle really just go to and fro each day, not a lot of up and down. So the two vehicles are mostly less driven than the vans. So that's why I project. It was an estimate of gas for the year. Again, next year is an election year. So we can't compare it to this year's gas because it's less. So we requested more. We spent some money to repair.
Excuse me?
No, I said we spent some money for repairs, but not that much.
Okay.
So we don't have any major repair on this vehicle in St. Thomas because it goes to property and procurement for the repairs and it's back there. So other than a tire or something like that, we don't have that big expenditure on the older vehicles because we do our best to maintain them. You know, it's 2007. And Senator, what I'm saying, the vehicle is not approved yet. If we do not get the funding, we can't purchase the vehicle. So if we get the same funding we had last year or 40,000 more, you can't purchase a vehicle because I have to prioritize what's more important, the lease, the WAPA bill, or a vehicle.
Understood. And in closing, Mr. Chair, I just have one last question in respect to the extenuated circumstances or emergency. You spoke to that amount. How much is that amount? You didn't put an amount. What do you anticipate?
I didn't put a Senator, I would estimate 50,000. I don't really put an amount. Like in the old building last time, we had to close down for whether it was sent, we had to get somebody to come and clean the building, air filters. So any emergency that may come up in this building that may cause us, I would say it's about 25,000.
What the average you spend on that item on an annual basis? Say the last 4 years, what's the average amount that was spent in that category?
In the category St. Croix, especially, like I said, we maybe about 20,000.
That's what I'm saying. So we got to 50?
No, I said 25. I made a mistake. Sorry, I said 25,000.
Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Carla Joseph, thank you for coming. I'm not sure if Senator DeGraff was already recognized, and Senator Donna Fred Gregory, thank you for coming. Next, we're going to go to, I recognize you, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You know, me, I like to start with personnel first. I've heard some good news in regards to wage increases for the personnel, and everybody is taking care up to step, is what was put out.
Caroline Fox, yes, Senator. Yes, Senator.
Okay, GS employees, you say everything?
GS employees only, yes, Senator.
Okay, because do you have a copy of the post auditor's report?
Yes, I do.
Okay, one, does this budget cover the election for next year?
No, Senator.
No? Okay. Okay, so in regards to the 2022, no, correction, 2022 budget post-auditor's report for page 7 of 7, I think it is. Yes, page 7 of 7, where there is a pay plan adjustment on the election system, 45,515. That's to cover the wage increases?
That was to cover, yes, Caroline Fox, Supervisor. Yes, Senator, that was to cover the raises for the GS plan that we did in July of 2020 that was mandated by the governor for the non-unionized classified employees.
Okay, and so the salaries shown on the post-auditor's report are the reflected salaries of the increases?
No, Supervisor Caroline Fox, no, Senator. That's when I called to contact them. They based it on what was in the record as of May and OMB site, but that's not in there. I have no one making less than 46,000 right now. And as you see here, you have 44, 42. So those numbers need to be revised and updated. So for,
Okay,
and here
so
where you have 600 and
691. Yeah, go ahead.
691. That's incorrect. The number where you have 412,708 should be 448,224 and 90 cents. They also have the deputy position as vacant. Deputy supervisor position is not vacant.
Also for the Board of Election, they have also for GS salary increases. Is that also incorrect? Where also they do have administrative assistant vacant position?
The Board of Elections, their positions are vacant, so that is correct.
Okay. So the GS salary increases is for one person then?
The GS salary increases in the election assistance area is 8 persons. I have 8 staff that falls in the category. Then you had 2 for the board, went to 1 when 1 resigned, and then it went to 0 when Mr. Alexandre accepted the deputy assistant position.
Okay, let me get clear. So the Board of Election personnel are 0. There's no, so
Correct.
they have 2 vacancies now. Okay, so then
That's correct, Senator.
The GS salary increase of 13,460, was that paid to the individual before they left, or is that for who is supposed to be coming on? How is that working?
2 minutes.
No, Senator, that's put in the budget for the Board of Elections. So that's in the budget. The same thing with the 45. That's just put into the budget to pay their salary. So.
Okay. Okay, I can follow back up on that. Now, with the facilities, I know you mentioned about growing out of your space, but until you're able to find someplace else, what is the working conditions of the facilities that are working in St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix for your employees?
Caroline Fox, all 3 facilities are excellent condition and workable for the staff.
Okay, that's great to hear. Now, also for, let me see. So the budget for next year election, primary is going to be added as one entity, one separate amount, then the general election, another amount, and they will be budgeted for 2023. It's clear to say?
Caroline Fox, Supervisor of Election. No, Senator. Yes, that's budgeted by OMB. It's under the miscellaneous budget. We requested that it be in 2022. Are we familiar? The budget starts, the election is in November, and we never get our funding, full funding in October. So you cannot effectively start to contact vendors to pay for services to get ready for the November election. So in the past, they have always given us that amount in the prior year, which will be FY 2022. August is the primary, that's the ending of the year, September, and then we get the funding to begin the November election and runoff if necessary.
Okay, thank you. Now, in regards to COVID funds, Do you have COVID funds left?
Time.
Caroline Fox, Supervisor of Election. No, Senator. All the funds that was given to us that was expended. We had a timeline on the grant was March, and that fund was expended.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time.
You have a
Mr.
next
Chair.
question, Senator?
No, with the answer in regards to that, I will have to reformulate it so I can follow back up on it. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Before I go on to the next senator, I want to congratulate Mr. Alexander Terrell for his promotion to the position of Deputy Supervisor. He does a really, really good job, so commendations to him. I think he has brought a lot to the election system. And I'm also reading here where the term of the Supervisor of Election is expiring at the end of this month, and I guess by law they had to put out a selection process to make a determination as to whether or not Ms. Fox will continue or they're going to change course. I hope that you stay on the same course. Ms. Fox has been doing a good job, and she has brought tremendous changes to the election system, to include the transition into a wonderful facility on the island of St. Croix and upgrading the facilities on the whole. So Ms. Fox is doing good in that particular position, and we need to make sure or have a process where the positives that she has brought to the system are seriously considered in the selection process. Additionally, congratulations, Ms. Fox, on bringing all the employees up to step. I think that our election employees are very important, that we make sure that they are paid what they are literally worth. I know that for a period of time they were not making sufficient money for the type of work they were doing, in low 30s, some in the 20s. I'm glad to see the amounts that are listed now in the post-audit report. But I think the last senator that I'm going to recognize again, he did speak to whether or not they're up to date, and they're up to date. But we now owe, what, one more year, Ms. Fox?
Caroline Fox, Supervisor of Election. No, Senator, we do not owe any more years. It's just that the chart from OMB has not been updated with the July. I'll tell you, the senior election official right now making $64,996.11. And so that's not even reflected here. And that's the senior persons, two of them. So that's why when he update this chart, all of them are up to step. Thank you to the 33rd legislature for giving us the funding for the classified employees again. And I would not leave without saying, no, we need to look at the exempt employees, you know, and I'm talking, like I put in there that they too need a raise. There's 6% that the board voted on, but we need funding for the management team. I'm not talking on my behalf. I'm talking on behalf of the two deputies.
So we also, the numbers that were sent down by Government House that does include that, correct?
No, Senator.
Okay, then let's do the actuals quickly, and then I'll go to the next senator. You said that these actuals were of 527. You said that there might have been some mistakes. You want to give us the actuals? Let's go down with start with personnel and then capital and fringe. I think you said you have actuals as of what, July?
Let me pull it on here.
I'm going to let her put the numbers on the record, and then we can be able to scrub the other numbers to see exactly where they are. While you're looking for that, Senator DeGraff, go ahead and speak.
Yes,
you're pulling that mic. It look like you got that question, so you're grabbing the mic.
Yes. I'm grabbing the mic because one, I second what you were saying in the beginning in regards to the supervisor. I second the motion. I vote yes for her. And two, in regards to, I was trying to do the calculation in terms of what she was speaking of with the salaries. And now that she said the senior person was going to 69 or 64, I think she was, that's what I was trying to get that information to clarify that and find out if that 6% increase it for the exempt employees would have kept them parity-wise. So that's what I was trying to figure out.
Okay, not a problem.
If you could just answer that.
Okay.
Good.
And the 6% is to the management. So that's for the deputy, the two deputies and the supervisor. But I'm going to ask
That's
Ms.
correct.
Fox to,
Senator Villa, if I may, that's what the board has is proposing. Doesn't mean that that's what's going to be the actual.
okay, so the proposal of the board is to give a 6% increase.
Within the vicinity of 6%. We haven't resolved our number.
So the board is asking us to fund that.
Correct.
Okay. And Ms. Fox, I'll ask you to resubmit the personnel listing with the actual salaries because we need to know what the election assistant and the administrative assistant, what they're actually making. So if you can resubmit that to us, if you can have somebody send it to us now, and I'll circulate it to the senators.
Okay. Supervisor Fox, that was the report that I submitted, but I have it resent right now. It wasn't the report that I submitted, but I resent it right now, and I have the actuals if you want me just to go through that.
Yeah, go through the actuals.
So the actuals right now for classified employees, 134,147.37 cents. The actuals for unclassified, 125,739.87 cents.
Okay, add the two, you have a total? And that's,
Well, I
that's
might as
not
well
inclu-
give me, the total is all the way to the bottom once you got
Okay,
in
so-
fees, compensation, holidays and everything. So
Okay,
it
go
doesn't
ahead.
you get total after each one.
So say it again, classified is how much?
Classified is 147.37 cents.
Unclassified?
125,739.87 cents.
Okay, go ahead.
Then I have overtime, 69,053.82 cents. Fees and compensation. So again, this gives you all the personnel. 159,778. And I could send this to you after, so it's better for y'all to have it. 34 cents. Holiday pay, 32,966.53 cents. So wait, let me see. I could get the total. Then you have sick, $17,037.03.
That's the total?
No, that's each actual for each one.
Okay, go
category.
ahead.
I could add that up. I'll send this list to you. Then you had administrative pay. So right now for the total with fringe, the total actuals for personnel, sorry, I have that, 732,182.30. The total for fringe is 263,372.27 cents.
Okay. What's the total for capital outlays?
Capital outlays, we had none this time because we really don't do that unless we do vehicles. That's what vehicles is in there. So
Okay.
I don't have none in that.
And supplies?
Supplies is 15,003. Repair small tools, minor equipment, 30,598.
Okay.
So actuals, like I said, right now,
No, the
expended is,
the last time for the other services and charge, the 554, we had include money in there for the build out, correct?
that was included in the PO. So that would have been taken out of, well, professional service at the time. So that was included in a PO as the prior year. And so you didn't have that in 2021 budget. Remember, we discussed that at the hearing. You told me I already had the
Right,
money and I
right.
was asking for it again. So
Correct.
that take care of 2021. Now it's forecasted in this budget because now it becomes a new requirement. And that will be under lease and buildings, which is other services.
Okay. I'm going to go to our next senator because I'm sure some of the other questions that I'm going to ask are going to be addressed by the senators. So at this point, I'll go to Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good morning to you, our colleagues, as well as the listening, viewing audience, and Supervisor Fox and Mr. Chairman Raymond Williams. I'm going to first begin
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
Good morning, Senator.
I, of course, have served as an elected official of the Board of Elections, and I'm very familiar with Supervisor Fox's modus of operandi. I know she's very militant and precise in most of the things that she endeavors to do, and I really want to commend her as well as the team that she has assembled, specifically also the Deputy Supervisor in the St. Thomas and St. John District, Kiva May Douglas. I was on the board when we voted to bring her on board. And I also want to commend you for recognizing Mr. Terrell Alexander and all the team members that you have at the Board of Elections, as well as the election system. You're very hardworking people. Very hardworking, and all of the Board of Election members, you're very hardworking. I know I've been there in the trenches and see the work that we do, work that has been done to get elections implemented with a level of integrity, and that's key. So let's go right into my questions right now. First, I want to ask, because you didn't indicate, how much HAVA funds did you receive for your cybersecurity? I wasn't clear in your testimony how much money was that, and from what year?
Caroline Fox, Supervisor, Senator Joseph, we received $600,000 each grant.
Oh, each.
$600,000 cybersecurity was received in 2018. $600,000 cybersecurity was received in 2019. And in 2019, they combined it into one grant. And we did have the expenditure table that was submitted to the legislature. We have a balance remaining of 300 and something thousand, and it expires in 2024.
Oh, and so you have spent down all of that money based on your testimony?
No, that's cybersecurity you asked about, Senator. The money that I expended is the CARES Act grant.
Okay, because it looked to me in your reading, when I read your testimony, I drew to the conclusion that you had indeed spent down the monies that were, and you had hired someone to assist you in closing out that grant. So you have how much money left in the federal grant, and why is it not reported? Was this reported to our post-audit? Because I don't see it even in our post-audit report. So we need to get yes.
2 minutes.
Caroline Fox, Supervisor Election. Yes, that was reported with all the Excel sheets. Was sent to both Senator Viala's office and the other office. All this required reports. So that's the same thing I've noticed is not in the post-auditor report, but it was sent there. The two grants are listed there. And it has $1,200,000 because, as I stated, it was combined into one grant. $371,062 in that grant. The CARES Act, $600,000, and you could see the trend. Usually, EAC gives the territory $600,000 each grant, and we don't have to request the grant; they're sent to us.
Okay.
So that one has until 2024. I put the date in there, December 20th, 2024. $371,062.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Because I need to get a copy of the expenditures for the grants. And how often do you get these federal grants for the from HAVA? Is it on an annual basis to update the system?
No, Senator. It depends on when the federal government allotted it. Like I said, the last one we got was 2019. They only sent this one for the CARES Act because of what was going on with the coronavirus pandemic, and it was a presidential election year. I don't foresee us getting that much. Maybe next year. We don't know what we're going to get.
Okay, that's fine enough. Now, indicate to me, how are we looking to implement certain parts of the law as relative to the election system? Namely, is it still required for the ballot that each candidate photo be on the ballot?
Let the chairman answer the question.
Raymond Williams. The law speaks to that, but
okay,
because of the size of the ballot, because of the sizing of the ballot, and other features.
But
It's never
have
been
you been, I'm
successfully
sorry,
able
I'm
to
so
do that.
sorry, Mr. Williams, my time and the chairman has really been very hard on me for going over my time. So I want to be very respectful to him. Tell me how we could get it done, because when I was a member of the Board of Election, I know we have the capacity. ES&S has the capacity to put the photos on the ballots. So tell me how we could get it done, as well as on the DS2000, on all the apparatus that we use.
Time.
Thank you, Senator. You may respond, Mr.
Please respond on the chairman's time. Thank you.
Senator Joseph, I differ that photos on the ballot is going to make the ballot even more complicated. The size of the photos depends on how many candidates are in each respective race. We have been back and forth with this for the almost 20 years that I've served. Photos, if you look at ballots from the South America, for example, and places like Brazil and stuff that put photos on the ballot, you can't even see the person on the ballot. So, you know, the whole idea that placing a photo on the ballot, I think the voters' responsibility is to know who they're voting for. The whole process of adding photos, I think is unrealistic. And I think we need to finally repeal that, because it's definitely not going to work. It's going to make the ballot more complicated.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. A follow-up question you wanted, Senator Joseph?
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. What about reinstituting the symbol to vote? Have those issues been resolved with ES&S as far as to recognize symbol voting?
Before the answer,
Yes,
in reference, 1 minute, Mr. Williams, symbol voting was removed by the legislature and can only be reinstated by the legislature, not by the election board.
Well,
So they follow the purview of the laws as prescribed by the legislature, and a decision was made in reference to symbol voting. So if the good senator has a measure that's going
I
to...
sure do. And that's why I asked the question, Mr. Chairman, because I was a board member and we had some challenges in our election. I think it was the 2014 election regarding persons who voted by symbol. And there was a decision because we hadn't addressed it properly, because we were implementing a new system. And so I suspect if we allow Ms. Fox or the chairman to speak, those challenges may have been addressed, and we can look at reinstituting it. Ms. Fox and Mr.
Thank you so
Williams?
much. No, but again, the question does not need a question that is not law. This body, no, 1 minute. This body remove symbol voting. If the body is going to bring it back, the legislation comes, and then we're going to call both Ms. Fox and Mr. Williams to be able to present and what are their feelings in reference to reinstituting that particular measure.
Senator Viola, if I can add a little more clarity. Presently, what we do, if a candidate is a member of a registered party, the symbol is placed right next to the candidate's name. It's not the symbol for voting party-wide, but the symbol is placed right next to the candidate's name. So that was has been the practice.
It seems like we're having a board meeting, Mr. Williams, Ms. Senator Carla Joseph at the next point of personal privilege. So
Personal privilege.
you may proceed, Senator Joseph.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. I just want to just place on the record that we are in a budget hearing. It may be additional costs that will be associated with that may not be even in their budget. And that's one of the reasons why I asked the question to see if there were any technical issues that would prevent them and that it would be an additional cost relative to implement that, or re-implement that rather. So that was my line of questioning, and that was my justification in asking that question. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, for the point of personal privilege.
Thank you so much, and I'm sure when you bring the measure, if there is a cost, that the cost will be included on that particular bill to make sure that it is funded. So if we bring back the pictures and you mandate that, then we'll just put in for magnifying glasses so that individuals can be able to see the ballot when they're actually voting. Across the nation, we're making voting as simple as possible. And sometimes what we think is a benefit actually complicates the entire matter. Senator Fred Gregory, you'll have a next point when Senator Fred Gregory is finished. Mr. Williams, when I have you on the side, I would like to ask you about how my colleague worked with the board during her tenure at the Board of Elections. So we can speak when I see you later, okay? Senator Carrion, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. And good morning to the testifiers. I also want to join in the sentiment of the chair with regards to the good work that the supervisor election has been doing, Caroline Fox, and I also would recommend that she continue in her role and her function, and also would like to congratulate both Employee of the Year for both districts, especially shout out to Mr. Alexander here on St. Croix. Good morning, Supervisor, how are you?
Good morning, I'm fine.
Good.
Senator, thank you for asking.
Sure. I do have a few questions now. Regards to the budget, I see that you previously had, well, before in FY20 and FY21 budget, there was nothing allocated for capital outlay. But I see now that in FY22, there's $50,000 that you have requested. What exactly do you intend to use that for?
Caroline Fox, Supervisor. Senator, that's for the vehicle purchase that I'm proposing for St. Thomas office.
Oh, got you. Thank you for clarifying that. Now, you recommended an additional $51,000, approximately 80% in supplies for FY22. Why the increase?
Well, Senator, during an election year, and like I mentioned that we wanted to make sure we get the funding to start the election process in this fiscal year. But if we do not get the funding, we have to expend to get all the supplies and materials that are ready for an election. And again, folks got to remember, I have 3 offices. Some agencies only have 2. I have 3 offices that has to be manned with the same number of supplies, equipment, etc., especially during our election year. So we do a lot of copies for the nomination petition that supplies papers. So I estimated that amount based on historic data from election years. So you can't compare non-election
year.
And
got you. Thank you for providing that clarification. And the same question goes for your recommended increase for other services and charges, which is 100% increase. I did not see a breakdown in the post-audit report. I don't know if you submitted a breakdown for other services and charges. I know professional services is usually included in there. Do you have something that you can submit to this body with regards to other services and charges?
Caroline Fox, Supervisor of Election. Yes, in the statement 2 that's submitted with the budget, each breakdown for each category is listed there. But I can resubmit that again if you need be. Professional services has $330,000. So it goes down. Communications, remember we got via telephone bill, travel, printing, binding, insurance.
Supervisor,
so that's there, it's breaking down on my statement too.
I'm sorry, let me ask you, did what you submitted provides a detail of who you have contracts for professional services, the amount of the contract, expiration time of the contract?
Caroline Fox, Supervisor of Election, yes, Senator.
Good. Now, I do have some concerns with regards to the express polls. In your express poll appendix, you speak about the express poll. There have been reports about the express poll and similar machines having various issues, including issues where they have failed to reboot, failed to sync, or randomly just crash and shut down, etc. Are you aware of these issues?
Caroline Fox, Supervisor of Election, not the system that we have right now. You said you're talking about the express poll book that's from ES&S? Because there are various express poll books out there, and they're by different companies. And again, some states create and prepare their own express poll. But these machines that we have, we've been working with ES&S from 2010, 99, 100% reliable. And that's where they're going to be coming here to do the training, testing, and updating. So the same express poll book that we had from them before, we had no major issues. Now and then with automation, maybe something might shut down, but you could get it up. We always have a backup. So any equipment we have a backup for all our machines. But I haven't seen any report, anything negative about the express poll. And the chairman can weigh in because he was just in the States at a conference and they were showcasing the same equipment.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, good morning, Raymond Williams again. The supervisor cased it in a nutshell. Different states use different systems. The VIE system that we've been using to the ePoll books they're standalone, they're not network. The new system that we're looking at probably will be network because we want to give the voter, like she highlighted in her testimony, give the voter the opportunity of choice. And as people going to specific polling precincts to vote, we want to give the voter the opportunity to vote wherever is most convenient. So with the new system, yeah.
All right. Well, I'm glad to hear you all did the research and we haven't experienced any issues with the ones that we're using. So that was part of my concern to ensure that we don't experience any issues with that. Now, lastly, I know in the past election, we had some hiccups, especially in the district of St. Croix, in the area of the polling area of Complex, where we had waiting time was ridiculous, long lines, 3 hours, and we even had voters that left because of the long waiting time there. What went wrong, and what remedies has the board or the election system in place to avoid this from happening again? So 2 things: what went wrong, and what changes will you implement? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for leniency.
Raymond Williams,
You may answer.
Several things. Oh, okay. We had power issues, number 1. Number 2, AC issues. We had communications issues between election day officials and certain board members, that directives were given that weren't followed. So there's a complexity of issues. The after action that is done after each election identified all the concerns, issues, and opportunities. One of the fixes to that is that we want to increase the number of vote centers based on the experience we had at the last election. We have additional voting systems in place that we will deploy. And I think the major part of it is educating our voting community. Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator Carrion. You're asking Ms. Fox. You wanted her to respond? Can you respond, Ms. Fox?
As in my statement, as the chairman discussed, we talk about sending out more equipment, looking at larger facilities, voting centers. And I also wanted to add that in the supplies account, you need to remember we're also buying COVID PPEs. That too increased the cost. That's a cost we didn't have in those prior years. So we did have some with leftovers, but that's not going to be enough for this upcoming election. So we have to buy the PPE and renting all the PPE equipment, the hand washing stations, etc.
Okay, I am not sure if you understood. I'm going to let him restate Senator Carrion, restate what you asked. Are you saying that?
Yeah, the question was with reference to the long lines at Complex, one of the polling areas, and many voters having to leave or wait long out in the sun. So what went wrong, and what remedies you all have put in place to avoid that from happening again?
I did answer that. I said that there was a combination of power outages, not sufficient equipment at the precinct. Also, the fact that we had communication problem between election day officials and some of the board members. There's a combination of all.
He was pleased with your answer. He just wanted Supervisor of Election Fox to comment on the issue, on the question.
Supervisor Fox, I mentioned that we're looking at voting centers, going to larger spaces and employing more equipment. That's why we bought more equipment, additional equipment, and to make sure we deploy them to the sites. So I mentioned that in my testimony that I saw it in both districts. And so we're trying not to turn voters away. Trying to do more early voting days to encourage them to early vote and not wait until election day because we don't know what would happen, whether rain, wind, sun. And because of COVID, they had to stay 6 feet apart. So that stretched the lines out. So looking at deploying more equipment, larger spaces, etc. If you can see, we're trying to get away from cafeterias, and we started that process with the board.
Okay, thank you so much. And I know that you did make reference to making some of the changes permanent in reference to the election law, and that you have been working with Senator Kenneth Gittins on those changes, and he has just arrived at the meeting. So hopefully we'll hear as to where we are with those particular changes. So that we can make sure that the ability to vote is provided to our residents, and the ease of voting to include expanded hours or days for early voting, etc. So I'm looking forward to hearing a little conversation about that, which will also have to do with funding based on how long we'll have the particular polls open for early voting. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized.
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I too want to lend my voice to the good work that Ms. Fox has been doing. And I always contend that if you want a job done well, choose a girl. And Fox, you have definitely shown out and showed up, and I really want to thank you. I know that the election system has its challenges like any other institution, but you've stood strong, and you continue to hold your own and hold it down for the system, and I want to say that I really appreciate that, along with my colleagues.
Thank you.
Many of the questions that I had was already asked, interestingly enough, in this instance, but I want clarification. So the governor is recommending $2,009,210 for FY 2022. And your request is some $2.7 million. That's about $730,000 more than the governor's request. And you're specifically noting that this additional funding is to support the purchasing of, I think it's 2 vehicles or a vehicle. And I guess in your other services category, there's a significant increase. Now, let me ask you, have you expended all of the funds? I think you said yes, but there was a lot of kind of back and forth in one of the discussions, so things did not really come out that clear. Under the CARES Act, you received some $600,000. Have you expended all those funds? And that's a simple yes or no. Just need clarification.
Caroline Fox, Supervisor. Yes, Senator.
Okay, so, and I note specifically that you indicated that in the FY 2021, the last election rather, you did not receive the funding to support the election because of these funds, because of the CARES Act funding that you received.
Supervisor Fox, yes, Senator.
Okay, so is there any discussion on the national level with your organization as it relates to whether or not we will see funding coming down to support the upcoming election in 2022. And I ask the question because based on the direction that the whole situation is going with the pandemic, I think we're going to be in for a long haul. So is there any conversation around that? Because I anticipate that there will be some funding coming through, again, for the purposes of an election.
2
the
minutes.
Upcoming election.
Can I answer that question, Senator Berger?
Sure.
Yes, the answer is that yes. I recently attended, I stated earlier, a conference in New York for the IGO, it's an International Association of Government Officials, and the conversation was part of one of our plenary sessions. There hadn't been any guaranteed. The Election Assistance Commission have been looking at it because states like the VI have expended all of its dollars. Yes, they are looking at it, but there's no formula in place yet. They're waiting, I guess, on the Biden administration to make some determinations. So there's potential, yes.
All right, thank you for your response. Well, I don't believe that, I do believe rather that some additional funding will come online to support elections simply because of the situation that we're in. So that's something that we need to consider. And of course, if the system does not receive the funding, there can always be a request for the additional funding, but I just don't believe that we should go out and increase the budget significantly without anticipating that the fact that we are going to receive these funds moving forward. I want to talk about the cybersecurity, and you indicated that you received some $1.2 million in FY 2018 and I think 2019. And there's a balance of $371,000 left. Could you give me an idea as to how you utilize your cybersecurity dollars?
Supervisor Fox, Senator, what we did, we purchased some equipment back in 2019. We did the DS200, some of the equipment that we got, we used both grants, poll workers. So we did some cybersecurity training also, but a lot of the cybersecurity training, DHS did some free. So it's not a cost there. So it was mostly for equipment and a few training classes, but right now the rest of the funds remaining to see what comes up going forward for cybersecurity specifically.
Time.
Okay, I have one more question, Mr. Chair, if you will allow me.
Go ahead and proceed, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Under the, and this is for the chairman of the board, Chairman Williams. Chairman Williams, very quickly, under your other services and charges category, I note that in FY 2022, you're requesting, to date, I guess as of 5/27, which would have been the month of May, you expended $1,150. However, in 2020 and in the previous year, you expended in total some, and this is based on a post audit report, so I'm not certain that the information is 100% accurate. So if you have the post audit report, please refer to it. It's on page 3 of 7. You're requesting an additional $145,300 on the other services. Could you provide an explanation as to the need for an additional $145 for the upcoming 2022 budget, please?
Senator, if you don't mind, I'll yield to the supervisor in our budget process planning, and the expenditures, actual expenditures for the board are handled by the supervisor's office. So I'll yield to the supervisor on that.
Supervisor Fox, the breakdown that the board in the meeting projected for professional services, they had $50,000. For travel, $45,000. Printing and binding, $20,000. Training, $16,800. And bulk tickets, airlines, $13,500. And that's what gave them the $145, $300,000. Again, that's a broad estimate. Having received no funds from 2012, the board just decided to make increase in those areas.
Okay, well, 2012
And
is
just-
gone and we are where we are. So I just find those numbers to be, I mean, this is a negligible amount of money, but overall, I still needs an explanation. In the grand scheme of our budget, it is negligible, but it still requires some level of explanation. And I just find that printing and binding, what is it that the board would need to spend $20,000 on for printing and binding when it's our understanding that the majority of the bulk of the work that occurs within the election system actually occurs under the supervisor's office?
Again, I'm going to yield to the supervisor.
The board talk about they're doing an educational committee now that they have certain requirements. There's brochures that they have to prepare and pass out to whether it's students at school or the community. So they're looking at some initiatives. Like I said, this is an estimate, a projection at what they would like to do. But printing and binding, again, is expensive. It's not cheap. But again, it was an estimated amount, and that's what they talked about going forward. Like you see in prior years, they may not have had any funding in printing and binding. But this, as a group, the body decided that's the amount they want to put into printing and binding with the educational focus of educating the voters in the upcoming election cycle.
All right, thank you. My time has been called a long time ago, so I want to thank Mr. Chair for the leeway, but I still remain very concerned about the additional $135K that has been requested under the board allocation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I just wanted to, I got a text message from one of my members asking that to remind the membership that training opportunities for board members. We have multiple new members on board that has not been afforded the opportunity to either travel or do virtual training. A large bulk of that also represents that number. Most of us are SERA certified. It gives us a level of professionalism outside and beyond what is standard. And we want to afford the new members that opportunity as well as to get that training. So that's part of that to Senator Fred Gregory.
Okay, and it's very important to make sure that our new members of the Board of Election are properly trained. Senator Whitaker, you, with Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, thank you for coming. You're in, see there, you're next.
Oh, she's up to next. Okay, she's next. Okay. That's good. Thanks.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Up to 21.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the territory. Good morning to the testifiers. Mr. Williams, Ms. Fox, how are you? Well, my first set of questions I want to ask has to do in regards to public access, as well as discussion and funding needed in order for public education when it comes to voting. My previous colleague spoke about your printing and binding and putting out information to the public. How do you feel that impacts you as a division getting your job done, or do you feel it actually helps the public when you invest in doing things like this?
That's supposed to. You're posing that question to the supervisor or myself?
The supervisor can answer.
Well, the expenditure of funds of marketing strategy, it will improve the voter education. So you really can't put a value on that. It's always good to market your product. And again, you just can't do it by board meetings or just doing demonstrations in certain areas. So if you prepare brochures and printed material, and you're able to put it out whether in schools, etc. You know, we talk about programs really, voter education, so start from the elementary, 6th grade, not wait until they get to 12th grade to look at education and voting. So those are some of the marketing strategy the board has been discussing.
And if I can add, Senator Heiliger, we, in addition to that, voter registration drives, as we ramp up towards elections, we get a lot of requests for voter registration drives. That encompasses all of that. So it's cost associated with doing those drives as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Last year, we had a very interesting election because we were dealing with COVID. We had to deal with a large absentee ballot voting. We had to deal with a variety of alterations as to how the election was done to protect ourselves dealing with the COVID pandemic. What do you foresee for 2022 outside of what you have discussed as it would relate to potentially absentee ballots? Do you think that how it was dealt with last election is something that you would like to see more permanent, to see going forward in the future?
Raymond Williams, Chairman. Yes, Senator, the 2020 elections due to COVID was a novice election from the perspective that a lot of what we planned and implemented and put into practice, you know, when you look at after actions, yes, I anticipate absentee balloting to severely increase. A lot of people are concerned about transmitting COVID. So I suspect a lot of people will turn to absentee balloting more so than either early voting or election day voting.
2 minutes.
One of the things that even go ahead.
No,
one
go
of
ahead.
The things
Go
that even
ahead.
one of the things that I, as a candidate, even a resident throughout the years, have to do with public access to information. And I have had several conversations back and forth with the Board of Elections as it relates to a particular section in the code, Title 18, I think it's subsection 53, where it was written back in 1963, and it's somewhat limiting when it comes to the public getting access to information from the Board of Elections. Now, we're in 2021, and a bill that was written from 1963 that only speaks to paperwork and people standing over people and standing next to them just to get basic information. When we've done a lot of research with other election boards where a lot of the information is now electronic, where constituents and voters alike could just go online at the various locations and just see necessary information, as opposed to having to come in, sometimes pay you guys for paper and all sorts of things, that, in my opinion, this law is very antiquated, and I have put in legislation to alter it. This was actually part of the alteration I've been doing that even led rise to this whole debate in the community over access to information and a black box. We're not going through that today, but I need to know, do you guys see a future for yourself if the law is altered to have more information ready to the public and easier access, as opposed to how this 1963 law that still governs you and is still sitting on the books that stops a lot of people from getting just simple information?
Time.
Any one of you can answer.
Yeah, let me take a shot, Supervisor. Raymond Williams, you opened Pandora's box from the perspective of election reform. I've been on the board almost 20 years. The Board of Elections has consistently submitted election reform amendments to the varying legislatures over that period of time. And prior to me, the answer to your question is yes. We do too want to move forward into the current technological age. Yes, we want to make sure that we're prepared to do that. So if we address, not in a vacuum, but wholesale, more election reform, and we've done this in the entire code, I think that we can do a much better job. So yes, and yes to your question, Supervisor Fox.
Supervisor Fox, and I'll add to that again, I've stated before, from 2013 when I came on board, the election laws are antiquated and needed to be updated. And like the chairman said, we've been trying all along. And so if you have a great suggestion with the reform of whatever law or section you're interested in, submit that and get it to Senator Gittins. That's what we're looking at right now for all the reform measures that we're going through. But the code is outdated.
When you say submit it to Senator Gittins, I don't understand what you mean.
Well, I'm saying maybe you could do that law. Sorry, I'm just talking how we submit to the legislature. Sorry, Senator. You can do whatever you would like the wording, share it with us, see if we support that bill, and you can submit that bill. That's what I meant.
Well, thank you so much for clearing that up. I was confused for a second. All righty. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to all the employees of the legislature. I want to just first, as I'm listening, of course, as a budget hearing identifies, I want to continue to definitely commend where I formerly worked for the public awareness. I'm a former deputy supervisor for St. Croix, and it's really good to hear that the continued efforts as we continue to support voting, and and to also know that we continue to support the staff at the elections. That's a really important thing. A number of agencies are behind, and I want to point out that you all have, the election office has also paid out retroactive wages as well. And that's something that the public is looking forward, but we know it's a lot of money, and we can work towards that endeavor. So I commend that effort. I want to start off with election reform. So on page 17 of your testimony, Supervisor Fox, we spoke about the collaboration efforts, and to the public, with Senator Gittins. And so to the public, you're reaching out to him as the he's the vice chair of the Committee on Rules, and as we move forward collectively as a body, it would be good, and what I would suggest is we're going to hold a larger level meeting involving the board, the Office of Supervisor Elections, as we did before. I was part of a number of those election reform efforts, and what I would suggest is you can send that to the Senate President, actually, where you would send to the Senate President the list of the last set of reforms, and as we worked together, it would be the entire body, along with the Rules Committee leading that effort, and that's what I would suggest. Are there any initial costs associated with this effort, Supervisor Fox? Any costs have you identified associated with election reforms?
Senator Supervisor Fox, Senator Whitaker, no, not costs at this time. And like I said, this was a continued effort between Senator Gittins' office and the board. And so we will address that and open it up to the larger body that will be on the board. But no costs right now because they meet as a board, and so they get paid as a board member.
What I will highlight is that through election reform, there will be costs, right? When we look at costs, different reform measures, there are costs associated. For example, we know that we have to raise, we address every year the poll workers, their increases, and so on and so forth. So when I talk about costs, not just of administrating the process, but costs associated with each reform measure. Moving on now to ADA compliance. Is the election system website ADA compliant? Have we reached that compliance?
Supervisor Fox, we reached the compliance at the minimal level that we are required to at this time. Yes, we are at the minimal level. There's some improvements that we are looking at going forward.
And to that point, in terms of ADA compliance, have you or Chairman Williams coordinated with Mr. Henley, the ADA coordinator, as it pertains to communications, as it comes out both through your website and social media, Facebook, Twitter?
2 minutes.
Senator Whitaker, as you know from your past experience, William Williams speaking, the purview of the actual website management is under the Office of the Supervisor, but very much more so importantly, for every election cycle, we do coordinate with the ADA coordinator and Department of Health, other agencies, to ensure that we provide access for disability for the disabled. So yes, we do that.
Okay. And I just want to highlight that I have been in coordination with ADA coordinator, Mr. Henley, with the Mr. Ross, the BIT director, because I'm pushing for compliance throughout. I do have examples of the election system not being ADA compliant for the Facebook. When you put up a text message and don't post that information, a person who cannot see won't be able to see that information. So there's some cleanup measures, and I did have election system on the list that I sent to Mr. Henley of needing to reach that compliance. And we working collaboratively in that regard. There is going to be a training that's going to be coming out from the ADA coordinator involving the information technology officials, and I really encourage the election system and the board to get involved in those trainings. We spoke about Title 18, Section 95, the requirement of voter education. Of course, you all do consistently go out. Do you have a plan and a schedule? Of course, with COVID now, what are you doing to do voter education in using technology? Right, we're not going to be able to go to the schools, but you can certainly do Facebook Lives and then the like. So, what plans are you making for this coming semester to comply with Section 95?
Raymond Williams, Chairman. We have two standing committees, one being an education committee and a personnel committee. Member Lisa Moorhead is responsible for the education committee. I can't explain the exact plan of process. The committee has probably met once or twice, and I think they're literally still trying to compose that process forward. So I don't want to speak out of turn, but we can certainly provide you with information once our committee has met and done the composition of the plan and the board has approved it. We can certainly forward it to the legislature for your as part of your information.
Thank you. It's a statutory requirement. This is the board shall further plan and present appropriate educational informational programs in conjunction with each registration. So it's not consideration, it is a requirement by law. So as we look forward to your statutory obligations, we should receive an actual plan so we can go out there and educate not only the children, but the wider community. I did have one more, Chairman, my last question.
You may conclude, Senator. Go ahead.
Thank you. And in conclusion, you indicate that about, I guess you have about 6% in salary increases for the management team. Can you just, Supervisor Foss, indicate what accounts for the management receiving increases? Why at this time? Are those management increases necessary?
If you don't mind, Senator Wicker, that is not Supervisor Sparks' determination. That is a consideration from the board after we met to discuss the potential for salary increases for management team, as they have not received increases, as you know, over quite a period of time. That number is not etched in stone as to what that final number will be. It is just a proposed aggregate amount up to which the board would consider if it were approved.
And I would just include, Chairman, just to say that when we have a lot of increases at the management level throughout this government, a lot of increases, people with high salaries. And so when our body is asking for plans and strategy and project management, it needs to be up to that level. The salaries need to match that level of production. So I do not say that salaries are not important. I don't want people to put out there that I'm not talking about people getting increases, but they have to match up. We have to see production. And I would like to see that. I respect what you all are doing, but when we're asking for something as simple as an educational plan to educate the public, we have to see an actual plan. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Senator Giddens, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. I get a little nervous when I hear my colleague go into her Crucian twang, you know. But welcome to the Board of Elections, the election system. Mr. Williams, fix your face on camera, man. How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm multitasking. Senator.
How you doing this morning?
I have multiple jobs here.
Don't want you multitasking this morning. We want you to deal with just budget here right about now. Thank you.
Got you.
Thank you all for the work that you've been doing. I heard a lot of good things said about the supervisor of elections this morning. Keep up the good works. Yes, we have been working on some reform, and my good colleague, the chairman, reminded me, remember the last election reform you led? You lost the election, be careful. And I said, you know, that doesn't scare me. I will continue to do what we're supposed to do. I took some blows for some other colleagues at the time, but hey, we're already past that and we're moving forward. There's a lot to be done, and we have to continue doing that. Title 18 has about 29 chapters. If I'm correct, if I'm wrong, you can correct me. But we have about 29 chapters that we need to cover. Back in, I believe, 2015, 2016, we had completed all. However, you know, since then, we've had to revisit all of them again. And I don't even think that we're halfway through, but I've been talking with a couple of colleagues and stated that I'll start sharing what we have done thus far so that we can move these things forward. And yes, I'm glad that the senator corrected you too, that you know, she could submit whatever she wants to submit to the legal counsel's office. But if we could do it collectively, of course, we could move as one unit and get these things done on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands so that we can make elections a little more smoother in the territory. I too, I'm sure that the question was asked, but I want to ensure as well, because I told each and every one of you that I'm working with on these reforms that I will not be considering any increases for any board members and or anyone else until I could see that those who are doing the work behind the scenes, the election system employees, are taken care of. Now, the raises that were due to them in the past, have they been brought up to payment?
Supervisor Fox, yes, Senator Giddens.
Okay, there's no outstanding besides the regular retroactive payment that's outstanding, or 8%. There's no other outstanding payments to these employees?
2 minutes.
No, Senator.
Okay. So, as we know, I continue to have a problem with the way that we conduct primary elections in the territory, from the chair and the supervisor, because we don't want to go through that again. This body has continuously put monies towards a primary election, which the people of the Virgin Islands should not be paying for any party primary. What is your understanding of the Virgin Islands Code as it pertains to the election system's position with regards to primary elections? What are your role? I'll start with the supervisor of election, and then we could go to the chair.
The supervisor's role of election, Supervisor Fox.
What's the board of the election system role as it pertains to primary elections?
The Board of Election role is to review the plan submitted and approve the plan from a party.
And Chairman Williams, you concur with that?
Let me even clarify that even more. And let's be realistic.
Can you come closer to the mic, or unless it's unless it's our speaker here? Go ahead.
Yeah, if I get any closer, you're going to just me whole big head. But for clarity, the law basically says that the responsibilities of primaries are that of the parties. As you know, legally, and the courts have opined that as long as it's funded, we host it. So it's not a matter of the board's or the supervisor's role. The court mandate that we host it if it's funded, and until such time, that's what we do.
Well, the reason the courts moved in that direction was because the funding was there, and they instructed you to go ahead so that there is no flaws. However, the code is clear that the function of the election system or the board is to just approve the process.
Time.
Do we agree on that, Mr. Chair?
We definitely agree.
May I conclude?
Sure.
Thank you. So I'm asking this outside of an election year to ensure that going forward that we don't continue to spend taxpayers' money doing these primary elections for party primaries. It is a responsibility of the respective parties. And this is a time for us to continue to encourage our party leaders to come up with the mechanism in which they will conduct these primaries. And it should not, again, fall on the backs of the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair, and continue the good work that the system and the board is doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. Senator Francis, you recognize?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, and my apologies. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, of course, and my apologies for reaching late. I certainly participated in gracing the St. Croix with the arrival of the cruise ship this morning, the Celebrity Equinox, in the town of Frederickstead at the Annie Abramson Pier. What a welcome sight after 18 months of not having a cruise ship, so we welcome them. Department of Health reported this morning the 43rd individual that have expired, passed on, demise as a result of COVID-19. 43, the 43rd. 58 years old, pretty close, I'm 55. Again, I want to implore individuals to consider taking the vaccine. Of course, if you have a justification for not doing it, then certainly I respect that decision as well. So I wanted to add my voice to that of my colleagues in respect to our major female pilot. No pressures, but certainly Carolyn Fox have been doing an excellent job as supervisor of elections, and I'm hoping that she could be considered for reappointment as well. And of course, congrats to Mr. Terrell on his promotion. So, Supervisor and Mr. Chair, in regards to this budget, are you satisfied? Are you pleased? Do you believe that this budget could adequately allow you to carry out the missions of the board and also as the supervisor of elections to be able to put forth adequate elections in the territory?
I'll start. Raymond Williams, Chairman. As I stated in my commentary, the board has been basically operating at $140,000 territorially for Christ the last since 2012, I think it was. It's unrealistic to think that that can continue to happen. The board is an elected board. We have submitted time and time again to the legislature a budget that we thought reflected what could do the job, and we continue to receive just $140,000. My bottom line is that what has been sent down from OMB is almost $78,000 more than we received in the past. We still are requesting the amount that we ask for, so that we can carry out the full complement of the Title 18 requirements, in addition to all the board other pieces. Yes, we understand the government doesn't have money like that, but at the same time, you can't expect us to do the job and do more with less funding, realistically. So what we submitted, we're hoping that even if we don't get that full amount, some of you might think it's exaggerative, but we gotta try to get to a place where we can get sufficient to do the job. And I mean, I can delve into it more, but I don't want to use up your time.
Very well, thank
2
you.
minutes.
Supervisor Fox?
Supervisor Fox, Senator, again, we do an estimated budget before seeing what OMB or the governor will propose. And as I mentioned, we have not had an increase from 2013. So I can live with $2.4 million, but I can't live with what the governor proposed of $2.9 million, because that did not include the rental for this new building that we are in and the expenses that we expect in an election year. We have driving of vehicles. As you notice, both vehicles are 2007. I'm only asking for one at a time. But we can't continue to work in these conditions where we have other folks doing with modern vehicles, upgraded vehicles. We're even looking for secondhand. If an agency turn in one, property and procurement is looking out to get it, because our vehicle is in dire straits. 2007, both vehicles. So
Very
I
well.
could live with $2.4 million.
Thank you. And going back to the board chair, what would be different? If obviously you're adequately funded as you requested, what will be different by the board and what the public will be able to see as a result of the adequate funding?
Okay, I'll start with things like stipends. A lot of times that by law, and I'm not going to use the word requirement because it is law, it's codified. Every time the board meets for any part of a day to conduct business of the system, you're entitled to a stipend of $75. Many of the members don't even apply for the stipend because you try to divide the stipend out over that amount by 14 over a certain required number of meetings. The board meets much more frequently than that because there's always different things happening. Secondly, outreach. We share the costs for outreach. We share the costs for travel. We rely on the supervisor's budget to help pay for some of the training needs of the members of the board. So I think it's unfair that we rely on her budget, the supervisor's budget, to do the work of the board. That's why we request that we be funded appropriately and adequately to do our job.
Time.
Very well. My time have been called, but Mr. Chair, can I just wrap up with one follow-up question? Thank you, sir. In respect to voting security, and we have heard the naysayers, the individual, the skeptics, the conspiracy theorists in regards to their comments in regards to the voting system. Can you speak to what is being done to ensure voting security and to continue to reassure those individuals? We're not going to be able to satisfy everybody, but let's talk about the security mechanism that has been put in place to make sure that we have election system as per the U.S. and Virgin Islands Code.
Okay, so Raymond Williams again, multiple things. I think the greatest piece here is education and awareness. If the average elector, like you said, they'll believe, some people will believe whatever they want to believe, regardless of what you say or do. But if our electorate were to educate themselves, become aware of the voting systems, how they operate, the fact that there's testing, there's retesting if required, the certification of the equipment by our vendor, which is required, the certification that is done based on HAVA and Election Assistance Commission requirements, which are congressional mandates, by the way. All of those pieces are put into play and into practice to ensure that our equipment is not only up to standard, but on election day, the equipment that you use is performing based on those requirements. So outside of that, it's pretty difficult other than to continue to try to educate the public at large. Supervisor?
Senator, I could add Supervisor Fox. And again, based on your background and my background, there's some security measures or privacy that we would not discuss with the public. So there are measures in place that we know what's going on with every machine, wherever it is, and what's going on trucking to and fro. But again, that's for our security purposes. Since we came in 2013, we have started doing the audits. So we check and we back check everything that we do. Our systems are not on the internet. And if you check the record, all the elections in 2020 nationwide, wherever this equipment was utilized, no issues, 100% accuracy. So we trust our equipment. And some of the folks that we have the naysayers, of course, when they lose, the equipment is a problem, but it's the same equipment we use now that they won. So it's the same equipment. So again, we have open sites for the logic and accuracy testing. We invite the public to come and look at the process, come and look at the results, come and look at the audit. They do not come because they do not want to see the process, but they only want to talk about the process. But we'll continue to do our best. Transparency, accessibility, fairness is the motto of elections.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Fox. So when they win, the machine's working good, and when they lose, the machines have a defect.
Same machines from 2012.
Let's take a two-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. And just had some good basketball conversations with somebody that is seeing some reality, but also blinded by facts. So I will put it on the record as to which high school has ruled for quite a period of time. I'll let that sink into individuals' minds. Senator Whitaker, do you have a point of inquiry?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just a quick point of inquiry to Supervisor Fox as it pertains to the 8%. Do you have, just for clarification, you've done the calculations, or were the staff already paid out their 8% retroactive? The retroactive or the 8% payment?
Supervisor Fox, the Division of Personnel is reviewing the records for all employees to ensure that those persons get the 8% that are due. So right now we're coordinating with the Division of Personnel.
I would just suggest you look into the records, because I do recall when the staff received the retroactive in previous fiscal years, it did account for the 8%. So I guess we'll talk offline and to make sure that it was done or not done. Thank you.
Yes, we'll double check it, Ms. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, sorry.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator. We did include the 8% for also the Board of Elections. They're included in the overall calculation. Those employees from the board, you can just go on the personnel website, and under employee, you could click on the tab, put in your name and the last digits of your social security number. You'll see what or not you'd owe. And that is for all government employees. You can just go on the Division of Personnel tab. They have a really nice little setup so that individuals can know exactly how much they owed. Senator Sarro, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for my lateness. I don't know if this was discussed before. Anybody rent? Are you still? What's the cost of your rent up at up here? Lockhart. Yeah.
Lockhart Garden. Yes. Supervisor Fox, Senator Sarro. Yes, we are still leasing Lockhart Garden. Annual is $105,420.
Okay, and in St. Croix, you paying rent?
Yes. St. Croix office, we just did a move to a new location with a build out. $224,315.84. And in St. John Marketplace, $26,615.52.
Okay, so any expected increase in rent?
We projected increase for St. John because we had a 3-year lease, so we have projected the upcoming one would have an increase. St. Croix, no, and St. Thomas, no.
What would St. John increase by?
It was like about $2,000. But right now, property and procurement is still looking at that.
Last budget season, we had this discussion about owning your own building. We have a lot of government buildings that can be retrofitted. Any plans from the board director? No, this would be a board decision. So, Chairman Williams, what's the plan on some in the next 10 years or so moving a board to their own first building?
Senator, we don't have a plan. The discussion has been had in previous boards, but we don't have a plan. That's the long and short of it. But that's something I'm definitely willing to bring back and start conversations on that matter. Thank you for that.
Because you're roughly paying in rent some close to $400,000. And I think that could be really used in a different way. Your webmaster, anybody spoke about cybersecurity?
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask that question. I'll just go back and play the tape this evening then, not to be redundant. Where am I? Voter registration. Have you considered, I know it's on us to come up with legislation to, I guess when you get your license, you could register to vote like other states. If that is done, what would that cost savings be? Has an analysis been done in that regard?
Supervisor Fox, Senator, I'm not sure it'd be a cost savings. It goes either way because folks could come to the office right now. They get their photos here. One of the drawbacks, if they go to BMV, they will not get a voter's ID there unless you set that up. But it's a system and a process that would feed the information of the registrants directly to our office. So it's mostly a secure system. So it's technology, automation that we're looking at. And we did look into it, like I said, prior years, and it's a continued discussion, but we might just have to get automated equipment.
2 minutes.
Okay, so let's go back to the cost for the election. I'm looking at the post-study report now. Let's go back to the cost for election system and software. You have the maintenance of voter registration software, voter tabulation service, hardware, hosting services, and then of course you have a webmaster. Where in this is cybersecurity? What have you allocated to protect the system? You using a federal grant or?
Supervisor Fox. Yes, we do have a grant, but we use a sister system that's under DHS. They send us a monthly report, and that's no cost to us. And so the webmaster, all he does is he makes sure his system with all the security measures and the updates and the patches. ES&S, they do the internal security also and the database. So only thing we kind of responsible for is our day-to-day computer access, which is handled by BIT. But we do have grant funding for cybersecurity. And I mentioned before that a lot of the services that we request comes with DHS and it doesn't come with a cost.
Okay, what's the amount of the post? And it said that you don't have any federal funds this year. So what's the amount of that grant?
Each of our grants was $600,000. We mentioned the one that we have. And I think the report was resent to the senators a while ago. I know Senator Viale got it with all the Excel sheets. So they had to open each one and you'll see the requirements there for what we had, what we expended, and what's remaining.
Okay, I'll go back and look at that. Usually I'm on my A game, but not today. Let's go to the convention. The legislation has finally made its way out of council. It's on blue and it's been signed, and whenever the performance session happens, it'll be assigned. What would you need? The funds allocated in the legislation, off the top of my head, I can't really remember what that amount was, but what would you need to deal with the whole question of the Constitution as far as education, anything pertaining to the Constitution? You have a rough, was that discussed at any board meeting?
Time.
Raymond Williams, Chair. Several things. Yes, we need the legislation so that we can act upon it. Number one. Number two, the objective for the board we were trying to accomplish is over a period of a 6-month window for people to apply for candidacy, for planning, coordinating, and executing the election within that 6-month window to get the convention constituted and then move forward with the hopes that the convention would have met within a calendar year to do their work with the hopes of getting something on the next 2022 election ballot for the votership. But in the condensed version, a place that we had, we're hoping that by getting the legislation approved, we can get. I'm not certain of funding. Maybe there's funding there, and I don't know if there was an appropriation or an allotment for it. But we would need. The process is not something that you can do in 10 days or 5 days. It takes a period of time, and the education piece is major in getting the community and the electorate to understand what it is they're voting on. And I'm going to yield to Supervisor Fox.
No, I don't have any other additional comment. Cost-wise, similar to any primary, we would say about $250,000 as an estimate. Again, and like he said, the 6-month window is a critical time frame. But educating the voters is the biggest piece.
Okay, well, we had, I'm here now on a legislation, which indulgence, Mr. Chair, just 10 seconds. We had 150,000 for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2023. 100,000 for the operations of the convention, 50,000 for the territorial edification of and adopting a constitution, and we also had the sum of 150 ending in September 30th, 2024, 50,000 for the convention, 100,000 for the territorial education campaign.
Time.
And we could discuss it. I'll send it to you, but. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just wanted to put on the record what we had, so off record we could discuss what that appropriation should be. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Sarro. Senator DeGraff, you have a point of inquiry?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Chairman Williams, in regards to wage increases, I think you mentioned that the supervisors, the exempt personnel, you were giving a possible 6%, I think you mentioned, or is it a 6% base minimum or more, or, for the work they're doing? Which is it that you mentioned?
Raymond Williams, Chairman. The increases would go to the supervisor and both deputies. We were asking for 6% cap. It can go up to 6%. It doesn't mean that it's going to be at 6%. We can't set a number until we have an idea. And then after we do the performance evaluations and the other components that come along with that. But, in discussion with the supervisor and with the rest of the membership, we looked at 6% as that number to cap it.
Okay, so basically if the performance evaluation shows more, it can go up, or regardless of what is going to be at 6%?
Up to 6%.
Up to. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Like I said, they're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff, for that particular question. The deputy supervisors and the supervisor of election, when you really do look at the salary and you compare it to the deputy commissioners in other departments and assistant commissioners and directors, etc., they make way less than all of those other entities that come before us on a regular basis. To include multiple levels of employees, they make way less. So this would be an opportunity to begin to equalize the pay in reference to the scope and responsibility that is tied with these particular positions. And these positions, especially in the election year, they must work. There's not a choice. And I know the young man that was just promoted is a hard worker for the Virgin Islands election system. So I am supportive of being able to grant them that 6%. I think we have exhausted all our questions, and we do have two other departments that come before us, and one has quite a lengthy testimony. So I'm going to allow you, Ms. Fox, and also Mr. Williams, to put a 30-second closing statement on the record, and then we're going to take a 3-minute recess, and then we're going to allow the EDA to start with their budget presentation. Ms. Fox?
Good day, Supervisor Fox. I would like to thank you and the Chairman of the Finance Committee and the members for this opportunity to present our proposed budget. Again, it's a proposed budget estimate, but as I stated in the ending, I would like the request to reflect that at least $2,400,000 for the Office of the Supervisor. Again, we thank you, Senator VLA, for your efforts with the salary increases for the last fiscal year, and we look forward to working with the legislature to get the election reforms done.
Raymond Williams, Chairman of the Board. I'd also like to thank the committee and the legislature, and we sincerely ask that several things, that not only in terms of improving on our budget, but election reform. It's literally mandatory. Same thing we did with other entities within government. I'm asking, imploring upon the members of this August body that we look and work towards ensuring that we reform our Title 18 sections, subsections. And to the staff and members of the board, I say thank you, and thank you for your public service. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Williams. Thank you, Ms. Fox. The Committee of Finance will take a 2-minute recess.
Thank you very much.
The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Chair, can you read the next item on the agenda?
Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. Invited testifiers, Wayne Biggs Jr., Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Biggs, I'm going to give you the opportunity to put your name and title on the record, along with the individuals who will be assisting you in the budget presentation. You may proceed, Mr. Biggs.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman VLA, members of the Committee on Finance, other members of the 34th Legislature, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority team, and the viewing and listening audience.
Okay.
I am Wayne Biggs Jr.
Well, 1 minute, Mr. Biggs. You put your name first, and then I'll go through all the individuals who are here with you, and then you'll go back to the testimony. So begin with yourself.
Okay, I was going to put those through as we go through testimony in the introduction, but
okay.
I'm sure. Here with me today, I'm Wayne Biggs Jr., the Chief Executive Officer of the Economic Development Authority.
Okay, thank you, and then we'll allow them to put their name on the record.
Okay, great.
Ms. Marchena?
Pleasant good afternoon. My name is Nadine Marchena Ken, and I'm the Managing Director of the Enterprise Zone Commission.
Ms. Penn?
Good afternoon. Joy Penn, Senior Compliance Officer within the Compliance Unit.
Wheeler?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Wendy Wheeler, Human Resources Manager.
Ms. Morris?
Good afternoon. I'm Selena Morris, Executive Assistant to the CEO.
Samuel?
Good afternoon. I'm Nick Samuel, Managing Director, Economic Development Bank.
Ms. Holloway?
Good morning. Kusa Holloway, Incubator Program Manager.
Ms. Benjamin?
Good morning. Margarita Greenwich Benjamin, Managing Director, Economic Development.
Attorney Bola?
Good afternoon. Tracy Lynch Bola, General Counsel.
Did I miss anyone?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. Kelly Thompson Webb, Chief Financial Officer via Economic Development Authority.
Good afternoon. Chanel Peterson, Managing Director for Marketing and Vision 2040 for the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority.
Thank you. And that's it, Mr. Biggs?
That's it, sir.
Okay, you may proceed, and I guess that now you can skip over all of the names and proceed with the testimony.
Well, let me just say, in regard to my team here, everybody is here and available to respond to any inquiries you may have. So I like to have our team available so you can speak to them directly and not necessarily have to speak to me if you want to speak to one of them directly.
Thank you.
Governed under a 7-member executive board, the authority is an umbrella entity created to assume, integrate, and unify the function of its 4 main divisions to implement comprehensive economic development programs for the territory, while at the same time reducing operational costs and avoiding duplication of services. I will provide a brief overview of the USVI EDA's 4 main divisions. 1, the Economic Development Bank for the United States Virgin Islands, known as EDB, provides equity infusion to small businesses, as well as loan guarantees to local commercial banks to reduce risks to the banks. In addition to financing, this division provides technical assistance and management training to help new companies and startups become full-fledged businesses through its incubator program. 2, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Commission, known as the EDC, facilitates investment by administering and regulating tax incentives that encourage businesses to start, relocate, or expand to the territory. The EDC also administers the eligible Virgin Islands Supplier Program, which currently includes 340 local businesses. This program supports EDC's procurement policy, which requires beneficiaries of EDC tax incentives to purchase locally to the greatest extent possible from licensed businesses operating in the territory for at least 1 year prior to certification. This division also administers the Sustainable Tourism through Art-Based Revenue Streams program, known as STARS, the Hotel Development Program, known as the HDA, and the Tax Increment Financing Program, known as TIF, enacted under the USVI EDA Code. 3, the Enterprise Zone Commission, known as the EZC, was created to use community development tools to revitalize once vibrant towns and neighborhoods that are now considered distressed. The EDC directly impacts varied segments of our community, from local manufacturers through its Made in the USVI initiative and export promotion through administration of the U.S. Small Business Administration's State Trade Export Program, known as STEP, to families of multi-generational property through its estate planning forums, and even to the next generation of local leaders through mentorship opportunities and practical experiences offered in its entrepreneur program. This entity also administers the tax incentive offered through the new Virgin Islands South Shore Trade Zone program. 4, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Park Corporation, known as the EDPC, acquires and operates industrial parks in the territory and complements EDC activities by offering commercial rental space to investors. The EDPC is a self-sustaining division of the USVI EDA, supported by rent collections from 14 tenants currently leasing space in the industrial parks. The corporation manages 3 locations. The Virgin Islands Industrial Park, located on St. Thomas, is at 100% occupancy. EDC properties on St. Croix include the William D. Roebuck Industrial Park, which is at 93% occupancy, and the Fleming Building, which houses the USVI EDA offices in the historic town of Frederiksted. Although these entities maintain distinct identities and function independently of one another to execute their specific mandates, they all operate in an integrated fashion. In other words, the USVI EDA offers wraparound services to clients, supporting them through the various stages of their businesses and meeting a wide range of needs. For instance, the principal of Neighborhood Pharmacy on St. Croix received business advisory and mentorship services as an incubator client, secured financing from the EDB, and is an EZC beneficiary located in the Frederiksted Enterprise Zone. Another incubator client, Culture Natural, graduated to EZC's accelerator program, which helps businesses grow locally and globally, participates in the Made in the USVI pop-up events and website, and seeks to export its products through the STEP initiative. Additionally, the EDC and the EDPC directly complement each other's activity, as there are 4 tenants in the industrial parks who are also active beneficiaries of the EDC tax incentive program. They are United Electronic Industry Services LLC on St. Thomas, and Gold Coast Yachts Inc., Leatherback Brewing Company LLC, and Aquin Mortgage Services Inc. on St. Croix. The 4 divisions are supported by USVI EDA's administrative departments, which include administration and finance, legal, human resources, marketing, and the executive offices of the Chief Executive Officer and the Assistant Chief Executive Officer. Presently, USVI EDA's governing board has 6 members and 1 vacancy. The authority has a total of 40 team members, with 22 in the St. Thomas St. John district and 18 in the St. Croix district. The organizational structure of the authority currently has a leadership team of 3 executive members and 4 senior managers. Selected fiscal year 2021 accomplishments. In fiscal year 2020, USVI EDA implemented a voluntary telecommuting platform for its team to respond to the global impact of the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. Because the risk of the pandemic persists, most of USVI EDA team continues to work remotely to protect the health and safety of its members and clients. At this time, I would like to recognize the innovation of USVI EDA's dynamic 40-member team. Despite the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, USVI EDA continued to serve the community with no interruption in services. 45 governing board meetings were held. There were no cancellations of scheduled meetings, which allowed for critical decisions to be made that led to the advancement of investment opportunities in both the EDC and the EZE programs, and the approval of financing for businesses throughout the territory. The team remained accessible to clients. Services have become more efficient with the increased use of technology, and our interaction with the local community has been enhanced through ongoing webinars and the USVI Business Hub, powered by Startup Space, an innovative online platform that provides startup businesses with real-time assistance, advice, and tips from experienced startup owners and business experts. Fiscal responsibility is paramount to the success of an organization. USVI EDA has responsibly managed the government's financial resources, as evidenced by earning the distinction of an 11th consecutive unmodified audit opinion after the completion of its fiscal year 2019 independent financial audit. The fiscal year 2020 audit is currently in progress. In fiscal year 2021, this prudent approach to financial decision-making allowed the authority to maximize on its $5,613,344 budget to accomplish its planned objectives, thereby meeting and in some cases exceeding its goals. I will now expand on accomplishments in the USVI EDA's 4 core activities in fiscal year 2021, which are 1, Vision 2040, 2, business attraction, recruitment, and investment, 3, trade, 4, small business support and development, and 5, community development. Vision 2040. 2 years ago, the Honorable Governor Albert Bryant Jr. designated the authority to lead the long-term economic strategy, the long-term economic strategic planning process for the territory known as Vision 2040. One of the USVI EDA's major fiscal year 2021 highlights is the successful completion of the first phase of Vision 2040, a transformative 20-year economic development plan and a target competitive industry analysis. Unveiled to the public by Governor Bryant in March, this community-based, long-term, multifaceted economic vision is the first of its kind in the territory. It encapsulates the experiences, concerns, needs, and recommendations of a wide range of stakeholders, to include residents of all ages, from students to senior citizens, U.S. Virgin Islands who live abroad, elected officials, representatives from the public, private, and nonprofit sectors, and members of the business community. This was a monumental task accomplished by USVI EDA that was made possible through $1.595 million in grant funding secured from the U.S. Economic Development Administration and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority's Community Development Block Grant for Disaster Recovery. Grant funded allowed for the selection of Camoin Associates, Inc. to serve as the Vision 2040 consultant after a competitive bidding process. Based on the feedback gathered from the territory stakeholders through a series of community events, surveys, focus groups, interviews, and town hall meetings, 8 target industries were identified in Vision 2040 that have the potential to contribute to the economic diversification through job creation and growth. These industries are agribusiness, coastal and ocean resources, health sciences, light manufacturing, professional and technical services, renewable energy, research development, and VI-style tourism. The intent of Vision 2040 is to serve as a roadmap to a more economically vibrant future for the U.S. Virgin Islands. This means there must be a concerted effort by the entire community, residents, elected and government officials, the private sector, stakeholder organizations, and Virgin Islanders in the diaspora to take action on the 116 initiatives outlined in Vision 2040 in the areas of infrastructure, the business climate, education and workforce, a diversified economy, and quality of life and space. This initiative must be driven by more than a single person or agency, or even by a few individuals. It is important now, perhaps more than ever, that we work together to accomplish these goals for this and future generations. My team is currently working on plans for implementation of Vision 2040, and I look forward to collaborating with this body, the executive branch, and the greater community to bring these many goals to fruition. Other phases of Vision 2040 are currently underway. The governing board recently approved the recommendation for an RFP from the The governing board recently approved the recommendation of the RFP Evaluation Committee to contract with a consultant for the energy sector analysis. The recommendation from the RFP Committee for the Global Marketing Campaign will be submitted to the governing board for consideration at the next scheduled meeting. And I'd just like the senators who are here present, listening, and the general public to know that they can see a copy of the Vision 2040 plan at usvi2040.com, and the entire plan is there. Or you can visit our website at usvieda.org, and the plan is also posted on our website. Business attraction, recruitment, and investment. Our mandate demands that business attraction and recruitment remain key to areas of focus for the authority. As such, the COVID-19 pandemic did not stop USVI EDA's effort to attract new investment to our shores. Instead, the authority pivoted and used a combination of advertising and sponsorships, social media, participation in virtual events, and a facilitation of COVID-friendly investor site visits to mark the territory as a viable option for potential investors. A number of conferences that were historically large in-person events moved to virtual platforms last fiscal year and in the early part of fiscal year 2021. The Select USA Investment Summit, known as Select USA, one of the leading economic development and investment events to facilitate foreign direct investment in the U.S., was held virtually this year. USVI EDA participated in Select USA, where over 3,000 highly qualified global investors from markets all over the world were present. Participation in Select USA garnered the authority 15 one-on-one investor meetings, over 120 virtual booth visits, 65 new leads, and 5 hot projects with strong interest in relocating or expanding to the USVI. These investors came from the industries of transportation and logistics, government trade, renewable energy, research and development, agribusiness, manufacturing, and professional services. Later this month, USVI EDA will participate in the Caribbean Hotel and Resort Investment Summit, known as CRIS, the leading and most noteworthy hotel investment conference for the Caribbean. It is critical to augment participation in conferences and other public events with regular communication. USVI EDA's marketing team continues to manage a lead generation program to migrate potential investors from simply having interest in a territory to actually establishing operations here. Currently, USVI EDA has made direct contact with over 4,000 leads in its consumer relationship management system. Of that number, 26 have been categorized as hot projects or strong investment leads in the target industries identified in Vision 2040. These hot projects represent a potential investment of $118.7 million in the territory. As of June 30th, 2021, USVI EDA has facilitated 15 site visits to the territory and participated in 171 virtual and in-person investor meetings. I am happy to report that marketing efforts have resulted in a total of 22 applications received by the EDC, an increase of 11 over last year. The applications are broken down as follows. EDC Tax Incentive Program, 17 applications received. Statistics reflect potential future economic impact of a minimum of 106 jobs to be created and or retained, $7.4 million to be paid in wages, and just under $2 million to be made in capital investment. These applicants also represent the potential for the territory to realize approximately $32.8 million in taxes over a 5-year period. Further, out of the 17 applications, 13 are new applications, which on their own represent a potential future economic impact of a minimum of 66 jobs to be created, $4.5 million to be paid in wages, and $1.5 million to be made in capital investment. These new applicants also represent the potential for the U.S. Virgin Islands to realize approximately $17.3 million in taxes over a 5-year period. STARS program. 3 film applications received. STARS application represent the potential of 661 Virgin Islands residents being hired as crew, members, talent, extras, and interns, and approximately $6.9 million will be made in qualified production expenditures in the territory. Hotel development program. 2 applications received. Applicants anticipate approximately $442.4 million in reconstruction and renovation costs, of which $168.7 million is requested to be reimbursed with designated hotel occupancy tax and economic recovery fees. Moreover, in this fiscal year, 10 certificates of VIA EDC tax incentives have been executed. Based upon the commitments made by these beneficiaries, the territory will realize new and continued employment at a minimum of 531 full-time employees and approximately $87.4 million in capital investment and $747,600 in annual charitable contributions. It is also estimated that the beneficiaries will potentially generate direct taxes to the territory over a 5-year period of more than $17 million should the business operations materialize as projected. To date, there are a total of 72 VIA EDC beneficiaries, with 38 in the St. Thomas, St. John district, and 34 in the St. Croix district. As highlighted through Vision 2040, site selection plays a critical role in investment decision-making and involves a complex interplay of both economic and non-economic factors, which may include, but are not limited to, infrastructure, neighborhood dynamics, safety, visibility of and access to a location, and utilities. The Economic Development Park Corporation was formed to assist potential investors with this process by operating industrial parks that will provide commercial space at below market prices. In fiscal year 2021, the Federal Emergency Management, FEMA, through the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, through its public assistance program, obligated roughly $16.8 million in funding to repair the hurricane damages sustained to the EDPC facilities from Hurricanes Irma and Hurricane Maria. The scope of work will not simply entail repairing or replacing what was there prior to the 2017 storms. Both industrial parks will be modernized and hardened to better withstand natural disasters. Once the work is completed, there will be energy efficient, state-of-the-art facilities. One of the initiatives of Vision 2040 is to maintain full occupancy at both industrial parks. The common improvement should satisfy and retain current tenants, as well as spark the interest of prospective investors in becoming future tenants of the EDPC. Trade. The Office of the United States Trade Representative states, the U.S. is the largest economy and the largest exporter and importer of goods and services. Trade is critical to America's prosperity, fueling economic growth, supporting good jobs at home, raising living standards, and helping Americans provide for their families with affordable goods and services. In 2017, the U.S. was the world's largest goods and services trading nation, with total trade, both exports and imports, valued at $5.3 trillion. To demonstrate how the U.S. Virgin Islands fits into this larger global picture, I bring your attention to these statistics as stated by Governor Bryan. The U.S. exports $52 billion worth of goods and services to the Caribbean. Almost half that amount, or roughly $25 billion, flows through the territory's ports. With the addition of the Virgin Islands South Shore Trade Zone program to the territory's arsenal of economic development tools, St. Croix is well positioned as a gateway to the world. It is anticipated that this program will lead to an increase in activities such as transshipment, manufacturing and assembly, warehousing, and real estate development, which can inevitably usher in a much-needed economic boom to the territory. Promotion of this program has already begun with the launch of the new website, www.usvitradezone.com. Recently, my team and I were part of a delegation of government officials led by Senator Gittins to Miami, Florida, to promote the Trade Zone program to potential major investors. While there, the USVI team visited a transshipment facility and ports to learn how to better prepare the territory to take advantage of the many opportunities in this sector. Rules and regulations for the Virgin Islands South Shore Trade Zone program are currently underway, and we expect an online application to be launched by the end of this fiscal year. At this time, I would like to pause to show a brief USVI Virgin Islands South Shore Trade Zone promotional video.
So out of $52 billion worth of exports from the United States to the Caribbean, $25 billion of it comes to
We are America's paradise. We have protection of its flag and its coastlines. We have excellent ports and harbors, making travel, importing, and exporting simple.
Our deep water port and our economic zone, free trade zone, is less than a mile away from a full 10,000-foot runway airport. And it gives the capability to our manufacturers that are coming here to not only ship from the sea, but by air as well too. I think that's a very important part.
Because of our geographic location and our land acreage, we could develop a lot of containers and containment, so that these products can be shipped into the Caribbean and beyond.
The airport is right next door. You can see the tower, you can see the runway that abuts our facilities. We will not only repair the park, but we will also modify
modernize the park. So this will be a state-of-the-art facility. The U.S. Virgin Islands is like no other. Splendid panoramic views, gorgeous sand-filled beaches, world-class hotel resorts, and oceanside golf courses. Yeah, thank you. We just wanted to show that promotional video, and we used that video when we went on the delegation trip. So I know some of you senators have seen it already. Also, most of you should have received, if not all of you, should have received a text message directly from us. We just wanted to show you the kind of technology we use when we're out and about. And after we meet people, we use an SMS signal that we send out to individuals to alert them and to the USVI EDA and direct them to our websites and any position that we'd like to send them to. Let me just offer it right now that our site is also available. If the legislature at any time would like to send out any messaging, we can also assist you perhaps with doing some SMS messaging, and we can discuss that further on. I'll pick back up testimony now. The U.S. Virgin Islands Economic Indicators, published by the Division of Economic Research, reports that the value of the territory's total exports in 2019 was $1.2 billion. Facilitating an increase of exports from the territory is an important goal of the authority. To that end, USVI EDA's Enterprise Zone Commission has been systematically laying the groundwork to create new avenues that would assist local entrepreneurs with expanding their client base beyond the territory, thereby contributing to the territory's exports. This year, the Made in the USVI initiative, which originally started with pop-up events, evolved into an online shopping experience with the relaunch of the website www.madeintheusvi.com. This allows local manufacturers to sell their products year-round to a global market. The Enterprise Zone Commission also facilitates technical assistance opportunities for local entrepreneurs who would like to enter new markets. Through the STEP initiative, 6 clients receive assistance with creating or improving their websites to increase their reach to markets they could not access because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Additionally, a request for proposal has been issued seeking a trainer to help increase the skill sets of local manufacturers who are new to export and market expansion clients. Trade keeps the economy open, dynamic, and competitive. There are several benefits to trade expansion, such as creating and/or growing productive, higher-paying jobs in export sectors, offering consumers and businesses a larger variety of products, and encouraging investment, which leads to rapid economic growth. Simply put, Trade and expansion efforts can be a catalyst for the economic transformation that is at the heart of Vision 2040. Small business support and development. USVI EDA has always been a champion of the small business community, and this has become more critical as the COVID-19 pandemic continues to affect local businesses. Data collected through our small business community surveys last year indicated that the financial impact of the pandemic on operations was understandably one of the highest ranked concerns. In response, USVI EDA has employed a variety of strategies to provide relief to the business community. EDB has assisted a wide cross-section of local business through its direct and guaranteed small business loan programs. Clients include, but are not limited to, fishers, farmers, manufacturers, gyms, restaurants, retail operations, and service providers. In fiscal year 2021, the EDB approved 11 new loans totaling almost $2.2 billion, which are expected to create 35 new jobs and retain 57. When these loans are closed and fully dispersed, EDB's total loan portfolio will consist of 71 loans valued at approximately $4.9 million. The authority has a proven track record of partnering with federal and local agencies to assist the small business community. In this regard, EDB started the fiscal year on a high note. In the first quarter, its status as an SBA preferred lender enabled EDB to issue 69 Paycheck Protection Program loans valued at $545,810. The PPP loan distribution to businesses across the territory was 38 loans in St. Croix, 31 loans in St. Thomas, and 8 loans in St. John. Yesterday, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, hosted a bankers roundtable at the request at USVI EDA. This event brought together representatives from the territory's lending institutions with local and federal government partners to discuss initiatives that can provide more support to local small businesses. Creating easier access to financing options and reducing lengthy processing times were also explored. USVI EDA is also collaborating with the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, DPNR, to distribute $900,000 in grant funding from the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security CARES Act to fishery participants affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. The spend plan submitted to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, by DPNR indicates that the affected stakeholder categories approved for payments are commercial fishers, wholesale dealers, aquaculture operators, and charter for hire fishing operators. Based on the NOAA allocation, 42% of the direct assistance will be allocated to commercial, wholesale, and aquaculture ventures, and 58% of the direct assistance will be allocated to charter fishers. The USVI EDA team has already had several planning meetings with DPNR. Online and paper applications are in process, and a targeted marketing campaign to be led by both USVI EDA and DPNR will be executed. The application period will launch in September 2021, and the disbursement of funds is anticipated to be concluded by December 31st, 2021. In an increasingly technological age, staying connected is vital. The availability of technical assistance and information regarding how to access support are equally as important as financial assistance to the success of a business. As mentioned earlier, to help our clients, residents, and potential investors stay in tune with the pulse of the local community, USVI EDA, in partnership with the VI Small Business Development Center, VISBDC, University of the Virgin Islands Center for Excellence in Leadership and Learning, UVI CEL, and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, DCLA, launched the USVI Business Hub. In the fiscal year 2021, the USVI EDA continued to partner continued its partnership with local and federal sister government agencies, nonprofit organizations, and private partners to provide webinars. As of June 30th, 2021, a total of 13 webinars have been held with an average of 25 participants attending via Zoom and Facebook live stream. The webinars inform the community about COVID-19 small business assistance, financing options, and best practices. USVI EDA also offered free online courses and entrepreneurship training to the public in fiscal year 2021. In collaboration with the International Economic Development Council, IEDC, of which we are a member, and that's the membership organization for economic development organizations, the marketing department facilitated a 4-month e-marketing training course. The course included 6 sessions taught by 5 local and national subject matter experts. More than 40 local businesses attended. The incubator program, in partnership with SFT Consultants, offered the following 4 entrepreneurship training sessions over the course of the fiscal year. A USVI apparel forum with 30 participants, 2 cost pricing strategy forums with 34 participants each, and a marketing analysis forum with 19 participants. 2 additional entrepreneurship training sessions are scheduled for the end of August. Additionally, SFT Consultants provided 10 hours of free, personalized, direct one-on-one consulting to 4 incubator clients to help develop their already existing businesses. In September, the incubator program will collaborate with Small Business Camp, an entrepreneurial training and marketing services firm that provides high-impact strategies for entrepreneurs, executives, and nonprofit leaders to provide a more intense learning experience through the Small Business Camp weekend. The incubator last held a Small Business Camp in 2015, when 35 participants obtained useful information regarding how to start and grow successful businesses. We are excited about bringing this activity to the community again. Another measure of business success is growth. Over the last 3 fiscal years, the Enterprise Zone Commission, in conjunction with the Virgin Islands Council of the Arts, VICA, has been managing the Made in the USVI initiative, which gives local manufacturers outlets to sell their products through the territory and beyond. In fiscal year 2021 was a stellar year for this program. Initially starting on St. Thomas in fiscal year 2019, pop-up events expanded for the first time to St. Croix and St. John this fiscal year. There were a total of 5 pop-up events in the territory. 2 on St. Croix, 1 in December and 1 in March, 2 on St. Thomas, 1 in December and 1 in April, and 1 on St. John in July. A total of 50 local manufacturers' products were sold at the pop-up events, which garnered over $76.6 thousand in sales. As previously mentioned, the Made in the USVI website was also launched or relaunched this fiscal year. Community development. To have a robust economy, stakeholders must be actively involved in both community development and economic development activities. While they may not be defined as the same, community development and economic development should have a closely interdependent relationship to affect positive change in how residents live, work, and create wealth. EZC employs a number of community development tools to return distressed towns and neighborhoods to the once vibrant communities they were. The territory has 4 enterprise zones: Christiansted and Frederiksted in St. Croix, and Garden Street Upstreet and Savannah Downstreet in St. Thomas. The enterprise zone facilitated a series of charrettes, which resulted in 4 distinct town and community plans for the territory's enterprise zones. These plans, which represents a consensus of ideas and possible solutions from the stakeholders of the enterprise zones, provide a roadmap for economic, social, and architectural development. Anchor projects are the heart of each town plan, and the EZC team has been working aggressively to realize these concepts. Based on the findings of arts and agro-processing feasibility studies, as well as direct input from the residents and stakeholders of the enterprise zones, the goals of these projects are to not only attract more residential and business activities to the zones, but to also increase cultural awareness and workforce development opportunities. The anchor projects in the towns of Christiansted and Garden Street Upstreet neighborhoods are arts focused. Located in the Alexander Moorhead complex in the Sunday Market Square, also known as Times Square, the Healing Humanities Project in the Christiansted Enterprise Zone will include art spaces, a cultural center, and an apprenticeship learning center on one campus. And this is being done in conjunction with the St. Croix Foundation. It offers an arts training center and a production studio. In the Garden Street Upstreet Enterprise Zone, the Jarvis Complex and Cultural Corridor, known as the Complex, serves as the main anchor projects. The complex will hold a museum, a cultural and civic center that offers workshops in language, performing, visual, and commercial arts. Both anchor projects will provide these enterprise zones with meeting spaces for civic and community activities, venues for artistic expression, and a gift or coffee shops. Food and agriculture are main themes for the Frederiksted and Savannah Downstreet Enterprise Zone anchor projects. An agro and food innovation center is planned for the town of Frederiksted. This project is envisioned to contain a restaurant, test kitchens for teaching and recipe perfection, and a food incubator to help local food entrepreneurs establish and grow their businesses. In the Savannah Downstreet Enterprise Zone, an agro and food technology center will be housed at a location within the zone. And this morning we just got word or got an agreement where we can use now the Evelyn Marcelli Elementary School for that agro and food technology center. Both of these projects will contain an agro processing plant and clean kitchen. ECC has already laid the groundwork to help local farmers meet the demand that will result from the implementation of these anchor projects by contracting with a horticulturist to assist with increasing yield. There are currently 5 farmers receiving technical assistance, and it was 6 farmers, 3 on each island, but one of the farmers dropped out, and this was done through an RFP process with direct input from the Department of Agriculture. So we're working closely with the Department of Agriculture in regard to increasing yield among farmers also. Implementing these 4 anchor projects and accompanying various sub-anchor projects in the enterprise zone is a priority of the ECC. Grant funding is currently being identified and or sought to move these projects forward. More immediate impact within the enterprise zone has already occurred this fiscal year, however. The Enterprise Zone Commission has received 3 applications for tax credits and 3 applications for tax exemptions. Together, these 6 businesses represent an investment of $1.1 million in the enterprise zone and the potential of 60 jobs retained and or created in the zones. In regard to the aesthetic and structural improvements, an RFP was issued for a master contractor to revitalize buildings in the enterprise zones. After the competitive bid process was completed, 2 master contractors were selected, one in the St. Thomas St. John district and one in the St. Croix district. The Enterprise Zone Commission is also responsible for administering the Commercial Zone Program in the USVI. Commercial Zone legislation, or Act 7589, was created in response to requests from the community to provide incentives for the rehabilitation of certain areas that are ineligible for enterprise zone designation due to the lack of residential activity and poverty. This fiscal year, the Enterprise Zone Commission identified and recommended that the historic town of Cruz Bay in St. John be designated as a commercial zone. The recommendation has been approved by the USVI EDA's governing board and submitted to the Office of the Governor for consideration. If the recommendation is accepted, Cruz Bay will be the first commercial zone in the territory, thus encouraging more investment on the island of St. John. It should be noted that USVI EDA's community development tools extend beyond administering programs specifically or the designated enterprise or commercial zones. EZC assisted the owners of 50 buildings throughout the territory's historic districts with submitted application to the Virgin Islands State Historic Preservation Office for grant funding to repair hurricane damages. Additionally, since 2016, EZC has been partnering with the Office of the Public Defender and a nonprofit organization, Youth Arise, to offer Entrepreneur, a program for young men ages 15 to 19. The program aims to address issues of delinquency affecting young men in the territory and foster a spirit of entrepreneurship by exposing them to leaders in private and public sectors. To date, 37 gentlemen have graduated for Entrepreneur, and the mentorship and practical experience they receive continue after the program's completion. During this fiscal year, Entrepreneur gentlemen completed a major project to produce a professional commercial for Omni Systems, a longtime supporter of Entrepreneur, as well as a locally owned business that provides web-based solutions for organizations. The young men worked with a professional videographer, Mr. John Whitley, completed the project on time, and were compensated for their efforts. On behalf of the USVI EDA team, I would like to thank Mr. Whitley for exposing these young men firsthand to the art of filmmaking and Omni Systems for entrusting these future entrepreneurs with such a serious endeavor. At this time, I'd like to share with you the audience the final product of the Entrepreneur gentleman's hard work.
I'm calling from Logitech. Our company's directory has been breached. Can you send someone to check on it for me, please?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for coming.
That's the situation.
All right. Just how bad is it? Tell me.
It's pretty bad.
Oh, man. I wish I called you earlier. This is crazy. This is a nightmare.
Hey, yo, you safe?
Like safe down. Oh, Omni Systems to the rescue. Oh, man. I am good now for sure.
Do you want to feel safe? Do you want to feel at peace? Well, then call Omni Systems today and we protect you from anyone who tries to harm or steal your information. We specialize in digital transformation, cybersecurity, telephony, and disaster recovery, just to name a few. Omni Systems, we turn ideas into reality.
Thank you. Objectives for fiscal year 2022. The authority's proposed fiscal year 2022 budget is $6,663,741. In the coming year, USVI EDA will continue to leverage these general fund dollars, augmented with federal grant funds, to cultivate a stronger and more diverse economy. Over the last 4 years, the territory has been faced with significant challenges, to include 2 Category 5 hurricanes in 2017, the advent of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, and most recently, the looming cessation of operations at the Lime Tree Bay Refinery in St. Croix. We have proven time and time again that we are a resilient people. However, we must channel this resilience into executing bold and new ideas that help us to emerge from these crises as a stronger community with a more vibrant economy. As we stand at this pivotal moment in our territory's history, I am optimistic that Vision 2040 can guide us toward the execution of a progressive plan to improve the quality of life and place for our residents. The plan recommends an improved business climate as the key to economic transformation. Therefore, while operating under the overarching goal of implementing Vision 2040 by partnering with private, public, and nonprofit partners and the larger community, the USVI EDA will synergize the collective efforts of its 4 main divisions to focus on economic diversification, business attraction, and business development. Specific objectives include 1, launching a business visitation program to gain an understanding of local business issues and concerns by visiting 4 businesses per quarter, establishing a database of issues and concerns, and following up with the businesses. 2, implementing a brand identity program that defines the community as a forward-thinking, innovative, quality place to live, work, and invest. 3, implementing a global marketing plan to attract more investment in the 8 target industries identified in Vision 2040. 4, submitting legislative amendments to improve the administration of USVI EDA's programs. 5, revamping USVI EDA's website to include a real estate inventory portion of sites and buildings in the USVI suitable for manufacturing, warehousing and distribution, office or R&D operations, particularly for target sectors. 6, commencing modernization projects at both industrial parks to transform them into state-of-the-art properties to achieve and maintain 100% occupancy. 7, participating in community outreach programs, informational sessions, and other marketing initiatives to promote tax incentive programs and the USVI EDA programs on a whole. 8, utilizing document management software to streamline the VI EDC compliance review process. 9, continuing discussions with the VI Energy Office to administer phase 2 of the solar energy program, which provides financing to homeowners and small businesses to reduce energy consumption costs. 10, modernizing and renovating incubator facilities while also rebranding the program. 11, expanding the incubator program to establish a physical presence in the St. Thomas, St. John district. 12, applying for grant funding to implement the anchor and sub-anchor projects in the enterprise zones. 13, working with industry experts to create spec facilities to incentivize anchor tenants to the Virgin Islands South Shore Trade Zone. 14, exploring initiatives that enhance export technical assistance capacity to substantially increase the number of businesses exporting products. And 15, producing a local television show to promote USVI EDA products, services, and clients. The authority has ambitious goals in fiscal year 2022 and beyond. Strategy will be a critical factor in accomplishing these goals as efficiently and as effectively as possible. While Vision 2040 will serve as a roadmap for the territory's future, USVI EDA will be employing its own internal strategies as well. We will soon be entering an intense assessment period to create a strategic plan that aligns organizational structure with programs and initiatives. Financial resources will be maximized with the development of the investment strategy of the authority. As always, USVI EDA will consider what is optimal for its most valuable asset, its team, when finalizing its upcoming operational plan, enhancing its professional development and management training programs, and negotiating a new collective bargaining agreement. The Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority owes its success to the contributions and dedications to its talented team of professionals. I would like to thank the USVI EDA Governing Board for their guidance, the entire USVI EDA team for the passion they bring to improving the quality of life and place for the residents of the territory. We also thank our clients for partnering with us to improve the economy of the Virgin Islands. And USVI EDA also supports and appreciates the support of this august body and the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and his administration. I look forward to continued collaboration in the future. Thank you, and my team and I await your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Biggs. Is congratulations in order? I saw in post-salary report the salary for the CEO is 135. So did you get a position permanently?
Yes, I was offered the position in September of last year. So I've been in a permanent position since September of last year.
Okay. You deserve it anyway. Thank you. Congratulations. I want to say publicly, I want to thank you and your team as we went on a delegation to Florida. You actually operate professionally, and you guys are on point. I want to thank you publicly for that.
Well, thank you, sir, for the compliments. And make sure the rest of the team who's on here today are aware of your sentiments, and thank you for the congratulatory remarks also.
Okay, let me, before I go to our first senator, Senator James, let me ask you quickly in respect to your testimony. Definitely, you spoke to the public and private sector, along with a non-profit organization moving forward in order to basically move forward as a territory, and I do agree with that. But let me ask you, you have point 3 under your objectives for 2022. The third point was implementing a global marketing plan to attract more investment in the 8 target industries identified in Vision 2040. In respect to that objective, have you also been, or will you be working with the Department of Labor and other non-for-profit organizations and business entities to assure that we have the individuals with the capacity and the training in order to have those individuals come into the territory and assuring that we have individuals from this territory filling those jobs moving forward? Is that part of the plan?
That is definitely part of the plan, Senator. We have been in direct contact with the Department of Labor, and also for the viewing and listening audience, Commissioner Malloy does sit on the board of the EDA, so he's fully aware of it. And additionally, we also sit on the Workforce Investment Board, and we've been participating not only with the Department of Labor, but also with the Department of Education as they look at their curriculum for the future. So we're partnering with everyone we're aware of in regard to workforce development. It is a critical part of economic development, and you're correct. We do have to have the capacity available as we attract more and more investment here into the territory. So workforce development is a critical component of economic development.
And of course, you're asking for $6,663,741 for fiscal year 22. But let me ask you, in the post-audit report on page 6 of 23, under other services and charge, advertising and promotion, you have in 21, you have 305,000. 20, 250,000, 22, 790,000. Can you explain exactly what that entails, the difference?
Yeah, I mean, definitely as we look at these target industries in regard to Vision 2040, we expect that we're going to be expanding our advertisement and promotion in many different areas. During fiscal year 2021, we were kind of required to do a lot of stuff virtually, but not only will we be doing stuff virtually, but we'll also be doing things in person. Additionally, as we go into more and more business publications, the cost of advertising those publications are significantly more than some of the other publications we've done. So we want to continue attracting entities here. So we're expanding our advertisement and trying to move forward in regard to how we view basically doing marketing on a whole. So we are developing a strategic market plan, but we anticipate that it will be expanded to include in-person and also again, publications and advertisements and business publications, so we can reach directly into the site selectors and also tax representatives, in addition to the CEOs and the executives that make the business decisions.
But then with that being said, on page 7 of your testimony, on the revenues, you have transfer EDC promotion fund. There's a decrease of some $300,000. So why is there a decrease there when you're trying to increase on the other end?
Well, the EDC promotion fund is actually generated internally from applications. It's then generated from fines and that sort of stuff. And we did not have the fund levels available to go up to the $1 million that we did in previous time. So we had to decrease that internally to reduce that somewhat. So it's a matter of balancing our expenses against our revenue projections.
And lastly, on page 9 of your testimony, when it comes to collection services, in fiscal year 2020, 31,229, 21, 36,000, but in fiscal year 22, $240,000. Can you explain what accounts for that?
Yeah, I think that's just an internal post-audit error. We anticipate about $40,000 in collection expenses in regard to that. We have eliminated the two, in all honesty, on our post-audit review because it should be reflected as 40,000.
Thank you so much for that information. Senator James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I just have some quick question here. I know that we have some loan programs and recent legislation that was passed by this body, and I see here that you have some vacancies for loan collection officer and senior loan officer. For us to effectively carry out these programs, don't you think that these vacancies or positions are necessary? And if these vacancies or positions are brand new?
No, those positions are definitely necessary to us. The loan and collection officer vacancy is a result of a recent retiree, and the senior loan officer position is a result of us promoting internally and promoting Ms. Samuel to the director of the Economic Development Bank, the managing director of the Economic Development Bank. So our plans are definitely to backfill that, and we're working in reference to doing that right away.
And if I'm not mistaken, how many different loan programs you have at the Economic Development Authority?
We have about 7. Monique, Ms. Samuel may be better prepared to answer that. But we have the microloan program. We have the farmers and fishermen loan program. We have 2 U.S. EDAs, RFL program. We have the SBDA program. We have the development program. We have the Frederick State loan program. And then we have the SSBCI loan program. I think I've covered them. So I think it's 8 different programs we have.
And can you speak to your success with loan collection? And are we having challenges when we do give out these loans when it comes to getting back the funds?
No, we have been underwriting a lot better. I mean, when Senator Blyden mentioned our collection amounts, that's for old portfolio. We can give you the delinquency rate and reference, but we have been very successful in regard to collecting. We've revised the way we do underwriting, and we do what we call stress testing now for a variety of different reasons. So based on projections or historical figures, we test it at a low amount in the event that the business does not generate as anticipated if they can repay the loan. We've also been working by providing additional technical assistance and also been doing restructuring, in all honesty. So during COVID-19, we did some deferments, so people didn't have to make payments while the businesses were struggling, and then we just basically re-amortized the loan out. So with the amount of tools that we use now for servicing the loan, we don't have a lot of delinquencies or a lot of non-payments.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And I see you have 2 vacant positions for custodial workers, one on St. Croix, one on St. Thomas. Is that part-time or full-time?
The custodial workers right now, we left those positions in there, but right now we're using contract workers. We are still working remotely, so we don't have many staff individuals in the office. So the cost savings, we've been using contract custodial workers, and we're trying to look at, as we move back into the facilities, if we're going to need them full-time. But we do anticipate that those will be full-time positions, not part-time positions.
Because I was just about to say that the salary for those custodial workers is very low, $26,000 for both of them. That's very low. But I'm happy to know that you're saving costs because of COVID. And I see here in the section, page 9 of 23 of the post-audit, it references the professional services that is being carried out by the Economic Development Authority, but I don't see the names of the vendors. And because the reason why, as far as I see, you have here for FY 2022 for consulting, 123,000 will be obligated or allotted for that. Can you speak to what those consultants will be doing and the name of those consultants?
Yeah, we use consultants for a variety of different things. I mean, we have external auditors. We use consultants, as we've indicated, where we've hired the horticulturists, we've hired master contractors to assist in our programs. We also use them for lead generation and a variety of other areas. But I'll let our CFO, Kelly Thompson Webb, who devised the numbers, speak to that. I'm going to provide a listing of the entities that we use currently. That's basically what we use it for. So there's a variety of different things we use our professional services areas.
In the essence of time, I probably ask the chair to follow up on that. But I see here you mentioned 26 hot projects, and you mentioned a potential investment of $180 million in the territory. Which one of your positions here listed is responsible for overseeing these 26 hot projects and hopefully getting those things into fruition? Who is overseeing those 26 hot projects?
Yeah, here at the USVI EDA, it's a team effort in reference to getting entities here. Usually the marketing division is one of the first points of contact, and they handle our CMR that we use to manage those entities. But we also pull people in a variety of different areas. So Ms. Benjamin may come into a meeting, Attorney Bola may come into a meeting, Ms. Samuel if it's a banking client, Nadine if Ms. Marchena Ken if it's an enterprise owned client. So we really do a team effort in trying to land that investment here in the territory. But the first point of contact is usually our marketing division, which kind of sets up most of the meetings and stuff for us.
Time.
Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I would like to ask one more question. It was also made mention in the testimony that the U.S. exports $52 billion worth of goods and services to the Caribbean, and almost half of that amount, $25 billion, flows through the territory's ports. So my question, as far as that money coming into the territory, can you speak to the efforts that have been made between Economic Development Authority and the different departments and agencies to make sure that we're collecting our fair share when it comes to taxes and revenues in the territory? Do we have like assessments being done to make sure that we're collecting?
Yeah, I'm not sure, to be quite honest, exactly how that is being handled at the moment. What we do is we were pulling a figure based on what the governor indicated, I guess, from the Bureau of Economic Research as far as the flow of goods. And so those goods don't necessarily stay in the territory. They're transshipped. My understanding is, St. Thomas handles, I think it's the Western Caribbean, and St. Croix kind of handles the Eastern Caribbean as far as distribution goes. So what we do anticipate is we anticipate that when the trade zone is completed and up and running, that a lot of that product will be flowing through here, not only to the Caribbean islands, but also probably to Central America and South America. And we anticipate, like I said, manufacturing and assembly areas also. So I am sure that excise tax and customs currently has a mechanism in reference to collecting what is due to the territory. But right now, we don't have any direct interaction. We will have interaction as the trade zone is moved on under our purview.
Thank you. I must admit your testimony was very lengthy, but it was very informative, and it seems like there's a real brighter future for the U.S. Virgin Islands. I just want to say congratulations to your entire team and what you have been doing throughout the pandemic and making sure that we move forward regardless of what. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. CEO Biggs, in your testimony, you spoke to contractors when it comes to the enterprise zone. Master contractors, you said two won the bid, one for St. Croix and one for St. Thomas. What's the name of those contractors that won the bids?
I will refer that to Ms. Nadine Marchena Ken, and she would have that information probably in front of her. I don't have that in front of me right now.
Ms. Marchena Ken?
Pleasant good afternoon, sir. On the island of St. Thomas, it is MCE Contracting. On the island of St. Croix, it is O'Reilly Plumbing and Construction.
Variety Plumbing and Construction?
O'Reilly.
Thank you so much. Senator Carrion? Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone and to the testifier. How are you doing, Mr. Biggs?
Good afternoon, Senator Carrion. I'm doing well. How are you doing today?
Good, good, good. I must commend you for your testimony, very detailed. Even though my colleague said it's lengthy, but I prefer information, so I appreciate the details in it. I also want to recognize that you mentioned in your testimony that you continue to earn the distinction of having an unmodified audit. So for 2019, and if I recall what you said, for the last approximately 10 years, that has been the case. So it speaks well of your management within the organization. So kudos to you, sir, and your team, because it can't be done alone. It's because you have a good team. So that's good news. But in that same line, I think you said you're in progress of working there with the 2020 audit. When do you think that will be complete?
Well, let me first say thank you for recognizing the team in regard to the work they do. Let me also say that I think not only do we have a good team, but we also have good internal controls and good rules and regulations that we use for the agency. But we anticipate the 2020 audit will be completed by March of 2022.
Okay. Good, and we're hoping to hear the same results. Now, CEO, what would you say is your greatest accomplishment? What do you feel most proud of in this FY21?
Wow, that's a lot of, that's sort of a loaded question because I don't like to pit the vision once against the other, but I think because it was such a team effort, probably Vision 2040 is one of our greatest efforts. I mean, it's the first time the Virgin Islands has a 20-year economic plan, and it's the first time we've done any generational type planning of this sort. So I think that would probably be the greatest effort, and it was really a team effort, and everybody has been involved in that. So again, I want to congratulate the entire team in regard to that.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I wanted to get a feeling of how you feel, and because sometimes we don't allow. I mean, you guys list sometimes a whole list of accomplishments and objectives and goals, but it's always good to hear from you. What do you feel was your greatest accomplishment? And now, along those same lines, what you plan to do different, if anything, in FY22 from what you've done in the past 3 years?
Yeah, well, we've outlined a slew of objectives. I mean, definitely we're going to continue to add technology to our process. We're trying to move pretty much to an online platform in most of our areas where we have online applications. We're going to continue to partner with individuals, but I think part of it is we're really going to try to develop a strategic plan for the authority. So we can move towards that Vision 2040 objectives that are there. So we are already in the process of doing what we call an operational plan or an organizational plan, but now we need to really create a strategic plan and strategically move towards our goals that we have.
And that strategic plan, will it be only limited for FY22 or you would include other years?
No, I anticipate that it's going to basically pave the path for a couple years. Of course, we may have to pivot periodically from time to time, depending on what's in front of us. For instance, if we had made up a strategic plan and then COVID-19 happened, we definitely would have had to pivot the way we did and go remote and do a slew of other things. But we do expect it to be probably a 3-year plan.
Good. And I see that there is a vacancy in the board. Have you had conversations with the governor in regards to filling that position? What's the status on that?
Yeah, our understanding from our board chairman is they're very close to filling that. The vacancy is a St. Thomas private sector individual. I don't know who may be selected, but during our last board meeting, they said they were very close to getting that person in.
Okay, because I think that's important so the board could have an odd number in moments when they have to vote on a subject, on a matter. I see that there you have 330,000 in legal fees, if I'm not mistaken, for FY20. And you are requesting and FY22 $122,000. What are these for? If you could maybe detail a bit. And I was wondering if you have legal counsel on staff, and if you don't, why not?
Yeah, first off, we do have legal counsel on staff. Attorney Tracy Bola is our general counsel. What those legal fees are is sometimes we have to use outside consultants, and a lot of those were primarily assisting with some rules and regulations, particularly to the Hotel Development Act, and as we negotiate projects under the Hotel Development Act. So those fees from analysis of the projects that we have to do externally by law, to bond counsel, a variety of different things. So those are external fees outside the scope. We do most of our stuff that we can internally, but sometimes we do have to go to outside experts as things get more complex and things are introduced, again, such as the Hotel Development Act, which allows for bonding and a variety of other things.
Time.
Okay, yeah, thanks for providing some clarity, because I was wondering, it seems to be a high amount if you had internal counsel available. And you also are requesting a increase we see here in personnel is about 18% according to the post-audit report for unclassified employees. What are your justifications regards to that? Are you planning to hire some new employees? Can you please elaborate?
Yeah, definitely we're going to need to expand our employment base, but also we're in the process of negotiating our collective bargaining agreement. So some of that is incorporated into the personnel increases. There will be additional increases in reference to, we think, health insurance, life insurance, a variety of other areas. So we're budgeting that and a couple new positions that may be required to expand our areas.
Can someone in your team then break it down for us? If you're gonna adopt step plans in negotiating agreement, how much are you anticipating for that, and how many new employees are you planning to bring on board? And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the
Senator, we're currently in negotiations, so I would prefer not to say what our numbers are in reference until we can conclude those negotiations, our collective bargaining agreement. But we can break down for you the positions that we plan to hire in the upcoming fiscal year, and we can submit those to you.
Do you have at least a number of positions? You plan to hire 5, 4? Are these new positions, right?
I'll let CFO Kelly Thompson Webb. I know she's on mute here, trying to say something. So.
Good afternoon, Kelly Thompson Webb, Chief Financial Officer. Senator, we had a number of vacancies in fiscal year 2021, and in fiscal year 2022, we project that those vacancies will be filled. So therefore, you're seeing the increase.
A number of vacancy. Excuse me, I'm sorry. A number, please. You said a number of vacancy, but how much?
Yeah, on the post-audit report on page 23. You can see the vacancies that were there. And then during this fiscal year, we had about 4 vacancies that is projected to be filled in fiscal year 2022. That would account for the increase. I don't know.
All right, I won't continue abusing my time. But thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. Point of inquiry. Point of inquiry, everybody. So point of inquiry, Senator Blyden, and then Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Machina Ken, I neglected to ask you in respect to both contractors per island district when it comes to the enterprise zone, what is the amount of those contracts and how many buildings are included in the bid? Per island district, please.
Pleasant good afternoon again. Excuse me. Pleasant good afternoon again, Senator Blyden. The contract is on a situation where we will determine, it's a 2-year contract, and it depends on how many buildings and how much funds we get in per building. When we look at the the way that we requested the information was how much they would charge for the installation of a window, a door, for painting, for scraping per square inch or per square foot, and so forth. So we have a 2-year contract with each one, and it will depend on how many buildings they are assigned and what the size and scope of the work for that building will make a determination individually for each building.
And is there a cap to the amount?
Unfortunately, the cap is that we don't have that much money to expend in these activities. It is every time we go out for a request a grant and we gain a grant is how we are in control of those funds. So the cap is as many funding that we could get in to do this type of work, and that is approved by the board.
Thank you so much, Ms. Machina. Can I follow up with you on the sidebar? Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The previous speaker, well, the one before, the one who was speaking, referenced or inquired about the legal fees, and it was made mention that it went towards consulting for the implementation of the Hotel Development Act. And then further down in the testimony, he mentioned the Hotel Development Program, and it was made mention that two applications were received. Without you giving out much information, I want to know how the program is being promoted and how much is allotted to fund the Hotel Development Program. And out of those two, how many is on the island of, if it's a one, is on the island of St. Croix, if you don't mind me asking.
Yes, none of the applications currently on the island of St. Croix, but I'm expecting an application, or actually 2 applications from the island and St. Croix. I've kind of been given advance notice in regard to that. The Hotel Development Act, for the most part, was an unfunded mandate. It is a program where it allows hotel developers or persons who renovate properties or add properties to the hotel to obtain a portion of the occupancy tax or a portion of what they call the economic recovery fee to offset the cost of the investment that they put in to the project. So there's really no funding to the mandate, but in the meantime, we have to get the program up and running. So we have to create rules and regulations. And also, it requires in the act some additional outside analysis. It requires some outside counsel as required. And the applicant pays for that once it's approved. But in the meantime, the EDA have to advance the money. So that's something that we're going to talk and try to come back here to try to have amended, where we create an escrow and the applicant puts money into escrow that goes towards their cost of the project. For instance, now, if we've spent, and the analysis, just to do the analysis by the industry experts, cost upwards of $75,000. If we spend that $75,000 for the analysis, and then we do some legal work where there's some additional costs, and they're denied by the board, the governor, or the legislature, the EDA right now have to eat that cost. You know, although it went into this project and that we were trying to move to the board. So we really believe that they should have an escrow account there, that they should be putting money to analyze their application that comes in. But again, a lot of it was spent just in the early stages of trying to get the program up and running, promote the program to developers, and we promote it. And I will promote it when we go to Chris later this year. We go to another one called NADO, and we'll promote it there. We promote it on our website. We actually created a website with potential hotel properties. So there's a lot of things we do to promote the Hotel Development Act. But the cost was really in creating the rules and regulations, negotiating the cost in reference to doing the analysis that was done, and also negotiating what we call the developer agreement as we go forward. So those are where the costs are. But one of the amendments, again, we will put that, you know, the cost is placed in escrow and fronted.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I just want to close by saying I was hoping and praying that out of the 2 applications received for the Hotel Development Program, it would have probably been one for St. Croix, but I know that Executive Director Dow made mention some time back that we should be expecting one by St. Croix on the island of St. Croix next to the Henry E. Rosen Airport. So hopefully we can see some action there on the island of St. Croix because St. Croix needs hotel development. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the term.
Thank you, Senator James. So Biggs, CEO Biggs, in reference to the Hotel Development Act, we do have one applicant that already went through the process and was approved, correct?
We have one applicant that was approved. We may have some modifications to the applicant because the owners have changed since the application has been approved, and they would like to go actually through a different method than what was approved. So we're still negotiating that developer agreement, and we may need some additional approvals.
Okay, so they have asked to amend the original approval that was granted to the previous owners?
Correct.
Okay. And you would like us to amend the act to create the escrow?
Yeah, we'll send you some language in regard to that, Senator Viale. We just, again, should create that escrow on the front end so the applicant is paying for all the analysis of their application, not the
Correct.
EDA funding it, and then if it's not approved, you don't get reimbursed. The law says if it's approved, then they have to reimburse it. But if it's not approved, it doesn't address that.
Okay, so we might need to make sure that we change the law and the applicant comes up with a cost, and instead of we eating the cost, the applicant eat the cost, because it is a program that's going to benefit the applicant. But if they're not approved, then the applicant would have to take the loss and not the government of the Virgin Islands. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Mr. Biggs, you know, you got my support, and you have a great team. But again, let's start with your team. How much unionized employees you have working with your team?
One second. Currently,
you have any?
Currently there's 17 unionized employees employed out of the 40, but many of the positions that are vacant are unionized positions.
Okay, and those 17, how many unions are represented?
One union.
One union. Okay, and yes. They have negotiated, or they are in the process of negotiation now?
Yeah, we're in the process of negotiations. We've agreed to all the language in the CBA, so we've accepted their language. They've accepted our language, but right now we're negotiating the economic package.
Okay, and do you have any GS employees?
No.
No.
EDA has its own internal scale, being a semi-autonomous entity. We created with union and concurrence and acceptance a step and a grade and step chart during the last negotiation. So that's what we're working on. We're working from that scale for union negotiations.
Under the past executive director Layton, was any wage increases given under him? Under his tenure?
Yes.
Okay, so now and then are they up for wage increases again now, or is it a separate negotiation?
Yeah, we had a collective bargaining agreement that we actually negotiated in 2017 and went back to 2016 and took us till 2021. So the wages were negotiated as far as union employees in that collective bargaining agreement. So it expires September 30th of 2021, and so we're negotiating to get a new collective bargaining in place, and we are negotiating another 5-year agreement that will start October 1, 2021.
Okay, and that's for 17 employees. What about the other, the rest of them? I think you say 40?
Yeah. We usually, when we provide the union employees an increase, we usually provide all staff an increase also.
Okay, so when last have that the rest of those other than the 17 received their wage increases?
Everybody got an increase October 1, 2020.
2 minutes.
The beginning of this year.
Okay. Okay, now the facilities that they work in, what is the status of the facilities, and do they need any repairs or anything, and is it funded?
The facilities, we lease our office space in St. Thomas, our Niski Center, so that's not in need of any facility repairs. The office building that we have that's part property is located in Frederiksted. For those of you who are familiar with St. Croix, it's right across from Yucca or very close to Butthole Park. That did have some damages as a result of Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Maria in particular. And so we've negotiated, or FEMA has indicated that they estimate about $400,000 worth of losses. We're in the process now of doing the architectural and engineering services to create the scope of work to do those repairs.
Okay, do you have also, do you have any retirees? Anyone retired in the last fiscal year?
We had one retiree.
One retiree. And are they paid up in the GRS for them to be able to go collect?
We're current with all our obligations.
Okay, the industrial park on St. Thomas, where is that located?
That is located in what we call sub-base, but it's up above. If you take the road to Victor's Hideout and you go into the end of that road, it's up on top of the hill. You pass the prison, and it's on top of the hill.
Okay, and you said one of your projects that you had was, I think, painting or some work to be done, and was that done for that building?
That building has not been repaired. I guess that's another FEMA project, and we have about $8.8 million to replace that facility from FEMA. So we're looking at not only renovating and reconstructing that facility, but also doing an addition, hopefully, and we can move our office structure up there in the industrial park also and move out to Niski Center.
Okay, have you received any COVID funds?
Time.
No COVID funds received directly to the authority, no.
Okay, and finally, if I may, Mr. Chair, what loan program do you have equivalent to, like how the Catalyst Fund is, or do you have one equivalent to the Catalyst Fund?
No, we don't have anything equivalent to the Catalyst Fund. We do have what we call the Development Loan Program, but that has a $500,000 limit, and I understand the Catalyst Fund goes much higher than that.
Okay, all right. And finally, do you owe any vendors? Yeah, go ahead.
We would like to have a loan program similar to the Catalyst Fund. I mean, we think there are areas that are underutilized and are not funded. One of the areas really is creating housing for workforce. Not necessarily low-income homes, but more the middle-income areas and stuff. And it's very difficult to get funding and funding sources for that. And for us, all of that is part of economic development.
Okay, I'm sure Mr. Chair going to want to point an inquiry on that. So, and finally, any vendors do you have? Finally, do you owe any vendors outstanding payments, or do you owe any presently at all?
The only vendors we may owe is in the net 30 days, where we got in new bills, but all of our bills are paid up current through the fiscal year. So if we ordered something last week, that would be the only vendor that we have to pay.
Okay. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Mr. Biggs.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, and good afternoon to the EDA team. Good afternoon, Mr. Biggs. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing fine. How are you doing?
Good. Your testimony, of course, was extensive, and there is so much to take in. But we've been following you, so we have some perspective around some of what you're doing. You talked about a number of programs in your testimony, and you also talked about the need for a strategic marketing plan. But you didn't give any timelines, and I am very task-oriented because outcomes are important, right? So could you share with us, when do you anticipate laying out your strategic marketing plan?
Yeah, we just did the RFP for the global marketing campaign. That was just evaluated by the evaluation committee. So at our next board meeting, which is scheduled for next week, we should be able to present that to the board. And once that's presented, then we would move forward. And so we anticipate it's going to probably take about 6 months to develop and move that forward.
So it's a 6-month plan. And in the FY 2022 recommendation, there is some, I think it's $1 million. Am I correct? It's 100,000 supplemental. What is this? What is this? What is this supplemental marketing amount? What does that mean?
Yeah, what it means is it gives us money just to market the programs that we have here at the EDA. There's no marketing money that's placed in our general fund distribution. So they've always been placed in a supplemental for some reason instead of part of our regular operations.
That's okay, but it's still money that you get, right? So there's $1 million that I'm seeing hitting appropriation. Is that accurate? I'm looking at the post-audit report, page 7. Okay, so, and did you have that $1 million last year? Did you have $1 million as well in FY 2021 this year?
I'll let attorney, I'll let the CFO, Kelly Thompson-Webb answer that because she'll give you a more technical answer than I will, I'm sure.
Yeah, yes or no? Did you receive the $1 million last year in this fiscal year? No. Okay.
The appropriation was 500,000.
So you received 500,000, and you've utilized that $500,000?
Not 100% of the 500,000. No.
What have you received?
We received our allotments up until the end of this month. We're still awaiting September month, so we have one pending, about $80,000 left.
Okay, so Director or CEO, you spoke about targeted industries, specifically pharmaceuticals, manufacturing, energy, and a few more in your testimony. So I want to stay with this whole marketing plan and that strategy.
2 minutes.
In this fiscal year, did you do any marketing strategies at all outside of your plan around these particular targeted industries?
No, I'm going to say not outside of our regular plan, but our regular plan did include some of those industries also. We just will put a higher concentration on them. In addition to manufacturing and renewable energy, we do a lot of marketing to designated services entities, which is actually the easiest entity for companies to move a portion of their operations to the territory instead of maybe moving a full manufacturing plant. So we continue to market to those industries, but we just think there's additional concentration that needs to be done. We haven't done much marine and aquaculture, that sort of stuff, so we'll expand to those areas.
Okay. Thank you for that information. So then I'm going to ask you this question. So you noted that you have 17 new applicants in particular, of 17 applicants, and 13 of those applicants are in fact new. So are any of those applicants around the targeted industries?
They're primarily in the professional and technical services.
Primarily on the professional and technical services.
Yeah, Ms. Benjamin can expand a little more if you'd like some expansion.
No, that's fine.
Primarily on the professional and technical.
That is enough information for this discussion because I want to take it a step further. So, of course, we have the closing of the Lime Tree refinery, and I note specifically that you spoke about these 13 new applications. And that was good news for me because it means that we have an opportunity to see some economic development and some additional revenues coming into our coffers as a result of these new applications. Of course, applications don't necessarily mean that we're going to see this to fruition. So let me ask you, of the 13 applications, where are you in the application process? So how long, I guess the better question is, we are now in August of 2021. Do you anticipate seeing any of those new applicants coming online by the end of the year? And in the year coming up, FY 2022, how many of those applicants do you anticipate are serious enough for us to see some revenues coming into our coffers as a result of these new applications in particular?
Time.
Yeah, I'll answer and then I'll ask Ms. Benjamin to expand on it because I think I'll give you the answer and she could go a little more technical. we usually have, application is usually approved within 60 days of a completed application being filed with us. So you go to public hearing within 30 days, and then you have a decision within a 30 days. So we're meeting that 60-day timeline. However, once the application is done and approved, the entity has a year from the time the chairman signs the application or the approval to then basically activate their certificate. So that's why we did a testimony and said we had 10 active certificates in this fiscal year. So there's always a lag, but I expect that all 16 of those, or all 13 of those entities will be, come clients of ours somewhere along the way because they're already so far down the process. But Ms. Benjamin, I don't know if I've done a good job and you want to expand a little bit, please.
Well, of course, my time, also, I don't want to abuse my time. I think the information that you gave is sufficient for this discussion. We have to have a wider discussion around this. But I'm just going to close by saying that, you note that I alluded to the closure of the refinery. And what's important to us is that we look for ways to ensure that we are able to see some makeup of those revenues that we would have lost as a result of the refinery. So what I'm really trying to get from you is, do you anticipate in the upcoming year that we would see some additional revenues coming into our coffers as a result of the applications? But you did note that it takes about 60 days and then they have a year, but they did indicate that you have 10 certificates. So out of those 10, what do you anticipate seeing coming online as far as additional resources, additional funding coming into the coffers of the territory? I think that's important for us to understand as we begin our markup process for the FY 2022 budget, and I'll let you answer on the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I don't have that in front of me. I know Ms. Benjamin can potentially provide that information. If not, we can provide it to the chair, because we can give you, based on their projections or if it's historical, what we project going forward for the next 5 years. So Ms. Benjamin, I don't know if you have that information available right now or you want to provide that.
Good afternoon, Senator. Margarita Benjamin, Managing Director, Economic Development. On page 13 and 14 of the testimony speaks to the projected impact of the 10 certificates that have been issued during this fiscal year. We anticipate, as projected, approximately $17 million in taxes over a 5-year period. We won't be able to tell you the actual until we start to get the reporting in from the individuals.
Thank you. You also want to comment on the new businesses, the new applicants?
Our ratio has usually been about 90% of the applicants, but some of them are still in the approval process. However, please note that generally we see about 90% activating within the year.
Okay.
In this particular case, when we're looking at financial services businesses, which are the easy turnaround compared to the larger brick and mortar type business.
So of the 13, can you break down the 13?
Sure. Of the 13, we have ambulatory surgical center, we have a manufacturer, and the others are all financial services entities.
Okay, so some of these entities are new to EDC benefits, but not new to the Virgin Islands. Some of them are already existing businesses in the Virgin Islands that are now applying for benefits.
Particularly one entity are new and within a year. They're within a year.
Okay, how many of the 13 applicants presently don't have a footprint in the Virgin Islands and will be new to the Virgin Islands?
That would be 12.
Okay, great. And I also wanted to say in reference to Hovensa, to Lime Tree, I don't like the word closure. I like the suspension of refining, because that process is not over yet. They're going into court sometime in October. I just read what the judge have requested, and the judge requests for specific information from the Environmental Protection Agency. So that is a suspension, and then a decision will be made in the short future as to exactly what is going to take place with the Lime Tree facility. It's similar to what have taken place with Frenchman Reef. previous owners went bankrupt, but it was not a closure that they're not coming back. A new owner came on board, and now construction at Frenchman Reef has recommenced. Senator Francis Heiliger, is she there? You may proceed.
Good afternoon again to my colleagues, the people of this territory, to the testifiers. My first round of questioning, I was listening to the testimony earlier, and you guys were speaking about $1 million worth of marketing money, which you had received about half of it, $500,000, and you had not fully expended that. I want to know what serious marketing and strategic planning that you guys have around businesses that are dealing with renewable energy, hydro energy, because you know we have a serious major issue here in our territory when it comes to WAPA Electrical Company and water. What serious marketing efforts are you putting into potentially bringing those types of businesses to the territory, if any?
Yeah. Again, we just concluded our energy sector RFP, and we did have direct input from WAPA and from the VI Energy Office in regard to that. As a matter of fact, the director of the Energy Office, Kyle Fleming, was the chair of that evaluation committee for us. So we've been continuously trying to find ways to bring energy costs down. During the Select USA, there's several entities that we spoke to that are in the renewable energy arena in reference to providing services here in the territory. Additionally, internally, we're looking at microgrids for the industrial park. So we're looking at ways to bring the energy costs down for tenants of the parks also. But we do continue to look at renewable energy as a serious sector, and we do invest in renewable energy. Let me just clarify. The $1 million was this year's appropriation. The $500,000 was last year's appropriation. So it wasn't that we didn't get a full amount and we haven't expended it. We're about $80,000, which is one allotment away, or one appropriation, one allotment away. So.
Thank you for clearing that up. The other question I want to ask, one of the things, and I'm looking to you guys because this is economic development for the territory. One of the major things as it relates to economic development, or even, you know, feeling at home within your own home in the Virgin Islands, is people are looking to even purchase homes. What types of effort is being made for private mortgage lending institutions? As you know, you might not know, we recently passed a piece of legislation during the last session to potentially open up for individuals to get assistance with their deposits. Private entities and private lending organizations potentially might have a little bit more leeway in doing that outside of traditional banking here in the territory. Have you guys tapped into that as a potential type of business that you're encouraging to come to the territory, or something you're looking into?
2 minutes.
We work with Senator Payne in reference to workforce home development. So we've been intimately involved in his efforts in reference to get developers who do workforce type home projects. So we've been working in regard to that. We also have several mortgage and servicing entities that are part of our program, and they're talking about maybe bringing some of their mortgages services here into the territory. We don't, they won't necessarily be eligible for benefits from us because it'll be in the local market. But definitely we understand the cost of housing is also economic development, and we're looking at ways to get workforce housing here, or what used to be called middle income homes is now the term, I guess, is workforce homes. So we've been in discussions, but that's really not under our purview in reference to basically regulating those type of entities.
Okay. I just need for you to clarify something for me. You said you have several mortgage entities already participating in the EDA program, but they don't provide the services here to us in the territory? Is that what you said?
Yeah. What I said is we have several entities that do mortgage servicing. So they don't necessarily do lending, they do the back office operations and servicing mortgages. And so again, for EDA eligibility, your client has to be outside of the territory. So it's no money that's coming into the territory as a result of the EDC program. So they don't provide services to entities here. If they do purchase mortgages and they're servicing those mortgages, then they would pay the full tax rate on any local servicing that's done to mortgages here in the territory. But they're primarily entities that service mortgages from various areas in the states on the mainland.
Thank you. As it relates to the hotel development program, what kind of long-term assurances are we potentially going to get, or we could potentially see from this? Because I know when this was developed, I knew the purpose of it. But do you see any, I mean, according to what I was reading, 168.7 million in occupancy taxes. What are the long-standing benefits do you see with this program overall?
Yeah, I think that 600,000 is more in investment, not necessarily occupancy taxes, but there are definitely outstanding. I think it adds to our tourism product if we can provide additional hotel rooms. So the inventory of rooms is important to the territory. Additionally, the workers there, salaries are paid, the money recycles through the territory. You get the wage taxes that are paid, you get the income taxes from the workers, and you get additional gross receipt tax as they spend money in different businesses. So there is a trickle effect, and there is definitely a long-term effect. Basically, you get properties rebuilt, that but may not have been there, and also you have now investment into properties that were not going to be built. So it doesn't really cost the territory any money on the front end, because if the property isn't there, you get zero occupancy taxes. So if the property is built and you're using occupancy taxes for a period of time, you still get the employment, you still get the turnaround of wages, you get the local purchases, a variety of different things. So there's definitely a positive impact on the territory.
Well, I want to ask you one last question, and this is just from my knowledge and edification. If you have a company that was sold and transferred to another entity and their EDA benefits are to be up, would that company then be able to reapply as a new company? Because I'm trying to understand a little bit of some of what we've witnessed over the years where businesses has been transferred to relatives, and I'm trying to understand, does that reset the process? Are they considered a new company? And we know what they're doing, but I'm trying to understand, how do you handle stuff like that?
It depends on the ownership, but also we run through a cost benefit model. So there has to be a positive cost benefit to the territory to get tax incentive benefits to start out with. So they would have to indicate where they're doing additional investments, or they're bringing in additional workers, they're doing certain types of improvements to the properties, how it will affect the economy of the territory. So there has to be a positive cost benefit for the territory for us to recommend incentives to our board.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for answering those questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to the EDA team, and thank you for your comprehensive testimony, and congratulations on all of the good work that you have been doing. I wanted to shift gear a little bit in regards to not just some of the positives, but some of the challenges that you're experiencing as you continue to carry out the work of economic development. How much revenues were realized in 2021?
Revenues from what sources?
Well, I know that you get revenues on two fronts. So if you could speak to them individually, or whatever the total may have been, either way.
I'll let our CFO, Kelly Thompson-Webb, speak to the revenues we receive from applications and the revenues we receive from fines and penalties.
Good afternoon, Kelly Thompson-Webb, Chief Financial Officer. As you can see on page 7 of the post-audit report, we are projecting to receive about $2,547 in interest income from our loans. From the EDC promotion fund, although it's not listed there, we collected about $700,000 in fees and fines. That includes our application, our non-compliance fees, and compliance fees. In loan application and processing fees, we received about $10,000 so far. And in other fees, roughly about $250 from our internally generated funds.
Very well. And these revenues goes to what? It goes into the general fund. Some of it is retained by EDA. Can you speak?
These are fees that are collected directly from the Economic Development Authority. They do not go to the general fund.
Very well. So it's all. And then what is your expenditures in comparison to the revenues received?
Well, we use those fees to augment our expenditures. I mean, because basically 95% of our budget is through allotment and appropriations from the central government. Remember that our customers pay in the form of income taxes and wage taxes and a variety of everything withholding into the general fund directly. So we don't necessarily have customers on the EDC side where they're generating income for us directly. They're generating income for the territory directly.
Very well. And in regards to fines and fees, especially in those in terms of compliance issues with your EDC, can you speak to how much was collected on that side of the house?
Yes, Senator. I'll provide you a breakdown. 1 second. I don't know if you want it. So. Senator, can you give me a minute to find the information and then come back to the question?
Absolutely. We'll proceed with some additional questions in the meantime. Mr. Biggs, in respect to vacancies, I see that our post-audit report records 12 vacancies for the EDA. What is the hindrance of you being able to fill these positions?
Well, we're in the process of filling the positions now. We recently put out offer sheets in reference to ACO, applications analyst, and a compliance officer. So we're backfilling those positions. Again, if you look at the budget and financial analyst, that's vacant as a result of us doing an internal promotion to Ms. Thompson-Webb, who's here with us today. The senior loan officer, again, is a position became vacant because we did an internal promotion to Ms. Samuel Monique over in the bank. So we'd like to really promote internally, but also then we have to backfill. But some of the times it's just really finding candidates that are available for specialized positions. And many of our positions are very technical positions, loan officers, compliance officers, paralegal, attorney. You know, they're very specialized positions. So sometimes it's just difficulty finding candidates.
Okay. And what is your occupancy levels at your facilities, both on St. Croix and St. Thomas? What's your occupancy level at this time?
Yes, St. Thomas is 100% of the occupiable space. And I say that because we have one bay, about 20,000 square feet, that remains damaged, so we can't lease that out, but it's 100% occupied. We already have a tenant for that space as soon as we get that repaired. St. Croix is about 93% occupancy. We have about 9,000 square feet of space that's available in one of our buildings here. Otherwise, the rest of the park is occupied.
Very well. So it seems like you may be busting at the seams. What is the plan to expand warehousing or facilities?
Yeah, we're talking with the US EDA and perhaps doing some hopefully some funding for one. We want to create a Class A office space here. We want to create some more warehouse space, and we're also looking at perhaps creating a sound stage for our Stars Act, so people can edit films and also do their sound overs and everything right here in the territory. So there's a variety of different things that we're talking about. Hopefully expanding. We also have a few tenants that are talking about land leasing, so they can build some tenant space themselves also, so they can locate the facilities within the park.
Very well. And I know in your testimony you made mention about the trades and the importance of us being able to explore that and the opportunities there, both in the St. Croix district as well as the St. Thomas and John district. Can you again, for the benefit of the public, speak to how that expansion could really benefit our economic development and being able to bring some additional funds into our coffers, and the expansion of the transshipment, and some of the financial benefit if we're really able to get this functional.
Time.
Yeah, let me first say, I'll be happy to do that, but let me say first, thank you to the 34th Legislature for your recent passage in reference to providing some additional funding for marketing and technical assistance to the trade zone, which is a new area here on St. Croix that runs pretty much from the container port, if you're familiar with St. Croix, down to West Airport Road and bordered on the north side by the Melvin H. Evans Highway. So it includes the industrial park and it includes the airport as well as Renaissance and the container port. So the opportunities, I think, are great in reference to doing transshipment. If you look at St. Croix geographically, the Caribbean is definitely there. The ports are already naturally made how they're now for transshipment. Port Authority is doing a lot to expand the port facilities, which again will allow for additional containers. But the markets are there, the Caribbean, Central America and Latin America, South America. Those areas are definitely within movement, the Panama Canal. So the fact that we don't have the Jones Act requirement, we're exempt from the Jones Act, will allow us, I think, and our team thinks, to really increase manufacturing, to increase warehouse and distribution, and to increase assembly here from St. Croix. So we think it really will allow us to continue to grow the economy here in St. Croix and for the territory, just by creating this trade zone area that now allows for free trade to move in and out of those facilities. One of our projects we're also looking at, and you're aware from our visit to Florida, Senator, is that we may have to create a spec building similar to what was done at the one port we visited, where we have to create that building to encourage somebody to come and occupy it and use it as a distribution center. So those are the kind of things we're looking at.
Yeah, we're actually looking at those opportunities as well from where we sit and having discussion about a similar facility. That is being looked at by others as well, but we're hoping that we're able to navigate the process and be able to provide that to you so that you could assist with, again, another arsenal in being able to attract the Amazon and Walmarts and the likes here in the territory. But again, thank you for all that you do and continue to do. And we're here at the 34th, at the legislature is here to support the endeavors, again, because we talk about economic development that will make our Virgin Islands more prosperous. CFO, do you currently have that information that I requested?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator. Kelly Thompson here again. On our EDC side, we collected $107,000 in application fees, $12,000 in activation fees, $387,361 in compliance fees. In non-compliance, $97,750. In our STARS application, $1,500, and for our Hotel Development Act program, $50,000, for a total of roughly $656,000.
Very well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your responses, EDA. Appreciate it. Bye.
Thank you for your support, sir.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. Mr. Biggs, are you have anybody that's working on the projected cost for the spec building, dimension, square foot, etc., so we could just get some more information?
We're trying to piece that together as we speak. So we're working on the abstracts in regard to size and cost, and we'll be happy to provide a copy to the Senate as soon as we get that done.
Okay, great. The Clean Kitchen, what's the status?
Clean Kitchen, we're still working in trying to lock down the building. We do have a meeting coming up with the parties that currently own the building in Frederickstead. We still think that's the best option for Frederickstead to create the agro processing facility. And as you see, we now branded it the Agro and Food Innovation Center, because in addition to the processing, the Clean Kitchen, it will have the food incubator and also restaurant and some other facilities there, gift shop, that sort of stuff. So we're looking forward to moving that, and we appreciate the $2 million that was given towards that. And as soon as we can lock it down, we'll continue to move forward in developing that program.
Okay, we having some issues with the owners of that particular building. We need a little push, or
Any help that the Senate provides, we appreciate the push.
okay. Thank you so much, colleagues. Anybody else have an outstanding question that you would like to ask? Senator James, you good? Senator Carry on. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question to follow up on the question that you asked with regards to the Argo and food technology program. I know that there is intent to do likewise in the Savandong Street area. And I know that Mrs. Machina made reference to it in conversations that we've had, and I'm seeing it in the testimony on page 32. What about funding? When are we looking to do that in that particular area, and is the funding available for that? Because I know last in the 33rd legislation was moved to fund the St. Croix project by some $2 million, and in addition to that, is the $2 million sufficient? And do we have funding to support likewise in the St. Thomas St. John district?
I'll start out, and then Ms. Machina can jump in and assist. We appreciate the $2 million that was provided to us. I mean, I think that is a start. We're trying to work with US EDA to see if we could get some funding from them. But we anticipate to renovate and outfit that building. It's going to cost about $8 to $10 million from the early architectural estimates that we get. It is a government building, so it will be a government building that we're renovating and bringing it back into pristine condition in the historic waterfront town of Frederickstead. So we think the project is well worth it. Similar to St. Thomas, we do not have funding locked in for that facility. We just got the okay for that facility right before we came on, and believe it or not, that's why we didn't put the name in the speech, but I was told I could give the okay where we wanted to house it because we got the okay in reference to that. But we will need some funding to move that forward. Again, we'll talk to US EDA, but whatever funding is available or where we can assist. Again, this is another government building. The facilities we're looking at, for the most part, are government facilities or government buildings that we want to rejuvenate and get them back into conditions that they were once. And we also think that it will help the town areas or the community areas significantly by doing that.
Thank you for your response. I don't know if you've had conversation with the chief executive around utilizing a portion of the CDBG-DR funding for those purposes, but those are good economic development initiatives, in addition to the fact that we've received the CARES Act funding and there's discussion around the JOBS Act. So we have a perfect opportunity to really address some of the economic development challenges that we have here in the territory, and I really believe that collectively we need to really come together and figure out how we are going to put these things together and lay them out. We've started in a lot of instances, we've laid the groundwork, but you have to complete the projects, and I believe that we are in a good place. We're in a good place to make sure that we are able to see these projects to fruition. It just takes some teamwork and some real collaboration. So the expectation is that we would continue this conversation to see how best us from the legislature can ensure that we are able to stand up these two particular facilities and work with your office, the chief executive of the territory, to ensure that this gets done. We have funding and we should be able to make these things happen. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Well,
Mr. Chair, to the chair, can I respond?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, the economic development portion of the CARES Act, we haven't seen any direct allocations thus far, and we're hoping that we can get it. We have spoken to the governor somewhat in regard to that particular building and that we're looking at. I'd like to also indicate that VI Housing Finance Authority, which handles a lot of it, is already on board in reference to assisting in moving the agro and food innovation center forward. So we've already, spoken to Director Griffith over there, and he's on board. and we're hoping that we could get some funding from there also. So again, any collaboration we're happy to do, and anything that can assist in moving these projects forward. We concur with the Senate President that these are definitely good economic development projects for the towns and the town areas. But not only these two projects, but also the anchor projects for the Garden Street, Upstreet area and the Christian State area also.
Thank you so much, and I think we really need to look at those particular projects. We need to revitalize our towns. We now have an opportunity to utilize some federal funds, and along with that, it's going to provide a lot of job opportunities, and the Clean Kitchen at St. Clair will allow local individuals who are in the food industry to really be able to expand the product that they're offering to the people of the Virgin Islands and to tourists that are coming in. So I really hope that some serious effort could be put into sitting down with the Economic Development Authority and allowing them to be able to access some of the CBDG funds so that we can have some economic activity throughout the Virgin Islands. Senator DeGraff, he's not there. Okay, Mr. Biggs, I think we have concluded your budget presentation, and we're going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record, and then we'll move to the Housing Authority.
Let me first say I understand that our testimony may be a little bit long, but we look at coming to the Senate as providing information, and so we try to provide as much information as we can, not only to show you what we've done, but also where we think we can go in regard to that. So I appreciate you allowing me to kind of elaborate and speak for a few moments in regard to that. But really, I really appreciate the support that we've gotten from the 34th legislature, the 33rd, 34th, and all the senators who continues to support the EDA. I want to say thank you to the team publicly, but not only the senators, but also your staff members who I know work behind the scenes and may not get much of the credit, but also to the USVI EDA team who continues to work diligently towards the people of the territory. It is my belief that we have the opportunity to really create a renaissance here in the territory with the Vision 2040 plan, the amount of money we're getting for the federal government. If we plan wisely, we manage the money, there's no reason why we can't really improve the infrastructure and improve the quality of place and the quality of life for all of us who live here. So we look forward to doing our part, and again, I really want to thank you for your continuous support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CEO Biggs. We want to thank you along with the members of your staff for their budget presentation. The Committee of Finance will take a 2 minutes recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Next on our agenda, we have the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. We have Mr. Graham, who is here, the Executive Director. Mr. Graham, I'm going to allow you to put your name and title on the record along with those other individuals who will be providing testimony. Mr. Graham, let's begin with you. Your device is muted.
Good afternoon, Senator Vila. My name is Robert Graham, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. I could name the individuals on the call with me, and that is Ms. Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer.
Well, one minute, Mr. Graham. We'll allow them to put the name and title on the record for the reporter. So, Ms. Pell, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer for the Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Ms. Tong Foy.
Good afternoon, Cecile Tong Foy, Chief Financial Officer.
Ms. Farmer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management.
Ms. Anthony.
Good afternoon, Akela Anthony, Director of Housing Choice Voucher Program.
Okay, that's it, Mr. Graham, or you have somebody else?
That is Chairman.
Okay, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kurt A. Vila, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, Vice Chair Marvin A. Gladden, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Alma Francis Hayliger, Senator Milton Potter, and Senator Janelle K. Sorrow. Good afternoon to all other distinguished senators that are present today, legislative staff, citizens of the Virgin Islands, VHI staff, and the listening public. My name is Robert Graham, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. On the call with me today are Ms. Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Cecile Tong Foy, Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management, and Ms. Kayla Anthony, Director of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. In presenting the testimony regarding the Housing Authority's fiscal year 2021 budget, which is the calendar year. And I want to restate that, Chairman Vila, is that the Housing Authority's budget is the calendar year from January to December, and the format for the government of the Virgin Islands is significantly different. And so we're presenting our budget in the format that we report to HUD, and that is a calendar year. I will provide an overview of the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, budget trends and their impact on our local public housing authority. On December 21st, 2020, both houses of Congress passed the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2021, or called the Act. The President of the United States signed the Act into law on December 27th, 2020. The fiscal year 2021 budget will provide the Department of Housing and Urban Development's gross appropriations of $47.9 billion in funding to end homelessness, promote healthy homes, help families pay rent, and HUD's ongoing mission is to create strong, sustainable, inclusive communities for all. The President's fiscal year 2021 budget authority of $47.9 billion to HUD is $8.6 billion, or 15% less than the enacted level for fiscal year 2020, the prior year. During the previous administration, budget cuts were proposed for HUD each year, although housing authorities must live with the impact of the last administration's budgets. The current Biden administration will reverse the disinvestment of the past, but we will not see those more generous budgets until our next fiscal year. During the previous administration, budget cuts were proposed for HUD each year. We will now discuss VHI's share of the federal funds from the previous administration. Locally, for the current fiscal year, HUD provided approximately $46.4 million to the Housing Authority. to assist approximately 4,000 families with housing in the territory. This housing subsidy helps about 2,000 public housing residents and approximately 2,000 housing choice voucher holders. The two significant components are public housing and the housing choice vouchers program. Public housing. Funding for the authority's two major programs is shown in table 1 above. The public housing operating subsidy of $19.2 million represents HUD's calculated eligibility for fiscal year 2021. This year's funding is approximately $3 million less than the $22 million received last year. HUD provided $9.5 million in capital to fund program to maintain the public housing inventory. Again, this year's funding is approximately $600,000 less than the $10 million received last year. Besides maintaining building systems in the public housing inventory, the capital fund is also used for development financing, comprehensive modernization of public housing developments, and improvements in management operations. Funding for both programs trended downward in the last few years, but is expected to rebound under the current administration. The Housing Choice Voucher Program is appropriated $14 million in housing assistance payments to landlords, and the funding is consistent for this year as it was in the prior fiscal year 2020. To support the administration of the voucher program, HUD provides a separate allocation of $1.6 million in administrative fees. The outlook for the voucher program is very optimistic. Consequently, HUD is encouraging the use of vouchers to assist families that need help with renting apartments in the private market. Thus, it is anticipated that the program will grow by 100 to 200 units from 3,000 voucher holders currently annually, or budgeted 2,000 vouchers annually, as housing authorities, this housing authority in particular, convert to project-based vouchers. Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, or CARES Act, to prevent, prepare, and respond to a coronavirus pandemic, HUD appropriated a one-time allocation of $3.2 million to VHI. The funding has assisted the authority in maintaining near normal operations during the pandemic while maintaining safety measures for residents and employees. In the fiscal year 2020, the authority expended $1.4 million of the CARES Act funds and will expend the remaining $1.8 million in fiscal year 2021. To spend the funds, VHI continues to refine eligible activities in the budget that will help to prevent the spread of coronavirus this year. Later in the testimony, I'll provide details of the eligible activities. Resident Opportunities and Family Self-Sufficiency Grant. The Resident Opportunity and Family Self-Sufficiency is a minor grant, but its goal is exceedingly challenging. This HUD program is funded in the amount of $69,000 and provides incentives to help families living in assisted housing increase their earned income and reduce or eliminate the need for public assistance. Eligible participants are required to develop a 5-year plan consisting of immediate and long-term goals tailored to their specific situation. In return, VHI maintains an account in form of escrow savings that grow as the residents' earnings increase. These goals are designed to improve marketable skills, guide residents to the next career steps, and develop the tools and methodology to make sound personal and professional decisions. The funds gained can be used as a down payment on a home or car repairs, or to pursue educational opportunities. Our baseline is 25 households for the program, and our goal is to increase program participation. I'm going to discuss funding and how federal funding is impacted locally. Over the last few years, HUD has strongly encouraged housing authorities to transform their old public housing inventory into a housing choice voucher subsidy through HUD's Rental Assistance Demonstration Program, called RAD for short. The voucher option provides a 20-year subsidy that is high enough to allow a housing development to afford to eliminate deferred capital improvements. So in the last few years, housing authorities have been converting approximately 100,000 public housing units to a housing choice voucher platform. Thus, there has been a steady decline in public housing units from 1.2 million a few years ago to about 900,000 units today. Moreover, this trend will continue until only a couple 100,000 public housing units remain in the next 10 years in the country. Help for public housing is on the horizon. This month, the Senate Budget Committee unveiled a proposed fiscal year 2022 budget resolution that authorizes over 3.5 trillion in spending, with 332 billion allocated for affordable housing. The goals in that program from the administration include creation and preservation of affordable housing by making historic investments in programs like the Housing Trust Fund, HOME, the Capital Magnet Fund, and rural housing. 2, improve housing affordability and equity by providing down payment assistance, rental assistance, and other homeownership initiatives. 3, community investment, development, and revitalization through initiatives like community land trusts, investments in CDBG, zoning, land use, transit improvements, and creating healthy and sustainable housing. And last, public housing capital investments to achieve sustainability. We will now address the specific questions included in Chairman Villa's letter. In summary, we are cautiously optimistic that the proposed investment in affordable housing will present a brighter future to address the demand for housing. We will provide updates on this evolving legislation to the legislature's Housing Committee. To address the specific questions in Chairman Villa's letter, please note that VHA's fiscal year, again, is the calendar year, and we have 4 primary budgets. 1, low-income housing operating fund. 2, capital fund grant program. 3, the Housing Choice Voucher Program. And 4, our central office cost center. Low-income housing operating budget in table 2 below provides funds to manage approximately 3,000 public housing units in 24 communities. VHA's low-income public housing consists of 12 property groupings called Asset Management Projects, or AMPs. The inventory is grouped into 5 AMPs in the District of St. Thomas, St. John, and 7 AMPs in the District of St. Croix. The authority directly operates 10 AMPs, and the other 2 are operated. Lewis E. Brown Village 1 and Lewis E. Brown Village 2 are privately managed. Table 2 below shows an income statement comparison for 2 years, fiscal year 2020 and fiscal year 2021. The authority's significant revenues are from HUD's operating subsidies and tenants' dwelling rent. Total actual revenue for 2020 was $28 million, and fiscal year 2021 projected revenues is $27 million, a slight decrease of $841,000. Decreases in dwelling rent, operating subsidy, and other income are only partially offset by increases in capital fund, COVID funding, and proceeds from FEMA. Budgeted dwelling rental income is decreased by $206,000 from the prior year to $3.6 million operating subsidy for the current year. It decreased by $1.3 million from the previous year to $19.2 million in the current fiscal year. The trend for both primary funding sources will continue to decline annually as the authority converts public housing units to the voucher platform. To offset decreases in operating subsidies, the capital fund is used to support operations. To offset the decreases, thus the capital fund adds 1.5 million to the revenue stream, increasing by $700,000 from the prior year. The 2 other sources of revenue, COVID-19 and FEMA, are temporary and contribute 1.6 million and 1.1 million respectively to income. The authority actual expenditures for fiscal year 2020 were 28 million, and fiscal year 2021 projected expenditures are 27 million. The decrease of 965,000 is a combination of increased maintenance costs of 724,000 offset by more significant projected reductions in administrative, resident services, utilities, insurance, and general expenses combined to total $1.6 million. Cash flow from 2020 was negative $66,000, but projected to be in the black for fiscal year 2021 at $58,000. Although the cash flow margins are relatively thin, the expectation is that the trend will continue to be positive moving forward. I'll discuss briefly now the capital fund. To provide a frame of reference, the approximate annual capital funding of $10 million from HUD is not enough to keep pace or keep at bay normal wear and tear on public housing units that are over 50 years old. In contrast, VHI unmet capital needs is approximately $200 million for 3,000 public housing units. However, these physical needs estimates will gradually decrease as the old public housing units are replaced with new units. As shown in Table 3 below, HUD has authorized $29 million of capital fund program grants to VHI for the last 3 years. Of this amount, VHI has obligated $20 million or 69% of these funds. As of June 2021, VHI expended $14 million or 50% of the authorized funds. VHI consistently remains compliant with HUD obligations and expenditure deadlines for all capital grants. The capital funds are used for the capital improvements of building systems, redevelopment financing, and management improvements of operations. We will provide a brief overview of how the funds are programmed. For the 2018 grant, $9.6 million authorized. 7.9 million or 82% was allocated for physical improvements and 1.7 million or 18% for administration and operations. The funds allocated for physical improvements will be used for rehabilitation of vacant units, architectural engineering fees, development consultant fees, underground water line replacement, electrical upgrades, installation of generators, 504 improvements, the Casio Nico demolition, Ludwig Harrigan Court demolition, various roof repairs and building systems improvements and relocation expenses. For Capital Fund 2019, $10 million was authorized and 7.2 million or 71% was allocated for physical improvements and 2.9 million or 29% for administration and operations. The funds allocated for physical improvements will be used for large capital projects such as rehabilitation of vacant units, architectural and engineering fees, playground equipment replacement, resurfacing of basketball courts, senior facility kitchen renovations, installation of CCTV systems, Ludwig Harrigan Court demolition, and utility and building systems improvements. For fiscal year 2020 capital grant, 9.5 million was authorized and 6.5 million was, or 68%, was allocated for physical improvements and 3 million or 32% for administration and operations. The funds allocated for physical improvements will be used for large capital projects such as rehabilitation of vacant units, A&E fees, installation of CCTV systems, REAC improvements, and utility and building systems improvements. Now the Housing Choice Voucher Program, formerly known as the Section 8 program, assists low-income families in obtaining affordable housing in the private market. A family is issued a Housing Choice Voucher, is assisted with finding a suitable housing unit of their choice from private landlords who meet the program's requirements. A housing authority or the housing assistance payment, a housing subsidy or the housing assistance payment is paid directly to the landlord by the housing authority on behalf of the participating family. The family pays 30% of their adjusted gross income directly to the landlord. Locally, VHI has an annual budget authority of $15.6 million, and $14 million is the baseline budget, and $1.5 million of that is HUD-held reserves and controlled by HUD. To provide housing assistance to 2,047 eligible families, currently there are 1,552 vouchers leased, as shown in Table 4. VHI pays approximately $15 million annually in housing assistance payments to approximately 800 landlords in the territory and in the mainland. During fiscal year 2021, VHI expects to pay on average $800 per month or $9,600 annually to landlords to house an average household size of 3 persons. We spend more on average, 20% more in fact, to house a family than on the mainland. On the mainland, the average annual payment per household is approximately $8,000. Our costs are higher to compete with private sector households that can afford to pay higher rents. The impact is that we spend more per household on average, which means that it decreases the number of households that we can serve. This dynamic contributes to the shortage of available units to lease to our waiting list families. As of June 2021, the voucher waiting list had 3,800 families, tenant-based and project-based waiting lists combined. Since January 2021, 32 applicants were successful in leasing a unit. Unfortunately, during the same period, 63 families ended program participation for various reasons. To compensate for attrition and unsuccessful voucher holders, the authority has maintained an average of 170 vouchers issued monthly this year. Many of these ongoing challenges are beyond the control of the authority and its voucher holders. The most difficult of these is the lack of available and affordable rental units in the territory due to Hurricanes Irma and Maria. The increasingly high cost of available rental units and the loss of access to these units are due to many owners, homeowners, landlords choosing to convert their units to Airbnb units rather than long-term leasing options for local residents. The COVID-19 related closures throughout the territory and nation have significantly affected the processing of applications and determining eligibility. Families are struggling with navigating technology to supply documents and respond to inquiries. The pandemic has made it difficult for families to search for and view units in person. However, we expect the number of units available to increase as several programs, such as the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority's Envision program, is implemented. The last primary budget, the Central Office Cost Center, provides fiscal and operational oversight as well as services to the AMPS. The COCC has 5 component units: Executive Office, Accounting and Procurement, Information Technology, Human Resources, and the Modernization Department. In exchange for services to the component units, the COCC charges fees to the AMPS. These fees fall into 3 basic categories: asset management fees, property management fees, and bookkeeping fees. There are HUD restrictions on how the fees are calculated and when they can be charged. Table 5 below shows the Central Office Cost Center unaudited fiscal year 2020 revenues and expenses and the fiscal year 2021 budget approved by the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. The COCC budget is designed to break even, and it is relatively the same from year to year. Revenues and expenses vary by only $208,000 from $4.5 million for fiscal year 2020 to $4.7 million for fiscal 2021. In the future, we expect the COCC to benefit from fees earned from development grants. Overview of fiscal year 2021 budgeted revenues. The total fiscal year 2021 revenues for the COCC were $4.6 million. The asset management fees collected were the major revenue source at $2.4 million, or 50% of the total revenues. The other primary driver of revenues is the fees charged to the Capital Fund program, which is 22% of the total. The remaining 4 fee categories contribute 27% of total revenues. Overview of the fiscal year 2021 budgeted expenses. Total fiscal year 2021 expenses for the COCC were $4.6 million. The 5 major line items are consistent yearly, and the budget is designed to break even and match total revenues. I will now go into item number 1, which is a request for a detailed listing of all charges listed in the all other category. And again, the budget formats for the Housing Authority is different, so we consider that the request for that particular breakdown is not applicable. Item number 2, a current listing of all personnel employed by the authority. Fiscal year 2021, the authority has 228 budgeted full-time positions, a 17% increase from the prior year of 195 full-time positions. Table 6 below lists the budgeted positions by department for the previous and current fiscal years. To improve upon the maintenance of the properties, the Asset Management Department increased budgeted slots by 28 positions for a total of 156 full-time staff members. There are currently 181 filled positions and 47 vacant full-time positions. The information requested on salaries was provided. The salaries were not provided on the first submission. We corrected that and provided it on the subsequent submission to post-audit. To attract workers in fiscal year 2021, the authority increased the minimum salary to $15 per hour for maintenance and clerical positions, and for all positions, the minimum salary is $15 an hour. Number 3, a listing of all VI government grants and contributions received, and that, again, is not applicable to your authority. We did not receive any VI government grants. A listing of all federal funds received by the authority. That's presented in table 1 above. Number 5, a listing of all vehicles assigned to the authority. The vehicles list was provided, and VI currently operates a fleet of 70 vehicles between the 2 districts of St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. The fleet of vehicles consists of cars, vans, golf carts, backhoes, and trucks. Item number 6, a detailed listing of all bank accounts held by the authority. VI has several bank accounts as required by policy to prevent or minimize fraudulent activity. A formal reconciliation is performed monthly for each bank account by the assigned accountants who do not have deposit or check writing responsibilities. All bank accounts are audited by our independent auditors. Item number 7, a listing of all professional service contracts for fiscal year 2021. VI has approximately 15 professional services contracts during the fiscal year, and is listed in table number 7. Number 8, a listing of all outstanding vendor payments owed by the authority for the fiscal year. VI has consistently paid all vendors within 30 days of a received invoice. On average, VI processes $2 million of invoices monthly and pay on average 98% of all invoices in that 30. The only vendor that VI have an outstanding balance is the Water and Power Authority, and we are in ongoing discussions to reconcile overbilling. Item number 9, all information in the authority role as lessor or lessee. Currently, the authority does not lease any property from the government of the Virgin Islands. However, the authority leases 8 properties to several government agencies, including the Department of Human Services, Department of Health, and the Virgin Islands Police Department. VI is in discussions with the Virgin Islands Property and Procurement to coordinate a land swap for 3 of these leased properties. Wilhelm George Community Center, George Simmons Community Center, and the VIPD Zone C precinct, in exchange for buildable land to support VI's redevelopment plan. Number 10, a detailed report on the performance of the authority and accomplishments during the fiscal year. Despite the impact of the coronavirus on operations, The overall health of VHI continues to be financially strong due to well-managed financial programs as reflected in our clean audit, which means no findings, a positive cash flow, and adequate reserves. Programmatically, the Housing Choice Voucher Program is a high performer on HUD's report card, while the Public Housing Division is a standard performer with continued room for improvements. Specifically, the physical needs assessment reflects $200 million in deferred capital improvements needed in the inventory of 3,000 over 50-year-old inventory. The condition of the aged inventory underlies significant physical and functional deficiencies. Our long-term plan will significantly reposition the public housing portfolio to reflect present-day needs. In the last few years, VHI has collaborated with HUD to produce a portfolio repositioning plan, or what we are now calling a redevelopment plan, to transform the distressed public housing inventory utilizing HUD's Housing Choice Voucher Program platform to assist families in new or modernized affordable housing. A summary of our work includes: 1, continued implementation of our $1 billion redevelopment plan. In summary, the plan calls for the complete replacement of the entire 3,000 units of public housing, with half new construction and half of the units to be comprehensively modernized. The 5-phase plan will produce approximately 30 phases of 100-unit developments. Towards that goal this year, we have 3 projects, 1 in construction and 2 are in the pre-development stage. A summary of those projects are as follows. 1, Estate Duno Project, Tutu Replacement Phase 1, St. Thomas, 84 units. The notice to proceed to the general contractor, GEC, was issued on December 7th, 2020. The total development cost is $57 million, including a construction budget of $38 million. The developer partner is Penrose, and the financing for the project is a combination of low-income housing tax credit, equity, Banco Popular Construction Bridge Loan Funds, CDBG DR program funds. And as of July 2021, the project is 20% complete. The projected completion date is January 17, 2023. Second, Walter I.M. Hodge Pavilion Redevelopment Project, St. Croix, 250 units. The project is in the pre-development phase with construction drawings complete and the financial closing expected in December 2021. The total development cost is $103 million, including the construction budget of $63 million. The developer partner is MDG. The general contractor is being procured, and the financing for the project is a combination of FEMA 428, FEMA 404, CDBG DR, and low-income housing tax credit equity. As of July 2021, the pre-development phase is 85% complete. The projected completion date is December 2023. Number 3, Stony Ground Senior Project, St. Croix, 92 units. The project is the first phase of a 4-phase redevelopment project to replace Wilfred E. Pedro, the senior development. The project is in the pre-development phase with construction drawings in process and a financial closing expected in February 2022. The total development cost is $57 million, including a construction budget of $33 million. Our developer partner is the Richmond Group. The general contractor will be procured, and the financing for the project is a combination of CDBG DR and 4% low-income housing tax credit equity. As of July 2021, the pre-development phase is 50% complete. Construction will start March 2022, and the project completion date is March 2024. Number 4, D. Hamilton Jackson and Alfonso Piggy Gerard Communities. Rehabilitation, St. Croix, 136 unit. The project is in the pre-development phase with design drawings in process and a financial closing expected in April 2022. The total development cost is $55 million, including a construction budget of $26 million. Our developer partner is again MDG. The general contractor will be procured. The financing for the project is a combination of FEMA 428, CDBG DR, and 4% low-income housing tax credit equity, coupled with tax-exempt bonds. As of July 2021, the development phase is 50% complete. Construction will start in May 2022, and the projected completion date is May 2024. 5, Estate 22 North, Development Phase 2, St. Thomas, 92 units. The project is the second phase of a 3-phase replacement of 22 high-rise apartments. The project is in the pre-development phase. Design drawings are 100% complete, and the financial closing is expected in June 2022. Total development cost is $61 million, including a construction budget of $40 million. Our developer partner is, again, Penrose. The general contractor will be procured, and the financing for the project is a combination of FEMA 428, 4% LIHTC tax credit equity, and tax-exempt bonds. As of July 2021, the pre-development phase is 30% complete. Construction will start in July 2022, and the projected completion date is July 2024. Freedom City, past, present, and future. VHA and the St. Croix Foundation for Community Development, with the support of the Office of the Governor, have applied for a Choice Neighborhoods Planning Grant from HUD in the amount of $450,000. Together, the plan is to embark upon a shared vision with the community to conduct a planning effort with a team of partners, residents of Marley Homes, and stakeholders to create an innovative plan for the transformation of Frederickstead. 2, FEMA, public assistance. VHA continues to work closely with VATEMA, Office of Disaster Recovery, and FEMA to process approximately 70 project worksheets, estimated to be $228 million, and they're in 5 categories. The categories are Category A and B, $2 million is for emergency work for St. Thomas and St. Croix communities. Category E, $79 million for 22 buildings, 10, 11, 12, 14, and 22. FEMA has it for repairs. We take the repair money and put it into the development budget for new construction. Category E and Z, $50 million, and that's for the remaining 22 buildings. Category E and Z, $54 million for all St. Croix communities. Category Hazard Mitigation Program, $42 million for hazard mitigation for Oswald Harris Court and Walter I.M. Hodge, and that is for wind retrofits. And again, those funds are being rolled into a modernization project and/or will be rolled into a new construction project. To date, FEMA has obligated $199 million of the approximate $228 million, or 87% of the total projected funding. Although FEMA has a legendary, complex, and lengthy review and costing approval process, VHA has provided timely documentation to expedite the outcomes. Several projects are under construction, such as roof repairs at Current Terrace, Knowles Accountant, Paul Pearson Gardens, Marley Homes, and the Additions communities. Further, where feasible, VHA is leveraging its FEMA funding in the projects undergoing comprehensive modernization like Hodge or in new construction projects. Number 3, CARES Act funding. COVID-19 relief funds, $3.2 million. VHA received $3,236,293 to develop strategies to reduce the risk of exposure to the coronavirus in the workplace and amongst its residents. To date, $2.4 million, or 76% of the funds, have been obligated. The eligible activities in progress total $1.7 million, with $1.5 million left to be expended by December 31st, 2021. Specific activities include salaries and administrative costs associated with leave granted due to COVID-19 and teleworking, equipment and tools to facilitate telework, personal protective equipment for employees, care packages for all public housing households and employees, resident self-service kiosks, the installation of safety barriers and shields at workstations, dedicated virtual meeting space where residents can participate in screenings and recertifications. And VHA is also in the process of outfitting community centers in all public housing communities with technology and activating Wi-Fi signals so that residents can access the facilities for learning and workforce preparedness. VHA continues to seek out efficient alternatives to in-person contact. Thus, virtual inspections, online payments, online application status, and online mobile work order applications will soon be implemented. Another important activity includes VHA's partnership with the Department of Human Services to renovate the community kitchens and provide congregate meals for seniors at the Wilfred Pedro homes. The remaining funds to be obligated will be used for eligible activities to continue to support priorities to reduce the spread of COVID-19 among VI residents and staff. And number 4 in this category, tax-exempt bonds and 4% low-income housing tax credits. VI worked with Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority and the Department of Finance to establish a tax-exempt bond program in the territory to be a source of funding for new construction and rehabilitation projects. This funding source has not been utilized for housing in the territory until now. This endeavor will establish both VHA, HFA, and VHA with the capacity to issue tax-exempt bonds. This additional funding source, coupled with tax credit equity, will be a major contributor to the implementation of VHA's redevelopment plan to build affordable housing. Question number 11, after a sip of water. Please submit your financial statements and single audit reports for the last 2 years. That VHA's financial audits for the last 2 years was submitted to the Post-Audit Division. Question number 12, a list of your fiscal year 2020 goals and how you plan to accomplish them. A, we will continue to implement the $1 billion redevelopment plan to transform the 3,000-unit obsolete public housing inventory. The following sources of funds will be utilized: LIHTC, $392 million, FEMA, $205 million, CDBG DR, $292 million, VHA and other funds, $137 million. Approximately 85 to 90% of the $1 billion will be available when needed to fully implement the plan. However, VHA has commitments of $160 million of the $290 million from the CDBG DR funds. There is a $132 million gap yet to be filled. VHA will request a further modification of Tranche 3 of the action plan to finance the remaining gap to implement the plan fully. Another option for that gap, it will be if the Congress passes legislation to increase national funding for low-income housing tax credit 9%. If that funding is increased as projected, that gap can be filled through that source. B, work with VATIMA and the Office of Disaster Recovery to continue to process FEMA's project worksheets for public housing repairs. C, partner with the Richmond Group, St. Croix Foundation, residents of Marley Homes, and stakeholders to implement a $450,000 Choice Neighborhoods Planning Grant to revitalize Frederickstead if awarded by HUD. And if successful, awarded by HUD, we can then compete for a $30 million grant from HUD to implement that plan. D, engage the Urban Land Institute to conduct an advisory service panel to coordinate interviews with dozens of policymakers and community stakeholders to contribute to a broad vision for the revitalization of Frederickstead St. Croix. E, partner with Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, envision rehabilitation and rental program. VHA will partner with the Housing Finance Authority to provide eligible applicants from the Housing Choice Voucher Program waiting list to units repaired and available to families. The Housing Finance Authority plays an enormous role in increasing the number of affordable housing units available in the territory to help families find a home. Lastly, F, engage a consultant team to develop a 10 to 20-year strategic plan for VHA to transform its obsolete public housing inventory into the voucher subsidy platform. In closing, the Housing Authority plans to accomplish these goals by effectively managing our public housing assets and utilizing all funds received from FEMA, HUD, and the private sector to deliver lower density, energy independent, and attractive, affordable housing for our residents. The Housing Authority will comply with all federal regulations, notices, and directives in all of our activities. I'd like to end my testimony by thanking our Finance Chairman, Villet, and the other members of the Finance Committee for the opportunity afforded to the Housing Authority to provide testimony on our budgets and operations. And we are grateful for the continued support and look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director Graham. We're going to begin a 5-minute round, colleagues, and we'll begin with Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Director Graham. I'm Director Farmer, COO Webb, Pell, Ms. Foy, and Ms. Anthony. Thank you so much for your testimony. Comprehensive at that. Let me go directly to the testimony first before I go to the postal report. Director Graham, before I begin, I just want to put on the record and thank you and the board for, number one, I know last time you came in front of us with a personal listing, the disparity in pay was way, way off, and I appreciate you fulfilling your promise in terms of going back to the board and trying to get our employees on with a national average of different housing authority and increasing their salaries. And today I see the difference, and I want to thank you publicly for that. And also, I want to thank you for going back to the board with the vulture program and the issue we have here with a housing crisis in the territory. And you did promise to go back and speak to the board in respect to granting extension when it comes to the vulture request for up to a year based on circumstances. So I wanted to put it on the record before I go any further. Now, you spoke to your testimony, and you're requesting for your annual budget, you're requesting, I lost my page. How much money are you requesting for your annual budget? 19 million?
Senator, we actually calculated 21 million that we would be eligible for, but HUD, the funds that we have received to date, when you annualize those funds, it's less than what we projected that we'd be eligible for. $2 million less than what we've been eligible for. But HUD has the last word in that.
Okay, correct. And also you spoke to rehabilitation of the vacant units. You spoke to architectural design, engineering fees, development, consulting fees, etc., underground water line replacement. In the capital improvement, the capital grants for the $9.6 million, but it would be nice to have a breakdown of exactly what amount goes to what item, moving forward. That'll be good for us to see and know exactly where you're at. Also, in your testimony, yes, sir?
I was going to say, we'll provide that list to the committee.
Okay, thank you for that. Also, in your testimony, you spoke to the waiting list of 3,800 families, and that's growing. And it just goes to show the importance of, the important role that your agency and the VHFA plays when it comes to housing people of Paradise. It's critical, and I would say you guys are doing a pretty good job thus far. Let me ask you, there's so many areas I can go, but let me ask you, let me go to page 15 of 17. You spoke to the amount needed to repair most of the unit, which is over $200 million, right? And also
2 minutes.
You spoke about FEMA obligated $199 million, which is 87% you have expended thus far. Let me ask you, many of these different initiatives, for instance, like the roofing project in Corwin Terrace, you have some other projects here in St. Croix, you have other communities. How far along are you with those most important repairs since the hurricane in 2017? Because we know we had many residents with damages and you had to give them abatement, etc. How far along are we with some of those projects?
I believe we just received the funds in the second quarter from FEMA to do roof repairs at Curran Terrace, Compton Knolls, and Paul Pearson. More details than that, I would ask our expert, my deputy, to provide any additional clarifications on the question from the Senator Blyden. Ms. Pell.
Succinctly, please, Ms. Pell.
Hi, good day. Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So most of, I would say between the island of St. Thomas, we're about 80% on the roof repairs that need to be done in those communities. And on St. Croix, we're just starting. So we're just at about 20% of the roof repairs that need to be done.
Okay, because as you know, it's the rainy season, and apparently something is working because I have not received too many calls in this district with all the rain that we had last week. But nonetheless, I'm happy to see that the roofs are being repaired finally. Let me ask, in respect to the subsidy, and when it comes to the $10 million
time
for most of our units, which is stated is over 50 years old. The CDBG-DR and all mitigation funds, how much funds have you received in this fiscal year to assist you with helping you to move forward with putting a dent in that number when it comes to not local funding, but funding from the Housing Finance Authority?
As Senator, we requested approximately $292 million out of CDBG-DR funds to support the redevelopment plan. We have received $160 million of that request. $70 million from tranches 1 and 2, and $90 million from tranche 3 mitigation funds.
Okay, and finally, because my time was called, Ms. Pell, I know I reached out to you sometime several months ago in conjunction with the Sports, Parks, and Recreation, Commissioner White, in respect to the basketball courts and the backboards and rim. And I know you started with Anna's Retreat. I believe you did PMP. Have you done any in St. Croix? And what's the other community that's in line to have their courts repaired?
Senator, right now we have removed all the existing and damaged playground equipment, and we're getting ready to start soliciting for the resurfacing of the basketball courts at all the sites on St. Croix and St. Thomas. St. Thomas is now going to be seeing the removals of the old playground equipment in an upcoming weeks. That's out for solicitation right now.
That's good news. Thank you so much for your responses, and thank you, Mr. Chair, so much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. You said you remove all the damaged playground equipment. When are you going to replace them?
The solicitation is being prepared. We suspect in the next 60 to 90 days to try and get those done, newly installed.
So 60 to 90 days to get the new playground equipment installed.
Yes, Senator.
Who was a contractor for Louis E. Brown Villas?
Which phase?
1, 2, just name all of them for me just quickly. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3.
Phase 1 was GEC, phase 2 was GEC, and phase 3 was Benton Construction.
Okay, thank you so much. The basketball courts I would just ask you, said, how long is that going to take?
I'm not sure exactly the length of time it's going to take, but I mean, like I said, it's out for solicitation now. So once we get the bids back, we review them and make a selection for a contractor and then get those done. So again, within the next 60 to 90 days.
And does that include lighting for the courts?
It does. Some of the courts have to be, the lighting is going to be changed to the LED lights.
Okay, thank you. Senator James, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I see here it was made mention that to attract workers in FY 2021, the authority increased its minimum salary to $15 per hour for maintenance and clerical positions. Can you speak to the total amount that came as a result of this increase for maintenance and clerical positions? You have those numbers?
Yes, it was approximately $8 million payroll. It was about a $1 million differential or increase to the workers.
And ever since you did that, have you seen an increase in morale in the employees for maintenance and clerical positions?
That is something that's very difficult to measure, Senator, but I do believe that our workers appreciated the authority and the board approving that increase in salaries for them. So it's difficult to measure morale, but I think that in the hearts of our workers, they are pleased.
I must say maintaining these housing communities is a serious task, and I'm happy to know that we are taking care of our employees at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. And it was made mention to prevent or minimize fraudulent activity. What you do is you have a reconciliation performed monthly for each bank account by an assigned accountant or accountants. But when I look at the professional services contract, I don't see anything there for independent auditors. What is the name of the company that is providing?
There is, sir. On page 11, on the listing of professional services, the auditor is the third one, Novogradac Company. It's a national company auditor.
And one thing I realized, I don't know if it was a mistake on the behalf of Post Audit, but there isn't a cost associated with those professional services contract within the Post Audit report. Did you provide those numbers?
Yeah, we recognize that it wasn't provided on the first submission, and we corrected that and provided it on the second submission.
Okay, awesome. And regarding the outstanding balance for the Water and Power Authority for water consumption that is undetermined, I am seeing in a pattern here in government where departments and agencies within government are owing the Water and Power Authority, and it does not look good. But can you explain to me what led to the overbilling, and is this a recurring issue with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority?
It's a reoccurring issue. It happens. It happened for more than a decade. Two things happen. Most of the developments are over 50 years old, and they have underground cast iron pipes. Those pipes, as you know, in the territory will break after several years, and so the leaks and underground leaks can cause the meter to run wild, and also besides the pipes being old, I believe some of the meters that WAPA uses are old and dysfunctional as well. And so we are, to some extent, victim of broken meters and estimating bills. And oftentimes we find out that the estimates are overbilled, and we pay what's on average that we have paid over several years. We use that as the guide. We'll pay that amount to WAPA, and then we'll argue with them about the overbilling.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. So, Mr. Graham, Director Graham, who is responsible for the fixing of these pipes? Is that on the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, or is that the obligation of the Water and Power Authority?
It is the obligation of WAPA up to the property line. At the point in time the pipes are on the property line, it's the property owner's responsibility. So it's our responsibility if it's within the property boundaries.
Okay, and hopefully you're addressing that with the tons of dollars that we are receiving. And I see here regarding the physical needs assessment in a total of $200 million for capital improvements for the 3,000 units that we have in the territory. Who conducted this assessment, and when was this assessment done?
It's done by an independent engineering firm, CSH what's the acronym, Lydia?
CHS.
CHS.
Okay.
That's a firm out of Indiana?
Ohio.
No, that's not the one. Ohio. So Ohio engineering firm, Senator.
Thank you. And when was this assessment done? What year?
Well, it was done in 2015, then updated in, I believe, 2017.
And last but not
it needs to be updated again.
Okay, and last but not least, you referenced $1 billion for the development plan. And it speaks to a complete replacement of the entire 3,000 units owned by the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Can you speak to the status of the $1 billion for the redevelopment plan? Have we received any of those funds? And if so, how much did the Virgin Islands Housing Authority receive thus far?
Senator, the way that the redevelopment works is basically there's 4 pots of money that we utilize, and it's a once in a lifetime opportunity to have FEMA funds, CDBG-DR funds, disaster relief funds, and the traditional low-income housing tax credit. So each project will have some combination of those funds. We have this year worked with the Housing Finance Authority and the finance housing finance to be able to implement tax-exempt bonds and 4% low-income housing tax credits as a funding source that was not used before. And so those funds are determined by each project, and those funds are not they're not funds that come up front. These funds are provided at a closing, or you can draw down those funds. So it's not funds that is like a block grant and it's received all at once. It's project by project, year by year.
So, Mr. Chair, if you can just answer this one question, how much was with drawdown?
The project that's in construction now is Duno, and I believe there's been 4 or 5 drawdowns to date. Lydia, can you just tell the senator how much that was for the 5 drawdowns so far?
Hi, good day. Don't have that information right in front of me, but the total amount that we have approved is $29 million.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence, and hopefully at a later time before the closing we can get those numbers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Point of inquiry, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Graham, I know the last time you were in front of us, you spoke to a maintenance plan, a routine or preventive maintenance plan. Did you put that plan in place? Have you had an opportunity to do that? And also, what is going on in respect to COVID-19 and the maintenance workers getting to and from the unit, if any?
That's a 3-part question, and we have on paper a change in the maintenance plan. Implementing it has been challenging, as you know, because of COVID. And so for most of 2020 and this year as well, as the COVID infections spike, and we will comply with what the governor does in terms of restrictions. And so we have, when that happens, and most of the year again, we have not done routine work orders. We have done emergency work orders only to prevent the spread of COVID. We're only doing emergency work orders. So implementing the preventive maintenance plan has been a challenge that's been complicated by COVID.
But in closing, I want to thank you and your team, and also especially the employees, the frontline workers, the maintenance man, the clerk, the managers. Thank you so much for what you do on behalf of our residents in the housing community and Section 8 program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Director Graham, at some point, though, we're going to have to get back to the regular scheduled maintenance plan. We don't know how long COVID is going to be here with us. So how are we being creative in terms of being able to make sure that the units are serviced?
We will perform the work, and we are asking the residents to honor the visits by our maintenance workers and have everybody in the household to wear a mask while our maintenance workers are in the unit. And clearly we are demanding that our maintenance workers are protected with PPEs and wearing a mask. So gradually we will be able to get back to doing routine and preventive work orders. And I think that the workers are anxious to do that, to get back to doing regular maintenance work orders.
So when is your targeted date for that?
Well, we don't have a targeted date, sir. As you know, the COVID restrictions are still hampering our ability to do routine work orders. So I don't have a date until the Department of Health says that some of the restrictions can be lessened. We would then begin to do preventive work orders.
Okay, thank you. What is the plan for Dishabot?
We're in discussions with property and procurement to do a land swap with Dishabot. We want to transfer that property to the territory for perhaps recreational activities, a museum, or some beach front support operations. There was a study that was done that because of the proximity to the liquid propane tanks, we're not able to rebuild replacement housing on the Dishabot land.
And where is
we're going to do a land swap.
Where is the proposed land swap? Dishabot for where?
For parcels around Ario Diaz, including the school across from Diaz.
And your plan for the school would be, what are you envisioning in terms of the Charles H. Emanuel School, that property?
We would want to do a 4-phase plan like we're doing for Stony Ground. For Stony Ground, we have one phase as a senior development, 92 units. Second phase is family, approximately 100 units. Third phase would be 100 units of senior as well. And the fourth phase could be an assisted living facility that we would work with Department of Health and Human Services for them to provide on-site services. So that model, which allows intergenerational housing and aging in place for seniors can be, a head of household can move from a family development in the other quadrant to a senior development. So it allows for on-site services. So the model that we want to do for a 25, 30 acre land is to do a 4-phase development, and we can replace 2 developments, Mount Pleasant and Candido, at the site that is closest to Ario Diaz, and in 4 phases. It's clear land on three of the parcels and the schools. So we would work with the territory to demolish the school and build in 4 phases of replacement housing, senior and family, and on-site services.
But the property at Charles H. is how much? What was the acreage? That's limited acreage. You called out quite an expansive project. I mean, some of them are areas that we really, really need, but the land surrounding Charles H. Is agricultural. You're trying to swap some of the agricultural land also?
I'm not sure if it's agriculture. We're working with property and procurement to understand exactly which entity in the territory owns the land. But there is, as you recall, there is significant land in that general area. And so we think that we can make that work, and it'll repurpose the land from the school to affordable housing. And that's about 20 acres of land that we would swap acreage, the same 20 acres for Dishabot with the 20 acres on these parcels. And that would give the territory ownership of the land that we are leasing to the Department of Health, that is the Charles Harwood Mobile Clinic. They're leasing that land. As part of that land swap, then the territory would own the land that those temporary units are on for the Charles Harwood Mobile Clinic.
And what's the cost of the lease? What is the government presently paying?
Not much.
You have a number?
Yes, it's $9,800 a year.
Okay. Senator Carrion, you are recognized.
Good. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Executive Director, and good afternoon to everyone. So I do have a few questions. I think my colleague touched on WAPA because I was a bit concerned that I saw you have that outstanding. What's the amount that you're disputing with Water and Power Authority?
Amount. Well, give me 1 second, sir. How much? It's about $1 million outstanding. Our current water bill with WAPA annually is in the neighborhood of $6 or $7 million. We have been over the last 10, 12 years replacing these cast iron pipes, and we have been reducing our water bill. And we were able to get the water bill down to under $6 million a couple of years ago. But the water meters that WAPA has, we don't really trust their accuracy. And so we believe that we are being overbilled for water.
You and everyone else in the U.S. Virgin Islands, sir. And then with regards to your vacancies, exactly how many vacancies do you have?
Of 3,000 units, so just rounded,
No, I'm
it's
sorry.
approximately 900 vacant units, but at least 300 of those are scheduled for demolition, and another 300 of those is in going to be modernized. So it's about 300 real vacancies that we have out of 3,000 units.
Thank you for that information, but I should have been more specific. I was referring to staff. Vacant positions, yeah.
So it's 47 vacancies for a total count of 228, and we did provide the listing for those titles. We provided that to post audit. If you had specific titles that you wanted to look at, we submitted that information.
Okay, thank you for that. So then I see that so for FY21 there's an increase. So you added your plan to add some more staff.
That's correct. And particularly, we would like to add Section 3 workers and residents to the maintenance staff to get them on track. And by the way, we're working with the Department of Labor. We've identified of our 5,000 or 6,000 individuals in public housing, there's about 900 that we've identified that are over 18 and not working and not in school, not disabled. And we're working with the Department of Labor to for lack of a better word, to work with those individuals to try and get them in the market, a job market, particularly with all the construction work that's going on. We're working to get those individuals in the market, and I think they're ready for that kind of targeted attention.
Okay. Glad to hear that. Now, in your testimony, you spoke about your CARES Act funding, and that you receive approximately close to, I believe, around $3 million. There is some money that you have expended and some that you still have available. I think you have available $1.5 million, approximately that amount. And there's an expiration date on that, right? So what's the plan for that? I think it's the
We've
expiration
identified.
date. Is it the ending of this year?
Yes. Yes, it is. And there's approximately $500,000 that is unobligated, and we're working on some cost estimates for some projects, and particularly where we can purchase software to assist the residents in processing recertifications or applications. So there are a number of things that we are looking at to be able to obligate those funds, and we will obligate the funds before December 31st.
Okay. Good to hear that also. So now, do you have any other grants that are in jeopardy?
We have no grants in jeopardy.
Well, that's good to hear. Now, I was interested to ask you, because we're seeing an FY21 decrease from FY20. And in different areas. It seems like in management fees, there's a decrease, and what's the reason for that?
The management fees are based on number of units, and that number can change from quarter to quarter, from year to year. As we take units offline, relocate individuals, and begin the demolition process, the units may or may not be in the inventory. So when we take it out the inventory, the calculation can be different in terms of the units that are. Hold on 1 second for me, please. Okay. And the fees are based on occupied units. So that number changes as we move along in the process of tearing down units and building new ones.
And in regards to advertising and marketing, the difference from FY 20, 11,000 to 6,000 thus far in FY 21.
What page are you looking at?
Post audit report, Exhibit 2. So I'm just trying to figure out, because we're seeing some major drops in expenditures for maintenance, protection services, insurance premium sections, and other general expenses. So I just want to know, what do you attribute the decrease?
Time.
But there are no drops in maintenance. In fact, we've actually, over the last 2 years, we've increased the allocation for maintenance about $1 million each year. So we're up from $8 million of maintenance to $10 million in maintenance. So the costs for maintenance have not decreased.
Well, my time has been called.
Oh, and advertising. Yeah, advertising and marketing as a minor line item, that's used when we are advertising for bids. That's how the source of that of those funds, and that is, it's not a decrease. You will recall that the left column is annualized and the right column is as of April, end of April. So those are just 4 months of cost versus a full year.
Gotcha. Okay, that's up to April. Yeah, that's correct. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Mr. Graham, the Walter I. M. Hodge redevelopment project. Now you have the construction budget of $63 million. Tell me what is it really, though, and how is it going to occur?
I'm going to ask Ms. Pell to address that. That is one of the projects that she really has spent a great deal of time working on. Could you just give an overview of that, Lydia, please?
Ms. Pell?
Hi. Walter I. M. Hodge. It is a revitalization project. So basically all the buildings are staying in place, where we don't have any demolition. We have approximately 6 empty buildings. We're going to start with those buildings, gut them, basically, rip out all the electrical, the plumbing, reface the exterior, redesign and rebuild the roofing system, and basically create a new resilient enclosed building. There's going to be new landscaping, new sidewalks, parking areas, recreation areas. Everything is basically going to be gutted and redesigned, reconstructed into a new community that the residents will be proud of. Okay. One of the things, so we're doing the buildings that are empty, everybody's going to relocate. Nobody's going to have to move off-site unless they really want to. So everyone who is occupying those units there would be relocated to a new unit. So we're basically have the project broken up into different phases. As units are completed, residents are going to move to the new units, and then we're going to do those units, and then they're going to move to the new units.
And what's the projected start date? I know you have started emptying out the units. What's the projected start date for gutting the units and reconstruction?
Well, we intend to close in December, so it should be early January that we should be actually starting construction.
Okay. And the recreation area includes basketball courts, etc.?
No basketball courts at this time. We will be doing other recreations.
Okay. I heard a rumor that there was a plan to not put back the basketball court. I just ran a basketball camp for 3 weeks in the housing development. And a lot of those young guys in Safarelli, they're on the court on a regular basis playing basketball. It would be a travesty to not return or enhance the basketball court. We really need a basketball court, and there's some very good players in that particular area. Let's really, really not remove it. We'll have a lot more idle young men, because out of all of the housing communities that we went into, I had the largest turnout in Safarelli. And they were eager, and I thank you, because you did help us to set that up. I thank you for assisting us in getting that done. But it's very, very important to put a basketball court there. So if you could please reconsider the recreational area.
Chairman?
Yes.
Chairman, can I interject? Would it be okay for us to entertain the idea of having a park and basketball court in a location that's real close to Hodge, as opposed to having it on site? One of the sites, Housing Finance Authority had scheduled to do a community center was very close to Hodge. And so if we have a park with all the amenities that's needed, we can encourage individuals to not just be in one community, but all the community can come into one location. As in the mainland, you have parks and everybody go to the park. Could we consider that option as we talk about the revitalization of developments?
What I saw in Safarelli, I saw young individuals, 8, 9 years old, that live in the vicinity of the basketball court, where the parents can just peep over the porch and see them right there, and they would just walk and come to the facility. If we move it to an area that is outside of Safarelli, it's going to limit a lot of those individuals' ability to go to that particular community center. I really don't think that is the direction. Isn't there a plan to put in a tennis court in the new redeveloped area? We got to look at the reality of what we serve, and you're taking out a basketball court and you're trying to put in a tennis court. You're taking out what they love right now, and I really don't. I think you need to revisit. If you just survey the residents, you're going to hear them say that we really would want a basketball court.
We will revisit.
Yeah, we surveyed the residents. They have the opportunity to, in a recent survey that we just did, to determine what recreation sites or activities they'd like to see on the sites. And it's not a tennis court. It's a court that we're designing that it can do versatile recreation activities.
Right, that you could play what, paddleball, tennis, that you could do what?
All of those things. Any other court activity.
Okay, and I did get the concern from the same group of guys that were playing basketball there, or that came to the summer camp. One of the guys told me, Senator Villa, do you realize they're moving the basketball court and they're going to put something else in the redevelopment? I said, nah, that's not true. And they said, yes, it's true. And I said, well, no, that's not true. Everybody know that we have had some excellent basketball players that were really able to hone the game by playing in the housing community. Timmy Duncan became Timmy Duncan when he went to Chabot Court and played in the leagues that were in the Chabot housing community. That accelerated his game to a level very, very quickly that he has become one of the best in the nation, and that's playing in Chabot Court with Iceman and all of those guys. So we need to really revisit that. I'll go on to Senator Joseph. Sorry. Yeah. Go ahead, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon. Thank you so much, testifier, for presenting your testimony on the record. I also want to really commend you, Mr. Graham, and your team, as well as all of the hardworking members of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority for the work that you have done. I want to take this opportunity to also congratulate you for a super feat that you, in collaboration with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority and the Department of Finance, have been able to do with the establishment of the tax-exempt bond program. That is a sizable feat, especially looking at the new paradigm of building affordable and low-income housing throughout the territory to meet that long need for affordable housing. So I really wanted to congratulate you on that. Mixed finance, mixed income development, so the new paradigm of building houses here in the Virgin Islands and nationally. So for us to have that established program is a kudo to you and your hardworking team, as well as the collaboration between you and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, as well as the Department of Finance. I'm going to get right into some of the questions I have. And one of the mainstay question I have is if you would turn with me to page number 9 of 17 in your testimony, you reference relative to the budget revenues that have been collected, and you said asset management fee, the percentage that was collected was 50% total revenues, and then you went on to indicate for the capital fund program 22%, and finally, for the other 4 remaining categories, you indicated 27%. Now, all of those numbers do not add up to 100%. So there's a percentage missing. What is that percentage attributed to as far as collection of your revenues? It's 1%.
It's just a rounding error, probably.
It's a rounding error? Okay, so that goes
Yes.
towards your, so 20, it should be 28 for the other remaining 4 categories? You would say?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, I would also like to ask you, and it's not here, relative to your funding in reserves. Now, I know you mentioned on page 7 of 17, you have some funding in reserve for that HUD holds for the HUD monies. Kindly indicate for us
2 minutes.
if there's any funding in reserve for low-income housing public funds, or if there is any other amount of reserves that you, as an authority aligned with all authorities, have to keep in reserve.
Yes, Senator, the Housing Authority, all housing authorities have to keep a minimum of 4 months of operating expenses in reserves. And we are able to have 6 months, a minimum of 6 months of operating reserves and that the purpose of that is to have funds available to meet expenses if HUD does not provide the subsidy. In any case, if HUD does not provide the subsidy, all housing authorities must have at least 4 months of operating expenses in reserve in order to meet those bills.
What is your current amount in reserves?
I have to provide that number to you, but it's at least 6 months of operating expenses.
Okay,
But I
so
can
we would
provide
need
that
the
detail to you.
True, yes, please forward it. My other question would be relative to some of your FEMA rehabilitation work that is being undertaken. I did not see, I know we have visited, we being members of the Committee on Housing and Infrastructure, visited some of the public housing communities over, this was probably the past 3-4 months, and I didn't see listed here any type of redevelopment or restoration or rehabilitation for the Bovoni housing community. I may have missed it. Tell me what is going to be done there and what we're looking at as far as the work that is going to be done at Bovoni. I noted when I went to the community that the playground facility was being taken up. But tell me, what is the plan for the rehabilitation work in Bovoni housing community? Thank you.
The priorities for St. Thomas is the replacement of Tutu high-rise community, and then replacement of Lucinda Millen as the first, and that would be 4 projects. And so after the first 4 projects, we would take a really close look at what project needs to be prioritized, whether it's Kerwin, Content, or Bovoni. And for Bovoni, the redevelopment plan calls for a comprehensive rehabilitation of that. But we're going to take a closer look at that option next year to see if, in fact, Bovoni needs to be removed and replaced with, again, smaller development, smaller phases, so that you don't have, and you got 366 units at Bovoni, and it's just a lot of individuals in one location. So ideally, what we would want to do is replace Bovoni with a smaller development there and perhaps 2 other locations. So break Bovoni down into 2-3 smaller communities where residents have more space and more room for activities and more room for growth and more green space. So we would want to replace Bovoni. Right now it's scheduled for comprehensive rehab, but that's a couple years out. So right now, what we're going to do is continue to maintain the development, fix the building systems that need to be fixed, repair the vacant units, and just maintain the site until we can get to a final solution for Bovoni.
Okay, thank you. Also, I wanted to ask you relative to the HUD requirement to deconcentrate the poor. I suspect your answer relative to Bovoni is aligned with fulfilling HUD's requirement for the deconcentration of the poor. So tell me, what are we looking at for John F. Kennedy housing community over here on the island of St. Croix?
For John F. Kennedy, again, the plan for JFK is to demolish that site and replace it perhaps with 100 units. We have some restrictions on what we can build in that area, and so we would have a smaller development on the John F. Kennedy site.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just have one more follow-up question, if you would allow me. Thank you. Relative to your family self-sufficiency programs, you do still have that requirement. I know you're smiling because you know I worked in that department. So tell me, what's the status of your family self-sufficiency program? What are we doing to provide opportunities for our housing resident to become economically self-sufficient? Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I will listen in to Director Graham's responses on your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me a response.
Senator, we appreciate the work that you did in your time working on that program. And what we intend to do is continue to develop the program. We want to revamp it to some extent so that the goals that are set by the 5-year goals that are set by residents, that they are able to clearly demarcate the progress and improve the outcomes, both in education, job attraction and retention, and also health outcomes. So in those 5-year plans for residents to be able to escrow funds that are because they're able to get off of public assistance and the difference in the rent that they're able to escrow those funds, we want it to really be meaningful. So we're looking to revamp and improve the plan and have it a model a little bit more after some of the other housing authorities programs. So we intend to put a lot of effort into that program and continue to improve it.
Thank you for the response. Point of inquiry, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier I asked about the $1 billion for the redevelopment plan for the 3,000 units for all public housing in the territory, and I asked them about the total of drawdowns, and it was made mention that there was a total of 5, and they also said at a later time, which I'm hoping they have the numbers now, which is the total amount for the 5 drawdowns. You have that number available?
Ms. Pell, I think you offered that number earlier.
Yes.
For the 5 crore.
Wait, I wrote it on this. Okay, here we go. To date, for the DUNO, the CDBG-DR funds have been disbursed in the amount of $8,142,699.97.
And that's the entire 5 drawdowns?
Yes.
And we're expecting
because remember, it's more than one funding source. That's not the only source of funding for the project.
That is what I was getting at. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Senator James. Let's let Senator Francis go, and then we're going to ask some additional questions. And who is over there now? Francis Heilager. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, testifiers, colleagues, and the people of the territory. My first round of questioning I would like to ask has to do with availability of housing. One of the things we had talked about earlier, or I was listening and I was looking through the funding, how if there's a situation that there's available space, how do you let the public know in regards to that? Do you spend money on advertising? What do you do in order to let the public know that you are available and there potentially might be a housing space available for them?
I'm not clear on the question when you say how space available.
Well, in regards to housing, the housing communities, et cetera, they come to you guys, or if, for example, someone just moved or they don't know that space is available, do you put it out to the public or they have to come and contact you directly?
Senator, when you're saying space, are you referring to apartments to be rented?
In the housing communities, yes.
Were you talking about, you're speaking about apartments. Senator, as you may know, there is a waiting list for housing. So we do not necessarily have to advertise that we have apartments available to rent. We maintain a waiting list of individuals, and and for the voucher program, there's 3,800 individuals on the waiting list. For public housing, there's about 700, 800 on the public housing waiting list. And then there are individual waiting lists. So advertising is not necessary for affordable housing.
Oh,
their
that's
waiting
what
list.
I'm trying to get to. So you rely on the waiting list. Now, for those that are receiving vouchers, as you know, there seems to be a rise in Airbnb in the community. Is this making your job a little bit more difficult in people finding locations? Is it affecting the bottom line in regards to the cost? I know you said earlier that you guys pay out about 20% higher than the national rate when it comes to stuff like this. Could you share with me how the rise in Airbnb is affecting that aspect of housing?
It affects it directly in terms of not having sufficient units available to service our waiting list applicants. And so the direct impact is that there's just competition for affordable housing units. I will ask if Ms. Anthony, Director Anthony, the voucher program, if you would like to add to that response for the senator.
2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Kayla Anthony, Health and Choice Voucher Program Director. Mr. Graham, you're correct. It does affect the units available in the market for families holding vouchers. But I also want to add that one of the things that we do at the agency is when we have a new development with new units available, we go ahead and we advertise the opening and the availability of units at those developments and invite families to apply for housing at those sites. So that's something that we do in order to ensure that we're fair to everyone in our community that may need to seek housing, low-income housing in our community.
So based on the question I asked earlier, you do advertise? Only when it's new housing developments?
Yes, and that's because we find that once that first advertisement is posted, we get hundreds of applicants who apply, and then they're placed on a waiting list. And most times our waiting lists are about two to 3 years long on the voucher program before a family can receive assistance.
Well, what type of other alternatives do you see that could possibly work here within our community outside of the situation we're in? Because if we have waiting lists with people trying to get housing that's 2-3 years out, we have a rise of Airbnb, which is reducing the stock that's available to be utilized for the voucher program. Do you have any research you're doing as potential alternatives? For example, emergency housing that could be brought in and set up temporarily. What alternatives do you think that could be utilized to assist with this?
There is options that are in the near future, perhaps of having a modular unit as a product. We haven't come across a product, a modular unit that is cost effective and can serve as a good alternative in the territory yet. There are perhaps some that are in Puerto Rico that may or may not serve the market. They're not aesthetically pleasing as the units that we are producing now. But the only other alternative the main goal is to continue to produce affordable housing units. That's the primary goal. If when modular units becomes cost effective and aesthetically pleasing, we would certainly entertain that as an alternative.
So as of right now, your criteria has to do with the aesthetics of how they look and also the cost effectiveness. Have you done any type of research outside of what you said, potentially Puerto Rico, to seriously tap into these modular units? Because I'm very much concerned, as you're saying, when I'm hearing 2-3 years out. I mean, affordable housing is a difficult thing. And I will be honest with you, I would not mind living in a square box if it afforded me the ability to be in a home with myself and my family. I'm not too worried about aesthetics, but the viability of having my own space. And I do agree with cost effectiveness, but we also know here in the territory things cost a little bit more, and potentially if we're going to go after getting funding and even grants, et cetera, I'm sure the federal government and ourselves would be able to factor that in. So I would encourage you guys to really start looking into that. And don't worry too much about the aesthetics. That's my thought process on it. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I'm going to finish you the last, and then I'll give everybody. Senator Francis is the last senator in this block, and then I'll give everybody some additional time for questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, and welcome to the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Mr. Graham, how are you doing? Long time no see. All is well?
I'm blessed and doing well.
Very well. Good to hear that, and certainly your team. I want to start off by saying I think that based on the post-audit report as well as your testimony, you talk about having 2,954 total units within VIHA, and 1,997 is occupied, 642 vacant. Can you tell me what's happening with those vacant units? I know some are undergoing modifications, some are being demolished. Can you break down that 642?
Yes, in that 642 are a couple, you have that spreadsheet. For instance, there are at JFK, there are 200 units at JFK, and there's probably 100 units that are vacant. So those units will be perhaps some can be used for relocation, but the long-term plan is to demolish those units. So some of those units will stay vacant. So that's one aspect of vacant units. Ones that's undergoing modernization. I believe Harrigan may be in that number. That is going to be demolished as well. So you have some long-term vacant units that's going to be demolished and replaced, and then you have units that are vacant and going to be put back online. And we have approximately 6 contractors that we're using to do vacant units, to repair those units and rent those units in several developments. And so that putting the units back online with the contractors, we're giving them 5 units at a time to work on. And once they are completed those 5 units, then we continue the process and give them 5 additional units. So we have, and then there's the repairs that our regular maintenance staff can do if it doesn't require a great deal of work. So we are tackling those vacant units in 3 different ways, with contractors, with on-site staff, and with a plan for comprehensive modernization of those or demolition of those units.
Very well, thank you for that. And in respect to Nicasio Nico demolition, I think that have been on the table for quite some time now. Is there an established timeline in which you intend to pull the trigger on the demolition of Nicasio Nico?
Senator, that development is complete in terms of demolition. It's clear land now. Harrigan is the 70-unit development on the west side that's going to be demolished next.
Okay, very well. And
2 minutes.
In 2019, you unveiled an 8-year plan to revamp public housing. And where are we along with that plan? I know that there was some money set aside for a number of projects to include the Shebert Housing Community Project. Where are you in terms of that 8-year plan? Are you still on board? Have you defected, or where are you?
In the testimony, Senator, we provided on page 14, we provide starting on page 13, we provide an update on the plan, and we're suggesting that we're going to just for round numbers, we're going to do 30 projects of 100 units. So that's on average. And so we have 6 projects that are in either design phase or one project. One of the 6 projects is under construction. 2 are in the design phase with construction, design drawings complete. So the update is on page 13 and going into page 14. So the 6 projects that are the first of those 30 projects to be done are the updates are on that page. And so you'll see that the very first project of Duno, we expect to have January 2023. We expect to have that project complete and occupied in January. So in 18 months, that project will be complete. So we have a rolling rolling dates for these 6 projects. And behind those 6, we're going to be, as we get them under construction, we're going to be designing the next 3. We have 3 developer partners that we're working with, and they're working 2 projects at a time. They're designing 1 project, getting it ready for financing and construction, and at the meantime, they are designing the 2nd project. So we have, for instance, on Tutu Phase 2, we have design drawings already complete for Phase 2, and that is Ross Valley project.
Very well. Mr. Graham, I was kind of focusing on, I know that under questioning you spoke about the Shabert project. Do you still have the funding in place for that? The $45 million that was set aside for the Shabert project. Do you still have the funding in place for that? I heard about the discussion on the proposed land swap. Is the funding still in place for that?
Yes.
And in regards to the land swap that you spoke about, you mentioned Candido, Guadalupe, Deshabert. What's the third community that you talk about perhaps consolidating into that one area?
Time.
Mount Pleasant.
Mount Pleasant.
Yes. And we will redo Diaz as well.
Very well. My time have been called, but I'd just like to wrap up real quick. In regards to the basketball court, and I know that we have had some meetings even when you were discussing, some of these St. Thomas projects where you're moving away from the basketball courts and playground. That's going to be a very difficult sell, again, because it's really counterproductive to everything that we're seeing in our community. So I'm hoping that we could continue to have some engagement in regards to that, because it's very important that we have some facilities within these communities. I wanted to ask you about the community centers. If you could just wrap up on the chair's time, if you'll permit, to discuss what's happening with our community centers, computers, Wi-Fi availability, and the like. If you could just talk about that, I'll appreciate it.
I'm going to ask Ms. Pell to address that, because she's working very closely with a couple of projects that will impact the community centers. Ms. Pell, please.
Sure, Senator. Right now, what we're doing, we've coordinated with VINGN. So they're going to be providing Wi-Fi service to all the centers in the public housing communities. So while they're getting their piece done, we have calculated and estimated how much money it'll be for our renovation of the center. So we're in the process of utilizing the CARES Act fund to do physical improvements, outfit and put staffing in place in preparation for when VINGN gets the Wi-Fi service in place.
What is the target
So
date?
all the community centers.
What is the target date for VINGN? School is presently in session. Students are virtual. What's the target date for VINGN to get this done?
Senator, that's hard to see right now. It was estimated back about 3 months ago. They're having some issues in regards to shipment of the equipment. But we're still moving ahead on our side and making sure that the centers are ready.
VINGN, I know we need to just get these projects done, because our students are virtual. I know that would be a tremendous help if we can get that Wi-Fi and these computer centers open in the housing communities. Presently, how many units do we have at Walter I.M. Hodge?
250 units.
That's how much we presently have?
Yes.
And the redevelopment, that's how much we're going to have after?
No, and the redevelopment, 2 of the units are going to be converted into a senior center. So we are coordinating with Department of Human Services to actually now have a senior center in the Frederickstead area. And the other 248 are going to be units. Apartments.
So 248 and 2 are going to be a senior. Say the numbers again, I missed it.
248 units and 2 units are going to be converted to a senior center.
Okay. The Hamilton Jackson and Alfonso P. Gerard, how much units we presently have?
D. Hamilton has 110 and Piggy Gerard has 26.
Okay, so we're going to keep those numbers.
Correct. That is correct.
Okay. Senator James, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I know it might seem redundant, but I went back and watched my line of questioning regarding the 5 drawdowns. And the first time when I asked, it said $29 million was approved. And then when I came back and I followed up with a line of questioning a while ago, then you went on to say $8 million was received from the CDBG funds. So tell me what was going on.
Nothing is going on. So the draws are based on what the contractor has submitted for payments. So we don't always draw from CDBGDR funding. We have other sources of funding to draw from.
So what I'm getting from you, out of the $29 million that was approved, you received only $8 million?
No, there was $8 million dispersed to us from the 29.
Okay, understood.
Drawn down.
And for the remaining that was $29 million that was approved, when will you be expecting those funds for the redevelopment plan?
We don't get the money in a lump sum. You have to request the funds based on work in place.
So I'm assuming that the $8 million that was disbursed, you have to complete that, expend the funds, and then you receive the rest?
The $8 million is for work.
You receive the rest when the work is completed and you apply for it.
The $8 million was a draw for work that was already completed. Now they need to complete the next $21 million, and then they'll draw that down after they complete the work. So as they complete various phases, then they'll draw that money down up to the $29 million.
Okay.
That is correct.
All right. Senator explained it very well. But thank you for that information. And out of the 642 vacant units, when you say vacant units, meaning individuals can move in them right now, or is it being worked on? Is there issues with these units? How much of those?
They are
600. Go ahead.
Please finish your question.
Out of the 642 units, how much are livable? Like individuals can actually live in them right now?
We can come back to that question. We'll have the answer for you on the next round. The number of units that are ready, we'll have that for you.
Please, because when we put these numbers out to the public, individuals are thinking that people can move into them. So I need some explanation there so we could send that information out to the public so the public can better understand what you mean by 642 units, which is 338 on St. Thomas and 304 on St. Croix. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Senator Carrion, you had a question?
It's more of a concern, and I want some information regards to this. We know that because of COVID, maybe a lot of your tenants weren't able to meet their obligations with the rent. We also are aware of that we have created the rental assistance program, which is run by Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. So my question to you all is, do we have how many of families or individuals fall within that category? And do we have an amount? And if there's any conversations with Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority in order to get some of those funds that you all need and avoid some of the evictions that possibly might be coming down the pipeline due to COVID and the situation financially for some of these families?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We are talking to Housing and Finance Authority as it relates to communicating with them about the condition or the status of residents. We don't have the direct information in terms of who applied from Housing to Housing and Finance Authority for rent. We would only have a clearer picture of the number of individuals that are in arrears in rent. And so we won't have that direct number. Mr. Farmer, Director of Asset Management, do you have any information to add to that in terms of households that are could be eligible?
Roughly good afternoon. This is Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management. Roughly 69 households throughout the St. Thomas and Croy District collectively are currently in line for eviction after the moratorium. Out of the 69, 33 between the District of St. Thomas and St. Croix have applied for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program.
Thank you. I just wanted to know if there was any communication and what those numbers look like, so I appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. And Mr. Graham, as soon as you get the information on the vacant units, let me know, and I'll let you put it on the record. Senator Francis, you have the next question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Graham, real quickly, I went back to my notes in regards to Nicasio Nico. The question was whether or not there's any plans for development of that area, or is it going to be up for sale, or what's going on with that? I think that there's some prospect for some hotel development in that particular area, so they wanted to get a status report of what's happening with that demolition.
Sorry, are you speaking up?
I think you need to repeat the question.
The question again, in regards to the Nicasio Nico, when I went back to my notes, again, the question was what's happening or about to happen with that now that the demolition have occurred. Is there going to be any future development in that particular area, or is it going to be up for sale, or what's happening there? There are some prospects that's interested in the property.
We know of at least, we've had discussions with one potential developer that is looking to consolidate properties around that school, Nicasio, and where I guess it was a hotel. Anyway, they're compiling land, and they approached us about purchasing that Nicasio Nico site for housing development. So we're in discussions, and we're working on seeing what the value would be to facilitate that. The Office of the Governor has asked us to take a look at that to see if we can help.
Very well, thank you for that. And in regards to your plan development under your 8-year plan, are we including surveillance cameras and safety, solar power in those new development?
Absolutely, Senator. We have incorporated or invited the police department, the commissioner, and his staff to weigh in on the design and location of cameras, and also the design in terms of spaces, so that there are no hidden spaces or dark spaces. And so we have we invite the police department to weigh in on not only where cameras are placed, but also where lighting is placed, so that we have that going in, and we will clearly have CCTVs at every phase that we're building or remodeling.
Thank you for that answer. We'll go back to the Nicasio Nico question. What's the timetable? You know, we have some various developments for St. Croix, and it seems to be just a slow process in getting the needed properties for the development. What's the timeline that has been set to make a decision as to whether or not that property will be available? Well, it is available.
And which property did?
It is available because you don't plan to do anything else with it. So it is available. So what's the target date?
I'm sorry, which property, sir?
Nicasio Nico. What's the target date for completion of the discussion with the private entity or with Government House?
Well, we have to be clear on what HUD needs to have in the package to submit to them. And so we're in discussions with HUD as to their Chicago office as to what they need to have in the package for them, for the HUD field office to approve, as well as the Center for HUD in Chicago, which approves all development and land transfer issues. So we don't know what the timeline is exactly. We're gonna do our part in terms of moving the process as quickly as we can. We think 6 to 9 months we probably can get get approval from HUD. Then that's just a rough guess.
Okay, so, but we haven't made the formal submission yet.
No, there are appraisals and other items that we need to have in the package to submit to HUD.
Okay. Senator Joseph, and then Senator Whitaker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My questioning is going to come from page 5 of 17, and it's relative to the Capital Fund program. I noticed some numbers that you have here, and I just needed to get a bit of clarity because in my adding for, based on your narrative for the 2018, it comes up from 9.6 and 7.9 million, total 17.5 million for capital funds. However, I saw in your table that you only got authorized 9.6 million. And the same kind of discrepancy occurs below in the other capital funds for 2019 and 2020. I just need a bit of clarity. How you arrived at, you said specifically for 2018 CF Capital Funds Program, 9.6 million and 7.9 million. Okay, so, and it doesn't add up with what you have in your table. For the amount
Thank you, Senator.
authorized.
Let them answer.
Thank you for the question. I'm sorry. Thank you for the question. It's not going to add up because it's referencing different items. What we're saying here is that, and it's not broken down in the table, we're saying of the $9.6 million, we're just separating how much is being allocated for actual physical improvements and how much is being allocated for administrative support. And so of the 9.6, 7.9 million is for physical improvements, and it's consistent in all three sections that we're breaking out the physical improvements versus the administrative. That's not in the table.
Okay, good. Now I understand it because it was a bit confusing for me. I wasn't too clear based on the narrative and what you had in your table. Now I wanted to shift really quickly to your numbers and just to get your idea and a sense of what do you define your families as? Is a family number of person in one unit? Would you consider one person living in one unit a family?
Yes, one person is considered a family.
Okay, good. Now, because I'm looking at your...
Okay, last question, Senator. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Now, you said you have 200 public housing families, but you have 3, and this is on page 1, and then you said you have 3,000 units. How many units are not being used? Would it be 1,000? And then the number I got for your 3,000 units, I think that's what you had for your low-income public housing.
Yes. For discussion purposes, I usually just round numbers, and so yes, it's about 1/3 of 3,000 units that are vacant. It's actually less than that, the actual numbers, but I just round.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just had one final question, if you would allow me, just to break out.
I gave you 3 questions, Senator. Senator Whitaker,
Thank you so much.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I'm going to get right into it. I just wanted to, first off, I wanted just to piggyback, Ms. Director Pell, you indicated that well, let's want to go back to March 30th when we had the housing tours, coordinated, of course, as my service as the Vice Chair of the Housing Committee. You had indicated then that you'll be coordinating with VINGN. I just want to clarify, you're saying that you're able to use COVID funds, CARES funds to retrofit. Can you just clarify that point you made earlier regarding the housing communities and internet connectivity?
That's correct. We're not doing the connectivity. The INGN is doing that part. We're renovating the community centers to make it usable for families to utilize for the internet. services.
Okay, just in coordination, if you would to just kindly just update us, update that committee on that effort, the committee's housing, transportation, telecommunications. So, you know, the oversight over that via NGN, telecommunications, and just to continue to coordinate. I wanted to, Director Graham, I wanted to look at now at the about $54 million allocated to St. Croix communities, just kind of honing in on one because of time's sake. We have the Wim Gardens community, right? Wilfred Pedro community. Of course, I want to thank, I have officially adopted the community and I look forward to continue to work with the department. Can you indicate what right now, where you are in what phase you're in redeveloping that community? Upgrades, particularly to one of the areas of concern, of course, is the recreation area for the seniors, so for those who live there.
I'd have to look at the details for the capital fund, unless Ms. Pell can add to that. But for the modernization, one of the things we have to do at the site is the administrative office. It needs to be demolished. It's not in use. And we're going to upgrade the kitchen and work with Department of Human Services to provide meals for the seniors.
1 minute.
And there are other work items that are with capital funds that we need to do on the site. So there's the kitchen, and then there is maintaining the building systems in order to for 2 more years until we can relocate the residents to the new location in Stony Ground. If there's any other items I missed, Ms. Pell, would you add to that in terms of the capital projects at Wim Gardens?
There are various capital improvements going on at the site right now, but in particular for the community center.
Yeah, the recreation center is pretty broken down, and then of course the fencing, a lot of different issues, but particular community where the seniors could, you know, of course it's COVID now, but at least a place that some of them can hold different events there. It's very broken down. It's in really severe disrepair.
Right. So that is has been a recommendation for award is going to our board this month for the repairs to that kitchen area and community center area and the laundry area. So all of those will be redone.
Thank you. And this my final question is the Community Development Strategies Professional Service Contract and the post-audit report on page 6 of the post-audit report. There's no, we don't have a figure. And so I do want to really kind of find out what, and the reason why I'm also asking that question, as of course, Director Graham, you are aware, I'm working on a project bringing both your agency as well as the Department of Agriculture together for a project concerning our youth. So I want to be sure that, is that something that that company could assist with as we work towards developing that project?
We will do what is necessary to facilitate that project that you have with agriculture. The work on for the consultant is on more on the development side in terms of the consultant work is on the new construction and redevelopment projects. But we'll do what's necessary to make sure your project is realized.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Oh, thank you, Director Graham. Where's the Stony Ground site for the senior center?
The markers for that, Ms. Pell?
Basically right across from Stop and Shop grocery store. The land that was adjacent to the property that the Housing Finance Authority was going to construct a
sporting complex,
recreation center. Right.
Okay. And you're the owner of that particular property?
A portion of it.
Okay. So the plan is to then demolish Pedro?
Yes.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so this new center is going to be the new Pedro Center, senior center.
That's correct. As we develop the developments, we would like to be able to have input from the senators. So, like we did before, we would like to have a meeting with the Housing Committee and any other interested senator where we can walk through development projects that's on the drawing board to get input as the senators are providing today. We want to have a meeting that's not this particular kind of forum, so we can have ideas be thrown around. And we certainly are going to revisit the issue of the basketball courts. And we want to have the input in other forums with the Housing Committee and any other senators.
And we look forward to the meeting. I think the last time that you had it, I know a number of us did attend and did try our best to provide as much input as possible. And I'm happy that you're going to revisit the basketball court. And please don't come with a justification as to why it makes sense, but come with a justification as to we are going to do it. We realize that the individuals in there want a basketball court and it would serve the best interest of keeping a lot of the young individuals from getting into other stuff. The 642 vacant units, you have an answer?
I have a spreadsheet which has the number of units that are available by location. So what I'd prefer to do is send the spreadsheet to the committee.
Okay, but are some of those units not livable because you're getting ready to renovate? So like Saffarelli, you have closed, what, 3-4 buildings in the back? Right? So those are part of the 642? Because I don't, why am I saying that? I don't think that with almost 1,000 individuals on the waiting list that you'll have a vacant unit just sitting there and not moving in a family. So most of these vacant units that you have must be units that are in need of repair, or we have vacant units ready to move in?
Yes, Senator, it's both. I don't see Hodge on this list.
Yes, Bill?
So, for instance, on JFK, there is 200 units at JFK, 117 are vacant, and those 117 are going to ultimately be demolished. That's in that 600.
Right, so that 117 is not available for a family to move in because they're slated to be demolished.
That's correct.
Okay.
As well as 98 units at Hodge. In addition to that, there are 170 units at Williams Delight, and the bulk of those are going to be demolished as well. So in that 600 number, there are at least between 300 and 400 that are going to be demolished and not available. So we have to list the total inventory, but it just looks like it's a lot more vacant, but they're not available to lease.
Okay, so Kennedy is going to be a development similar to Louis Brown?
Yes, but different, yes.
And the vacant units that you have now, you're going to first start with demolishing those vacant units, build them back, and then move the existing residents from the one part to the next?
Yes, but also in that we talked to the residents of D. Hamilton Jackson and Piggy Gerard about using a couple of the buildings at JFK for relocation until the buildings are completed one by one at D. Hamilton Jackson. So some of the buildings will be used for relocation.
So but you're not doing that until you have all the plans and everything set. We don't want to be moving individuals and then we take 2, 3, 4 years in order to start a development. We moved out a number of residents in Kennedy, and we're 2 years out. We're gonna probably be like 4 years out before we start. But we want to maintain the population as much as possible, and want the areas renovated. But let's make sure that we just have everything in place. And then because we moved out, I mean it's like a catch-22. You move residents from John F. Kennedy, and they were relocated to Louis Brown Villas and some other areas. And now the same units that we moved those residents from Kennedy out of, we're moving the residents from D. Hamilton Jackson into those units. So it's kind of like
But only for temporary relocation.
I know.
That's the only purpose.
Okay, we will have the discussion when you call the meeting. we'll have further
Okay.
discussion. But at this time, I'll allow you to put a closing statement on the record, and then we are going to adjourn. So you can proceed, Mr. Graham.
I want to thank the Finance Committee for its attention and allowing us to explain where we are with our operations and our financial situation. It is very strong, and we have a very good redevelopment plan, and we do appreciate the input from the Housing Committee and the Finance Committee when we have the meeting with senators and others to get their input. And to know a project is going to be a real great success, and it's going to be a success because of the input of the senators and other stakeholders and the residents. So we want to thank everyone for their patience and their input into the redevelopment plan that we're doing. And we know that it's inconvenient for residents, and they have suffered in our old developments, but we do appreciate the patience, and we're just asking the residents to just be just a little bit more patient. We do have a great solution for permanent housing, and we're going to get there, and they're going to be happy, as individuals are in Lewis E. Brown 123 Sugar Estate, Celestino White, excuse me. And the Duno project. So we are going to be building and putting online 300 units per year for the next 10 years. And that is going to transform not only the public housing and the lives of the residents, but the entire communities around those developments. So we want to thank the senators for their input, and we will continue to ask for that input and ask for a meeting. Hopefully we won't have to do a virtual meeting, that we can have a meeting in one room and throw around ideas. And we are listening to the input from the senators about the basketball court, and we will come back with the right answer.
Thank you so much. And we'll make sure that we socially distance and we can have the meeting in person, because it would be better for us to be in person. So we'll make sure we do what we have to do to facilitate the meeting. I want to thank yourself along with the members of your staff for providing the budget presentation today. And thank you, colleagues, for being here, media, my staff, and the central staff of the legislature. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.